I was watching Gene Deal. I'm gonna sit here and chill until y'all come in. In the meantime, I'm just now. How was y'all day today? Hit the like button as you come in. Hit the like button as you come. Oh, this has been a long but necessary comatose weekend. And I still feel like I'm tired. But I'm gonna still do this. I'm gonna still grind. I'm still gonna grind. Because despite what other folks claim, I'm in this to win this. It's more than just giving off positive messages. Because anybody would be a fool to sit here all damn day long to give off positive messages when you could get paid to do it. So let's be real. Ain't saying about being money hungry. This is about being employed. Even Mother Jones had good sense to say that. Allegedly.
So what do you personally think came with that conversation?
Oh man, let me put. Oh shoot, I forgot to add this to Discord. Let me share. All right. And I might as well share my video of chapter 4B. Did I did I upload it? Let me see. I ain't gonna go around with this. Oh, I did. Yay. Come on, come on. Let me hit this. Hey, YouTube, it's Auntie Mickey. I had to get some rest. Every time I'd wake up, I'd fall back to sleep again. I did manage to go to church today, but I wanted back. Oh, my girl Bestie's on live. Dang it. Well, I still can't share it. Share it later. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh. Let me see if I can grab my husband's iPad.
Yeah, that's wrong, man. And also in this article, a guy named Damien, he's a former intern at Bad Boy. he said that, when Diddy and Jennifer Lopez broke up, Diddy, he had staffers kept outside, MTV, TRL studios with signs trying to win Jennifer
Yeah,
Lopez back. You know
yeah.
anything about that?
Four.
Everywhere. See, what happened was Jennifer had this personal assistant, and I don't know what she owed Puff or what Puff did for her, but he was able to call her and find out everywhere Jennifer was at. You understand? One time, she was somewhere. He sent 100 dozen roses and was trying to get Luther Vandross there to sing for her. So I believe David. 400 bucks. I was there when he was making deals with the personal assistants of Jennifer Lopez and finding out where Jennifer was going to be so he could send people over there. You understand? That's a good day. If you can make 400, can you imagine? So he was really trying to win her back then. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. The same trashy order started in Houston mid-2023. John John, is that for, are you talking about Uber Eats too? When he was dating Jennifer, that is awesome. $400. Can you imagine Uber Eats? Oh, okay. Hey, Barry. Oh, and I don't know if Jennifer has the it's Auntie Mickey. Oh, okay. You're on. I don't know. I think you're on Hubby's, right? Somebody who yes, free bears and small sizes. Really? So I should probably take my little one to go get a free bear, right? Oh, you're on Hubby's iPad. I was wondering when you were gonna get on live, cause you haven't been on live all day. Hey, girl. How are you, Steph? Anything that they ever gave for big. Oh, yum. Why when you got it? Oh, my friend is making pho. Oh, yum. My friend just sent me a picture of her. She did some pho. Dude, that looks so bomb. I ordered DoorDash at work the other day. I met some dude who did DoorDash. What? It is wild. I just want to say hi. Hi, girl. I'm on live right now. Oh, okay, but wanted to show you some. I should hold on. Auntie Mickey, most ever made and DoorDashing is, and that was me working over 10 hours. Dang, you guys are making it. That looks delicious. I meant to call you back. It's been a busy day. That's okay. Yeah, doesn't this look good? My best friend just sent me this. She just learned how to make pho. Like, that looks bomb. I'm like, can you drop that off over here? But she's in Des Moines. Let me see if I can get on. Only find Buntinis at Nothing Bun Cakes. My stomach is growling now. There she is. Only at Nothing Bun Cakes. Oh, I will? Okay. I did it on my phone. I can't do that. Way before that. Dash vlogs. You know, I haven't done, as you can see, the last time I DoorDash was like a week ago. I'm tired. Girl, I'm tired. I'm just tired. Like, I feel like I just don't have the energy days. And not only that, it's like his own daughter went through. Kim, Auntie, thank you. Like, I was thinking, I know y'all had a lot with, yeah, with this, but also, you know, I just feel like tired. Like, I feel like I just, when I pick up Mimi, and now that she's in third grade, all of a sudden, there's all this damn homework. Girl, I'm like, there are nights where we're up doing homework for hours. And sometimes I have to YouTube it because I don't remember doing this in third grade, to be real. And it had to be sickening. Yeah, it's the cold. Target stores free while supplies last. Oh, I want to do it. Me too, I fell asleep on camera. That's okay, Auntie. Hey, you're getting your hours in. Girl, why one of the Charles mods blocked me from the chat? What? Really? I want to be a travel
That's why I
dasher.
would go out to Cali because he's looking
That
at
would
the
be
fact that
cool.
his daughter's not here.
Steph, when I went on his live, turned up.
His daughter's not
He
here
had like a
to
speaker playing music. He had a drink in his hand, and he looks so
even raise her
twisted,
own.
dancing,
His
swaying.
daughter's not here.
Even
See, because I got daughters myself, bro.
he's so. Does he
You
get
know
drunk
what
with
I'm
that a
saying?
lot? And he's on live.
I got a heart.
Like I was gonna text you and be like,
Both
maybe
my
you should
own.
check him because
And just to imagine
he's
and
like
think that somebody
like this, like
was doing that to
you
your
know.
daughter, bro.
But hey,
I know
he's
Kim
not.
got tired. That's why she took
That's
that
crazy.
corkscrew and ripped his damn arm out. Trying to rip his arm off and put his hands on him.
Oh yeah,
I know
Steph.
she was tired.
Somebody was saying, JCH was saying
The
that Free
pillow
Bear
fights
giving
and
well supplies. Did you know about that?
smothering
Because
her
I know
with the
you used to work
pillows
at
and all that.
Target.
Like he playing with her.
He's not even coherent. Yeah,
I
his
know
friend
she was
comes
tired.
over there and calls her.
Yeah, he also told Rolling
Oh,
Stone that
okay.
David
I
is a
thought,
jealous person
yeah,
that
he
don't
was
have
saying
love.
Okay.
so that's just his
He knows
girl.
that, bro.
That's
Kim
just
couldn't have
that's just
nobody,
his
bro.
Well, I'll just sit
Kim
here.
couldn't have nobody. You understand what I'm saying, bro? Diddy could do whatever, Pump could do
so they're
whatever he
both lit,
wanted to do.
basically.
Brother Love could do whatever he wanted to be. If Kim ever tried to get with somebody,
Do you think he's
Pump
gonna
would
regret that? Are
interfere
you gonna say
with
something to him,
them
or you think he just doesn't care?
or
It's
with
like
her
not a big
trying to
deal to
be
him.
with them. He wouldn't
I
let that
didn't know
happen.
about that. I'm not at Target
Unless
anymore.
he was bringing them to the
It's
picture.
just his home.
That's what he
They
used
were
Kim
on
for, bro.
What?
He wanted to make a deal with somebody.
You're joking.
He'll get another girl and a guy that he's trying to make a deal with, and then put Kim and them
No,
they
you're
all party
joking.
together. Man, he used Kim for that shit, bro.
Well, and he was killed for that.
Yeah, bro.
Kissing,
Yeah.
Steph. At least
You
you
don't do
were.
that to somebody you supposed
That's
to
all you
love.
can do, right?
Do you ever any situation
If
where
you
he
want
used
to
her?
do that,
I know a couple situations, but
bumping and grinding.
with
At
people
some
so
point,
well,
it's time
man,
to cut
and
the
so
live off.
good, and they
Yeah.
should with
Is he on
people
live right now?
in Atlanta
Like,
that
girl,
had
hold on.
major groups
I'm sorry, I have to look.
that they party like that with them and their girls or the girls they brought into that. And
He's
I'm not
definitely going to
gonna
regret
mention their
everything
name,
tomorrow.
man,
I'm done with this whole.
but they know who I'm talking about. I got a lot of respect for you,
Let me go look
but
for
I
this
know
boy.
situations. I've seen situations like that
Oh
in
my
the Swiss
gosh.
hotel.
So what is all the situation? Don't name the people. Just what's the situation?
When he used Kim, to party with him, and
They're
his girl
both
and the other
lit.
dude, and they switch up, they do their thing, they do all.
Somebody
they
says
do the
hi.
rock and roll
Are you
lifestyle,
drunk?
bro.
So he was using her for sexual activity, like orgies and.
It's not cute over there.
Yeah.
Oh my
The
gosh,
other
Steph,
girls,
go right now. Right
also
now.
Kim
Can I show it on
Porter
camera or no, Sean?
Kim loved Diddy, but they couldn't stay under the
Auntie
same
Mickey,
roof
there's
together.
his
Yeah,
name
because
is
there was only certain things
Sticks
that she was going to
Sticks in Charge.
and like I said,
They need to turn off
live
this
that rock
live.
and roll
It's getting
lifestyle.
way too
If they're gonna do it together, they're
way
gonna
too
do
close.
it together.
I'm done
You're
with
not
this
gonna go
behind. You
out
can show
and
me.
sleep with
Like, should I show it
Tom,
here?
Dick, and
Can I
Harry
show it
and
here, or
Sally and
would I get in
Sue.
trouble for showing it real quick?
And that's what he was doing. She
Yes,
accepted
that's
if
it,
we
Auntie.
partying like this together, it's okay.
It's
But for you to go out
y'all
and
just
do
missed it.
yourself, no,
Oh, I can.
I'm not
Well,
accepting.
they just turned, but they were like,
So that's why she had
like
her own
this.
house, she had her own apartment.
Whoa, what the
he had his
hell? My hair's not cute.
Mace, I think he had an issue with some comments he made to you.
Here, let me
while
give you a
back,
little
right?
glimpse.
If I'm not mistaken, I think he made a comment.
But
to
it, they
asking
were
you
like,
why you didn't,
I thought they were
show
gonna
Diddy.
kiss.
Bruh,
But and he
me and
calls
Mace
her his
had
niece, right, Steph?
conversations before
They
Big
look
got killed.
fucked up right now.
Me and Mace had a conversation
They're feeling it.
after Big got killed.
Shaking my head, right?
I told
Uh-oh.
Mace the whole
Oh,
Can I?
they've had
Hey,
way too much to
Ansel,
drink.
how are you,
He's looking so
sweetheart?
dumb right now.
Saw the parade. That was so nice.
when he was trapped off in the club and when he was trapped off in the hotel.
I went to go
You
look at
understand
it
me?
and immediately click
Mace knew
on.
what he
Did
was
you, Val?
doing.
He's
He was
56
trying
girls acting like
to
that.
divert
Ugh.
Did you guys have fun?
That's so sad.
because I had
And
made
he
a
seems like
statement
such a
is
nice
that why he
dude.
told Puff what those guys from California told him
Oh wait, how do I
about
do that?
wanting to kill Big
Oh
and
wait,
wanting to
duh.
get at Puff over that incident
I can't
that
see
happened at their video shoot in New York
Bam!
when their vans and
Let out.
Winnebagos was shot up.
Does
Why
he
didn't he tell
DoorDash?
Big?
I
No, I don't think so.
know.
He was
No,
trying
he
to divert
Steph, what does he
the
do? He
whole
works
conversation
has a good ass
and
job.
I
make it
could
seem like
tell.
so
It was
Big
really a nice
He has like a
he didn't
couple
shoot.
side gigs, doesn't
a
he? And he
nice
has his
little
own
parade,
business.
especially this time of year because it's outside.
I met him through Steph
That we had
See, we don't
from
normally
Corporate
have
Journey Diaries.
and we was halfway down
it. I could tell it was
Okay,
really
thank you.
nice.
Um,
They all the buildings and
her
stuff.
live.
That was
That's
wonderful.
how I met him.
See, they
I mean,
don't
I haven't
they
physically
don't do
met him. I
parades
just
here in
met
the
him
winter. They just do them in the
through
summer.
YouTube, just like how I met Steph.
Because half it's raining.
Oh, Jesus, what smoking? My God, you guys, this is not a good look. What do you think that looks like?
Smoking a black and mild.
I was like, that.
And Brady was trying to get
Anyways,
me
I
out the
should
room
stop.
to come to the party. So I felt that was kind of weird. So she said,
Yeah, check out Chris
Yeah,
Clean Eats.
yeah.
Work may be stressing him out. Yeah,
I'm on
he might be
Bestie's
just
live,
be so happy that he's getting this time off,
and she's looking at
and he's
somebody's
like,
live who's
hell yeah.
acting inappropriately, I guess.
And you got to be really careful when you drink that much on live. Like,
Apparently
go
they're
ahead, have your
drunk.
drink, have a cigarette, whatever, you know. But if you can't handle your shit,
Oh well.
don't do it. Don't go
People
on
do their
live. Don't.
thing.
There's this one girl that I used to watch, right?
It could be worse.
I forgot her name, but
But I'm
she
just
was she's
chilling.
from Washington, and she was like a casino,
Good,
right?
good. I saw you guys' sweaters too. You had Bluey and Bingo.
And this girl that I used to watch, she's a casino head. I came across her channel all the time. And it was her
Yeah, I
live.
think she turned it off. She just went to look because somebody got on her live and said somebody that they
She's
know
from
was
here
turning
too.
up on their live. So she said, "Oh, I gotta go see."
And
So
she's
she
really
went to go
good
see.
at that.
She kind of
She
showed
was
it a little
so
bit, and she was saying, "Oh my God, what is he smoking?
like it was
What does that look
so
like to you?" And it's a black and mild,
like to the point where it was like
not
you need to shut that off.
marijuana.
Certain stalkers had seen her, and she's sitting there getting totally twisted.
Yeah, you love Bluey.
JC,
My daycare kids love Bluey too. That's all they want to see is
so what I like
Bluey
to
and
watch, I've been watching
what's that other one? Coco Melon.
She's life. She is a Filipina chick who's married to her husband Benji. He's Japanese and white, and they actually live here in the Pacific Northwest. They actually live
So just taking it easy.
like
This is my first time getting on live
and they do
today,
like more
which is just totally out of character for me. But
for over 10 years.
I had some catching up to do. I had comments to leave and
And mommy vlogger.
videos to
She's
watch and lives to watch
They have 5 girls.
and then I had to go to church
So
with my
they
husband
have
this morning.
any kids getting married.
So that took
They're
a
like high school
few hours
sweethearts.
away from.
And then being a vlogger, then
Oh
having
yeah,
your first
Bluey
baby
is
together,
yeah, they
instead
love
of twins,
Bluey.
and having more kids. So now they
Every
have
day there's
5
Bluey.
boys. And
I like the intro.
I've been
He
watching her
shakes his little butt. They're
had my
dancing.
daughter Mimi
It's cute.
2016. Then when I started staying home
Hey
watching,
niece, how are you,
taking care of the
sweetheart?
baby, I started watching her, and I still watch her.
Yeah, I had a lot of stuff to do, Ansel. And
Thanks,
mainly,
Al, for
I was
supporting
just
Steph.
dragging. I'm still dragging.
Not to be the same. I have another channel.
It's no
Yeah,
joke.
Steph. So Val is supposed
I'm
to
trying to
is in
keep
the
this up,
process
but my age is telling me.
of making her YouTube channel, right, Val?
My age is telling me different.
You gotta let
You
us know
can't
when that's
run
gonna
like you
happen
used
too.
to. You can't go like you used to, but I'm gonna go as much as I can.
Hold on, I gotta turn off the light.
Hmm. I like their act.
Yeah, I feel you, but Foxy Brown, how you
Oh, it's only going on 8 o'clock here, and I feel like it's almost midnight. This week is gonna be rough. So I'm gonna have all the kids, the little ones and the bigger ones. Oh my God. It is no joke, niece. It really is no joke, but hey, when you get a goal, I ain't gonna let this thing beat me. I'm just not gonna let it beat me. Yeah, the music is nice, Ansel. Like when the dad says something about bus leaving, like he's transporting around. Oh, okay. Yeah. Almost 11 there. For both of you guys, huh? My husband's in there in the other room, and I know when he comes, it's gonna be time for me to jump live. I don't want to keep him up all night, but I got shit to do too. But he does so much for me, so I can't. I can't. You know, we a team. You know what I'm talking about, niece, don't you? Team effort. And then the end is the reward. The end is the reward.
Hey, Swifty, how's it going? I know you've been busy. How's everything going? Are you moving still?
Of her. I'll just leave her another message.
Oh, Steph, did you already order it? Good, because I know you're having trouble with the phone. And I know Val, you're thinking about getting your son an iPhone. Did you decide? I decided Mimi's gonna have to wait. Oh, good, you ordered it. What about you, Val?
Okay.
Christmas, and then you said his is January
Now
25th,
let's see
right?
what she says.
If you have time later, that's what time feel free to drop in. Of course, Auntie. That's what I was saying. I was trying to drop in on my phone. We will know soon. We will move if it makes sense. Okay. Have you been door dashing, Swifty? I haven't door dashed probably in a week. Going on a week. I think the last time I did was last. Yeah, I think it's been a week for me.
Anyway, I was just explaining to
Okay, Auntie,
Bestie that
I will jump in.
I don't want her to jeopardize her hour. She's on live now.
You know what, too? Oh,
And
no,
she was going to jump on this live from her phone, but that would mess up her live. So,
in weeks, yeah.
yeah, I don't want her to mess up her.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Did you hear?
I cursed you out through the phone.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm
sitting.
sorry. I feel so bad.
What happened? Okay, now I'm going to be nosy.
And I should not even be saying DAMN. I need to watch my mouth. I'm so sorry I ruined it.
I cursed you
Had I
out through
known,
the phone.
I didn't know he was
Huh?
sitting there. You see, Mimi, I told her she gotta go to the room.
Okay, I'm not getting into. Hey, nephew, how are you, sweetheart? It's Sunday. I'm glad you're having a good Sunday. Hey, Tina Brown, how you doing, girl? That's my sister girl. Oh my goodness, it's so good to be awake for a change. I've just been walking around kind of comatose all weekend. Da 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 da. Mother Jones wore me out, but I made a video I'm good. I'm good, Tina. I'm doing good. I made a video from that live of Mother Jones, so I posted it or something like that. My days are starting to go together. That was probably the most entertaining part of that live, so I might as well make a video of it. And that's what I did. And then I made a video today of chapter B from the Portia book. Man, she's one of R. Kelly's victims. She's one, but there's a thin line between being a victim and being victimized. But again, that's neither here nor there. Yeah, she years ago, I guess, before she got that shape she got now. Oh, thank you. Thank you, love. Happy Sunday, you too. I hope you had a blessed day. Yeah. It was okay. It was okay. They had this. That's why I'm wearing my jersey because they did the Seahawks, whatever they call that. Um, not. I'm not into football no more. When people get together and they're outside and they're car to car to car to car. It's not easy. It's not easy. But yeah, tailgating. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, you saw it? Good. I had to edit some of it because it was kind of long. And there was some spaces in there. I was like, okay, I'm gonna get rid of this and get rid of that. I had to keep some of that conversation that me and her were having in the background, though. I'm wondering, was Brandon really thinking I was? Sometimes I look at that and say, Brandon really thought I was that old woman. Maybe he was drunk. Yeah, I couldn't remember. Girl, I can never remember that word tailgating. Yeah, but I'm looking forward to seeing y'all collaborate on cooking for Friendsgiving. That's tomorrow, right? That should be good. That should be good. Y'all gonna throw down. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna turn in a little early tonight myself because I gotta be up at 5:30 for these kids. These kids. Gotta make that money though. Gotta pay this mortgage, pay these bills. Oh. They had a tailgating party at church today. We, yeah, early. And that's before the sun come up. The sun be like, look, I'm gonna go back to sleep. Y'all go ahead. Yeah, so I'm just chilling. I'm trying to spread some of this love. Can't spread it everywhere though, but I spread it where I can. Anyway, I think I'm gonna jump off of her live now. I've got my husband on her phone. I mean, on her live. She got plenty of support. She got about 10 people in the chat, so I don't think she'll miss me. You know, so I'm gonna hop out of here. Yeah, yeah, she's got more than enough support. I'm surprised somebody else ain't hopped on there. I'm watching Jean Deal. She good. Yeah, she good.
he
She be alright.
can prove that what he's saying is true.
She live in the same state as me. She alright.
Come to his camp, like him meeting females and stuff
We
like
just
that.
had that big
Somebody
storm.
testify
They
that
had,
stuff
what did they
I
call that?
said
A
after
cyclone
the fact. Going to the hospital,
something.
them talking about
I
it.
ain't never heard of it before in my
You
life. I was
saying
like, what
her
is that? But
and
it show up. It
saying that
show
she was
messed up some of these houses, and
me saying that
power went out. A
that
lot of people didn't have power for
but
days, and I was
I can
fortunate.
go out I can only go by me
I
coming into
know,
a room
huh?
and somebody telling me what
Sometimes it's one, sometimes
during
it's
the
three.
domestic fight. He didn't fight
I'm tripping with you
violence,
too.
no
Just
matter who
my
it was.
shit. It's all.
Things and fun.
Yes,
First,
crazy. But we have to attribute that to
if I ever
what, warming, I guess. 'Cause there was a time where all it did up here was rain, 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 and in the summertime it would be nice. For the most part, it would rain. No,
all I would
and
be outside,
now it doesn't rain as much.
maybe
So, but when it does, ooh, it makes up time.
I done made my mind.
That's when I
I
keep
done
my
made
in the house.
But if he did testify
I'm not going
that
outside for nobody
he
to
was
get
shooting
wet.
himself, stuff like that.
If
but
they need me, they better better call. I'll send you something,
for the
but I
past
ain't
15
leaving.
years, some
I'll
people
pray for you.
I had police report them,
Yep.
and some people I had to
I don't
threaten
even grocery shop. I
on them.
order it on and have them deliver it. Just don't have the
Am I concerned
mindset anymore.
about what ignorant people say,
So I just
or are
here
they
and
telling the truth?
do my thing, do my YouTube
But
thing. Got to do for the daycare.
support
I need to catch up on my paperwork though, as far as my booking, my books.
well, I heard
Just
that
recording my receipts. That's
paperclip part
but I don't like to get behind on that
wrote that
because
story
trying to do it all at once is
them
nerve
like
wracking.
Kim
I hate
Porter's
tax time. I
father
can't
that is
stand
in the
it.
police report,
I do our
and this is in the
taxes,
police
and then
report,
I do my
that
my
is the
daycare
actual
taxes, and
daughter
then my husband do his
of the
part as
friend that
far as
Kim
clergy. But it's still all
left her
incorporated
house at
into our
10 o'clock.
taxes, and
The
it's like
child
trying to with my receipts and his
called
receipts and
911 at
throwing all
2:15
that shit
that
together.
morning,
I can't
and I
stand
don't know
it.
what happened on
I
911.
cannot.
Said, but they
But
said
then
that
we
there
got
was
folks out there
his
making all
daughter,
this money
according to Kim's
and ain't
father,
paying nothing
was the
hardly.
woman
They get all these
that left
loopholes.
her
I
house
pay every
at
year,
8:15.
every year,
So she was the last person,
and I
according to
always end
Kim,
up
to
short
see
because
Kim
they don't
again.
withhold
Bro,
money from,
about
the state doesn't withhold money
they
from
had a
the checks
conversation
when they pay
that
me for
there was
watching these
violence.
kids. So I gotta set money aside
Now,
or rest early and
and
them
in the report, then it said
both
she was
out
brought
3,000
into
and
a group
you only get to really
suspect.
send it 4 times. So
The case need to be reopened, man.
I always end up having to pay that
The case
balloon
really
payment
needs to be
on tax
reopened
day.
because
And that's usually somewhere in the area of
was
six, seven
there. She
thousand.
said that Kim was
I
all right.
hate sending them
What
people that
happened
kind of
from
money in
8
one lump
to
sum.
11?
But I can't complain.
And why did all Kim stuff come
Now
up?
this year shouldn't be as bad as last year because I don't have as many kids.
And a lot
So
of them still
I
got
didn't bring in as much income.
Brother, it's a lot of suspect things going on. First and foremost, in our day and time,
See,
other than our
I'm blessed.
aunties
Ansel, I'm blessed that we don't pay
or
state
older people
taxes.
calling us,
I did in
we got a
California
lot of
brief,
suspect. But everybody
but
always
man,
grab
that's
their phone.
enough is
But
enough. We pay a federal
as
government.
right
Shoot,
now, nobody knows what
it's
Kim Porter's
ridiculous.
phone do. Know they had iPhones.
Mm.
Nobody and got the text messages and the things
So
off my
yeah, I'm
list.
just chilling.
Because
I
everything
have
you type in that phone is text, and you know your iPhone
the
finds out what you
dialogue,
do.
the art of dialogue
You
right
might try
now.
to find a I
We
would
pay
love to have a
property
son
tax here if you own a home.
who
Do you own a land
know
sale?
the rights
Yeah,
to go
highway robbery.
and get all the stuff
So
out
do
the
you
property.
pay property taxes
A
on your
last text,
home
who she
and
called, who she
sell?
spoke to,
You rent?
who called her,
Well, how you paying property taxes?
where was the last place her phone
If
was
you're
at
if you're renting,
before
the
she
land
got
be
cut off.
paying that
It will tell you that too.
on your car. What? Okay, baby girl, we're here. Okay, hold up. Okay, so you got property tax on your car.
Nor I
We
want to
probably do
tell
the
you what
same
a
thing. It's just
blessing
not
it is.
called property tax.
I don't believe
I know they had us buying tabs
that an
every
individual
year. That's what we
with
pay.
her,
Okay, we pay
I want to say,
something similar to that on our cars, depending on the year.
financial
Have to pay. I can't remember what the car
lay
tabs.
up in the house
We have to buy car tabs,
and
and that
up to a
runs.
million
That can run anywhere
without a doctor
to 300, depending on what car,
or some
and
kind
that's
of
for the license plate.
responsible. So I think it might have been some,
That's still crazy. They gonna get you any way they can.
I guess, foul play.
Yeah, it is stupid.
We
It's
just
very
didn't,
similar to what they just do it. It call it something
but
different, but it's
the fire department
you got to pay to
put a
do everything
pharmacist
now.
with a
Like you
pathologist
said in your life,
by
pay to
you,
breathe,
you
pay
know,
to drink some water.
change
Sometimes the
your life.
water ain't even good.
So I feel
It's
that it's
sad.
foul play.
Everything is pay to play
A,
with this country built
lot
on.
takes something
And then folk want to
or
look at you
trying to
crazy
take
when
tax
trying to come up a little bit.
or
Oh
accuse
well, I wanna
foul play.
smell the roses.
Why
No,
is there
I
blood
need to pay for some roses.
on a shoe?
Okay, look at the
Why is
birds
it
and the
in the house?
trees. Tweet,
You spoke.
pay first.
Why is there
Sing a
let's
song
say
for
there's
you. Tweety Bird will sing after you pay for
11
it.
and 8 in the morning with a
Messed
light
up.
and 11
I God
p.m.
ever intended to be.
to foul play?
Everything that He gave us, now we gotta pay for it.
Why would somebody pay for
Water.
water too?
Surprised we ain't paying for
A couple
air.
women in this
I'm gonna
group
put my mama air. I'm gonna
put
put
their
my
hands
air in
on
my
me
mama name.
Man,
I can't afford to breathe no more because I lost my job. So I'm gonna put my air in my mama name. But you know,
how
we
old
have a
is she?
population problem now.
I know
We have too many people
about 4
on the planet. And
adults
from
and
what I
5
understand,
dirty
there are some wigs such as Elon Musk
kids
and
who get exposed
what's that dude's name? He lived right here too.
and tell what some of
Bill
these guys
Gates,
and some of these kids
Oprah,
were really doing behind
um,
the
else,
wood,
some other couple other
in
billionaires.
and out the
They got some little
their life
thing going on. They're planning something to
because these
depopulate.
wasn't men,
I don't know if it's to depopulate the
women were
country
acting like
or the
men.
world. Nevertheless, they want to depopulate.
where he put Kirk Burrows. I want to go back to this
And I
interview
figure,
he
hey,
did
they
with
was doing that just through neglect.
Diddy. He was jealous of
I
his
mean, we got homeless people laid out on sidewalks, and then you paying, you
Diddy
know,
be friends with
lots of
Tupac
money to
and
stay in hotels. That doesn't make
Diddy
sense to
and
me.
Tupac were friends
Right in front of the homeless people?
I
That's
remember
messed up.
seeing at
You living out on the
Big
sidewalk homeless,
in
and no shade on the Mexicans and stuff,
the Bronx.
but they up them in and putting them up in hotels,
they was
giving them EBT cards for all this money
Yeah,
and all this
I don't
food,
know
these
why
food stamps and stuff.
they
And we
think
got the homeless right there on the sidewalk, and they got nowhere to live. That's
people were
backwards.
Biggie
That's just
and
backwards.
Pac. So
But see, they
I don't know why
figure
they fell out.
that those immigrants will come here and work twice as hard for little or no money. But you start now foot when you get more money than a lot of working people get, they gonna come to expect that.
Jealousy, yeah, jealousy of pop.
Ah,
And
it's
it also
crazy.
shows that he knew Big
Yep,
and that
that's true. A lot of times they don't want to be in the system, just like you said. They don't want to be accountable for what they do and the moves they make, and they don't want to pay them taxes and stuff like that. That's their freedom. But the ones that don't
but he also
are
told
the ones that I have a problem with them seeing.
that he had to watch Puff
I don't know, this bias that this country
Say that,
gives
Diddy, he was jealous of the
people.
relationship between Tupac and Big.
I don't know if I could say it. Jealous with his relationship with Big. I just think he
Exactly,
liked him.
Ansel.
It's something that happened.
Father,
Something
before
that
he
he
died,
did.
he
So
was on
if
Social
my
Security. He got
man that
$950,
if this
and he
is
went
somebody that
applied
I
for
don't like,
food stamps, and
I'm
they
gonna have
told
a
him,
like
yeah, you
relationship with
qualify
that.
for $10
I
a
don't just
month.
think it's jealousy. I think it more was just
What does Sam Hell is he gonna get with $10 a month?
somebody I'm working with is working with somebody that I don't like
A
anymore.
can of
I got
instant coffee and some sugar.
So
That's
you
it.
feel like it was
$10.
intentional when Diddy was getting with
That's
the
messed up.
woman that
And
was
he
with
done
Puff?
served the country. This country done fought. Well, he didn't fight. He was just
I think that
a
they
Dollar Tree food.
after the girls that they fuck.
A veteran.
Because when
It
you
sure
got
wouldn't. It
envy
wouldn't
of
last. It
somebody,
wouldn't last a day.
Puff tried to get push and juice, but they gave to Pop.
'Cause up here is
So when you have
ridiculous.
an envy of somebody,
It ain't nothing to pay
envy
$2,000 a month for a two
social media
bedroom.
people
It's
got what they
ridiculous.
had.
And
Have
don't
have
go
what
into
they
the city
had
of
to
Seattle.
try to get what they
You
got.
might as well forget about it.
Yeah, that makes sense. And Kurt Burrows, he also said in his interview
Yet they
that
building it up and building it up. They got so many high rises in Seattle now, it ain't funny. My old neighborhood looks totally different. Well, the neighborhood looks the same.
Big
Not too far away from there, a few blocks away, is
Big always wrote
high
wherever he
rises.
wrote at, and then went to record.
Yeah, they want to be outside and
If he
sell
wrote anything,
until
he
it's raining
gotta
and
try to tell you
snowing.
something. You can find too many times Big and Puff
I wouldn't want to be
just
outside. I don't
being
care what
together
the weather
where
is.
Big was
Mm-mm.
recording. Come to the work is done.
Years ago and feed the homeless.
That's like
Night, it would be somewhere in the area of 7 o'clock in the evening,
record.
and it was
We were
in the
doing
dead of winter. And me and my husband, my two boys, and some of the other church
music to
members, we had a
all
handful of
black
people.
families.
We'd go in there with these sandwiches we had prepared, and you know,
All they week.
something.
And he waited till he got to New York.
And I tell you, and they would literally camp out in front of the municipal building,
Took their whole
which is
family.
another name for the city.
Never ride around nobody.
And they'd all be lined up in front behind the bushes. They weren't, you know,
Not in my eyes.
impeding foot traffic on the walk.
I didn't see that.
And we'd go down there every night.
so you didn't
At
see
the
Diddy
time, I big old pimp mobile. I can't even remember the name.
about the Puff because of Pop.
Mark
I
Mark Five or something like that. I called it the mothership.
had got whipped.
And we would all
You know,
pop into that car and go down there and just hang out with the homeless,
Jay-Z had became a
talk to them
legend
and stuff like that. And
because of
they
the
were
song
content to be down there.
was going through a
And
song
it would
phase or
be,
whatever like that.
they'd be lined
Got
up along the whole building. And like I said, there were bushes that stood about maybe waist high. And they would set up their sleeping bags behind the bushes. And there was me out of the, I'd say about 30 people, there was maybe three women in that bunch. And we're all, we would just go from sleeping bag to sleeping bag.
because they had it down for robbing.
I stopped going down and I saw the
They
mice.
put in their profile.
Mice was running all through the bush, and I'm like, I don't do rodents. I'm sorry. God, here's a sandwich. Have a good evening. I don't I don't chill among mice. No, thank you. But they were into it. I'm like, okay. But they had a regiment that they followed every day. They would get up at a certain time in the morning before the people working in the building would kick. They would all walk up to some church that was about maybe 7 up. This is all downtown Seattle. They'd go over in this church at a certain time. They served breakfast. And then there was another church that had showers available that these people could go and clean up at. And there they would go to another place, allowed them to wash their laundry if they had any. Um, so they had a regiment. Regiment would follow every day. By lunchtime they'd go to another place and they'd eat lunch, and go all the way around, hit every spot, and come right back to the municipal building. Rinse, repeat, do it over. That's the way they wanted to live. Wasn't paying a dime of taxes, you know. And some of them were getting a check as long as they had a P.O. box. They didn't have to have a street address. All they needed was a P.O. box. It's sad, though. That was many years ago. That was before cell phones. But now me and my husband and our two grandkids, a couple of years ago, I'd say about 3 years ago, we took the boys to Disneyland, and we drove through downtown LA. I swear before God and three other responsible white people, block after block after block after block after block, tents, sleeping bags, the whole nine. Boxes built up to look like little makeshift houses and stuff. And these people were blocking businesses and stuff, and a lot of the businesses moved out. But it was horrifying. We literally drove down that one street, and it was just box after tent after another tent after tent. Uh, Chairs sitting outside. One dude was sitting outside his tent with a cell phone, just rapping on the phone. I'm like, damn, I'll be dipped. I'll be dipped in doo doo. I was like, I was done. I was done. Let's get back on the freeway. Go back to the hotel. I don't want to see no more. I've seen enough. Cause we wanted to go down to the district and see what was there to buy. And when we were done, I was done. I was done with that. I'm back to LA. It's just too much. But it's becoming like that all over this country. Even up here in Seattle, they've got home camps all over the place. And they're going into the rich neighborhoods. And them rich folks is having a fit. Get them people out of here. They bring down our property value. I'm like, shoot, you just wait until the end of the world and you ain't gonna care about no property value. All you gonna care about is where you can get another bite to eat or something to drink. It's crazy. But that's what we have to look forward to. That's exactly what we have to look forward to. It's sad. I feel sorry for these kids coming up, these young kids. What are they gonna have to deal with? Are these babies gonna have to? What is they gonna have to deal with? You know. Thank God for praying grandmas, praying mamas. Cause man, I'm telling you, this generation right here, we dealing with these babies. Oh my goodness. I'm afraid to contemplate. I look at my own grandchildren, I'm like, Lord Jesus, hold them tight, Lord. Don't let them have to be out on the street. It is no joke out there. It's cold outside.
ICU. They don't know if they're gonna make it. I want to know if I'm all right. You'll be all right. I said, so what the fuck you need a chest? And what the fuck is you doing in the pool?
No, we don't. We don't.
Went and got a
We
phone
don't have to be forced into any kind of situation we shouldn't be in,
for a phone call.
you know.
You only get like 10 minutes on that
But
phone.
education system is getting
And
messed
I
up,
called him 50. I
you
tried
know.
calling 50 phone. And this girl
Uh,
eventually picked up. And I said, yo, check
uh,
in with this Jean.
excuse me.
And she said, okay, Jean. I said,
But
is he all
man,
right? She said she was gonna make it. He's gonna be
it's
all right.
almost
I'm
8:30.
telling
I'm
you.
gonna hop off of here in a
So
and
next time
set
I
up
was
for the
gonna do
night.
after that,
Put Bluey or Bingo. I'm gonna leave this TV running so there's some noise. Everybody that hops in the chat and they'll have something to listen to.
and I was black hand.
It'll probably be an interview about Diddy or something. Who knows?
50 wasn't speaking to none of them.
It'll be music, that's for sure. I've
I'm sitting
been
over here by the side.
I fooled around and
Jean
let
was
my
ready to
my
go.
live run one night
Big Jean,
and somebody was playing. I think Shay came
they can't stop
and
me.
his intro is Nipsey Hussle. All my life, running for my life. That man, I finished that live and they had copyright on my doggone live. I'm like, what?
Another insightful
What
interview
did
with
I
Dr.
what
Greg
did I say? There's copyright,
Jean said,
copywritten.
oh, what?
Remembered music.
people know, man.
If it plays in the background and they
Bodyguard,
pick it up,
new bodyguard, they
but
had
luckily
bodyguard.
it didn't my
You know,
channel.
on
It
Amazon.
didn't affect my channel. I
They
think
said,
I
next
might
level.
have even just
Might as well
left it,
bodyguard the hip hop star.
you know,
This is the first
because
group.
sometimes you can just
One night
leave it
the
in
group,
certain, in this wasn't even certain countries wouldn't,
the group he plays too good.
but
Play
it just said no
Drake.
impact.
What
Yeah,
they say about
mute.
you know you got
But
one impact, yeah.
yeah, I
No
go into
problem,
YouTube
man.
Studio and just mute the
Thank you. I
music part,
appreciate you, Mighty.
that segment.
Book,
Then they hit
you can find them on
the music. Of,
Chat or PayPal.
I don't know
Easy.
where it came from.
Find
Maybe I slept through it. Who knows?
bag
Trip.
Amazon.
Nevertheless, on trip. Oh, oh my God. Mm. Yeah, it's spooky in here tonight. Now it says there's only two people, but I'm not. Oh, that's
Glad
right.
to have you back on my
Yeah,
Peace and Pan Africanism. Glad to be back.
I wouldn't have been a copyright strike answer, but
To hear that,
you
God.
can always check to see, the copy. Because if it's a circle with a slash through it, that's a block. That's a strike of or a warning of some, and you can rectify that. It just says copyright.
how do you feel about
You go into YouTube Studio and
Situation
video.
with Caitlin Clark.
It'll give you an option when you click on it. You look at the issue,
She had
and
been
it'll tell you what you can do. You can ignore it.
quiet
It'll tell
in the
you
WNBA.
what the copyright was,
That the white house
and it'll tell you if it impacts your
investigated
channel.
as an indication
9 times out of 10, they
they
don't.
athletic face of the league.
So,
Now they can make her the marketing face of the league. It's going to be difficult to make her the athletic
Dr.
of the league.
Umar, oh
If
no,
not,
no, no,
to
thank
the
you.
WNBA
I don't want to hear no fake ass doctor.
to the NBA. She's
Y'all,
not
y'all heard
a
the TD
Luka
Jakes, right?
Doncic or Nikola Jokic. She's not a
Yeah, just check it out. Go to your YouTube video, tap on that particular video. Yeah, Umar is off the chain, Ansel. But did you hear about TD Jakes today? Did you hear about him? They believe he suffered a stroke, and they showed the footage. He was preaching at his church. He was sitting down. Let me see if I can find the video. I can show you better than I can tell you. I don't. It didn't look like it was. You could tell he was just. And then all of a sudden, a bunch of men came around because he looked like he was ready to chair. He had just kind of dismissed the congregation. Let me see if I can find it for you. Hold on. Let me go back. T.D. Jakes. Jakes stroke. Okay, they called it a health incident. According to C. Oh, here's another one. Um,
Now, Lord, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight. O Lord, my strength. To my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight. O Lord, my strength, my redeemer. And go in peace.
go in peace. Now watch this. He just sitting there. Look at him. Look at him. You hear the audience? Ain't that something? That's ooh. Ooh. That's crazy. I know of a pastor. I know of a pastor in Dallas many years back. I'd say about years ago. And a good friend of ours. You making a vegan turkey with you. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back.
say, no, I've been here long enough to know some stuff. Hell, ain't nobody stupid. I ain't mad at you. Go and get your so, but my house said, yeah, okay. Hey, no, I don't know. Oh, yeah.
Oh my, I don't know what is going That's gonna be bomb, Abdul. That's gonna be bomb. A vegan turkey. What the heck I ate that's got my stomach so twisted? Mm, I'm sorry. Getting back to TG Jake. Or not TG Jakes. This picture that I knew that we kind of hung out with when we went to Dallas. He invited us to Dallas. My husband had to preach. This was back in 2002 when I met, and it was his wife that told me that day I would own a home, and I was like, "Pfft, you ain't seen my credit." My birthday, 2002. Do you know by December 2nd of that very year, we got the keys to this house? December 2nd, 2002. But check this out. Her husband, real cool dude. Real cool dude. He was a professor at a college down there. Really high up in ranking in the CME church. And yes, yes, Ansel, yes. We don't know if he participated in the freak offs. But yes, he went to Diddy parties. It was said that Diddy was kind of attaching himself to TD Jakes to clean up his image. No, he did. You hate taxes. Man, this, by him attaching to TD Jakes, he pretty much soiled TD Jakes's image. But anyway, getting back to this pastor, he preached a sermon, I'd say about 6 years later. He might want his back. Who, TD Jakes? Well, somebody else has got his back. God. Because he could have had that stroke somewhere else and not made it. But nevertheless, this pastor that I'm talking about, he preached a sermon one Sunday morning, just as healthy as I'll get up. Ended the service, and at the end of every service, he would, give the benediction, and then he would come out of the pulpit and he would walk down the center aisle of the congregation. Now, this was a huge church in Dallas, seated about 3,000, okay? And he got halfway down that aisle and dropped dead. Just like that. Out of the blue. I'm telling you, that's the last time I'd ever seen anything like that. So TD Jakes, what happened to him today reminded me of that other pastor. He just, as soon as he finished his sermon, boom. Same thing with TD Jakes. He ended the service, and then that's when he started going off into the convulsion. The cause of death for that first pastor, if you're talking about the first pastor, because TD didn't die today, but that first pastor, I'm not sure what it was. I really don't know. He just dropped dead. It was crazy. Yes, he just dropped. I have no idea what cause of death was. It was, oh, it was so sad because people loved this man. He was cool when we were down there. Shoot, he picked me and my husband up, and we went out to eat, and he took us around to some houses down there. He showed us their fantasy house that they wanted, and of course we went on a tour of this. It was an open house of this beautiful home, and he was playing some of the old R&B hits in the car. He wasn't stuffy at all. He was a cool cat. He was real cool. As a matter of fact, he was into music before he became a minister, and yeah, he worked with a lot of groups back in the day, way back in the day, early 70s and 60s. So he would have been in the music industry had he not accepted his calling. But man, he just boom gone, just like that. Now I don't know what the deal is with TD Jakes, but the people that are something to say about it, saying, "Oh yeah, the stress of worrying about the Diddy case and being implicated." There's so much going on though. That's right. When your time is up, your time is up. Yeah, you know what? We weren't close, but I considered him a friend. He was closer to my husband, and my husband literally broke down. He literally broke down. Matter of fact, the first time my husband preached for this man was the day Ali died in that plane crash. And then we went back the next year. At that time, I went with him the second time. He went the first time by himself, and he took like 15 people with him. And that was the service that he preached where, as a matter of fact, he made the announcement to the congregation, my husband did, that Aaliyah had just been involved in a plane crash and had died. So it was just, but when I was down there, I got a chance to sing in that sanctuary, and it was cool. It was real cool. I had to sing before my husband stepped out to preach, and people was looking at me like, "Who this white girl?" I be getting ready to sing. Thank you, Ansel. I appreciate it. But it's just TD's situation kind of triggered me. I'm like, oh my God. Because, my husband preaches every Sunday, and I don't ever want to witness something like that happen to him. I would lose my ever loving mind. I ain't gonna lie. They'd have to drag me out before they take him out. Oh, Abdul, he had a stroke. Let me play it for you. He had a stroke right there in the pulpit after he ended the service. Let me play it for you.
Now, Lord, let the words of my mouth, the meditations of my heart be acceptable in thy sight. O Lord, my my strength, my redeemer. To my mouth and the meditations of my heart be acceptable in thy sight. O Lord, my strength, my
Ain't that something? D Jakes has a stroke on stage.
the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart
I'll play it one
be
more time.
acceptable in thy sight. O Lord, my strength, my redeemer. To my mouth and the
Yes, it is
meditations
from
of my
stress,
heart
hun.
be acceptable in thy
Yep,
sight.
I agree.
O Lord, my strength, my redeemer. Go in peace.
You said go in peace. Ooh, Lord. Let me turn that off. I don't want to see that no more. Terrible. But yes, stress. And that ain't the only thing he's stressed about. This Diddy thing is just part of it. He's facing some stuff with his and his daughter, and he turned the church over to his daughter. Last I heard, I'm surprised he's up on stage right now. But she's involved with some kind. And Sarah, I'm not sure. Yeah, you talking about his daughter, Ansel, the one that took the woman's baby. That woman wanted her baby back, and this woman wouldn't give her her baby. Then somebody broke into the girl's house. Yeah, that's his daughter. The girl who's the mother this child daughter has. Yes, she took over the church. Well, Sarah, from what I understand, unless he's got another daughter, does he have another daughter? I don't want to accuse the wrong daughter. I know one of them got the church, but one a daughter, whether it's Sarah or another one, got this baby under false pretenses. Okay, got this baby under false pretenses. The girl, she kind of took the girl under her wing. Let's put it like that. And the girl, she's a young girl, not a kid, but she kind of started, being there for her and stuff like that. She talked this little girl into getting a baby to take care of, and was, struggling, I guess, and she wanted her to keep her baby, and this woman took her baby and wouldn't give it back, and they've broken into this girl's house and took her laptop, and because she started fighting because they illegally took her child. She didn't sign away no rights. And when you got somebody big and powerful like TD Jakes in your corner, you can get away with some shortcuts. So that happened a few years ago, and it's been ongoing. But yeah, it's one big mess. And now the Diddy shit, excuse my French, pops up, and he's dealing with that too. But it's ironic that all these people that all these celebrities, and ain't nobody talking. Nobody talking. Make you wonder. He ain't even talking. Matter of fact, He went on a rampage with his attorneys and was shutting down content creators, even little ones. He was shutting. Y'all, have you ever seen Nina Nina Unbreakable Woman or something? She's a content creator too. And that she does fairly well. She's not one of the big ones. All you hear is crickets. Well, she did a video because TD Jakes came after her, or should I say, his attorneys came after her for doing videos about TD Jakes and Diddy. Threatened to sue that woman. That woman got no more money than I do. Matter of fact, she got less because she don't own her own house or nothing. She's just a regular content creator that's trying to make ends meet. And TD Jakes sent his attorneys out and he was running down content creators left and right that were talking about Diddy and him, the whole Diddy thing. So, I mean, but I'm like this. If you ain't done nothing, what you running people down for? You a man of God. You supposed to have faith. That's all I'm saying. Ain't you supposed to let God fight your battles? I don't know. It's possible. They said he's a bottom. I ain't one to gossip, so you ain't heard that from me. I'm sorry. No, TD. They said TD is a bottom. But again, that was going around poking everybody. Exactly. What are you going around intimidating small content creators for? What do you care what people say? If you ain't done nothing, God is on your side. Ansel, you know what? I look at people's actions. Oh hell no. I ain't nothing supposed to go in. Only that is awful. Whoever came up with that concept, you missed the look, you missed the wrong hole. Stay out of that hole. That ain't the hole to go in. I have a hard time pushing shit out. When the stuff coming up in there. Him and Diddy, in my opinion, yeah, they did the do. They did the do. They did the do. They did the do. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to have an objective opinion or no opinion. But that's just sad all the way around. That is sad all the way around. Diddy is going straight to hell. Even if only half of the people are lying. Because there's going to be a handful in there that's trying to get some money out of this. That ain't never met Diddy in their life. They're going to try to get a money grab. But for all them people are lying on you? No. And he just think he got this thing wrapped up. He about to find out. He really thinks he's so arrogant and so wrapped up in himself. Exactly, Ansel. But now let's be fair. The white parties were separate freak offs. So they gave people the option to leave when the white part over. We about to do some adult stuff, so this would be the time for you to leave and take your kids with you. Why do you have children at any kind of Diddy party, be it black, white, purple, green, or freaky freak off? Why would you bring your kids? You got kids at the Diddy party. And I don't care what they were dressed in, whatever color it was, whatever they were doing, not doing. Why do you have your kids at a Diddy party? That's sick. Some of the parents need to go to jail. But nevertheless, those people that didn't get into the freak offs left. You know, Denzel's a perfect example. There was one girl, this one young lady that just came out. She was one of the dancers that were privy to all this stuff going on, and she been telling it. And she even told on herself. That's why I know she ain't lying. She said there was a girl at one of those parties that she was hired to dance at, because she was a porn star at one point in time and a go-go dancer and all this. And her name, I can't remember her name. I'm looking at her picture right now. But she was telling the story about this young lady that was laid out on a table. And I'm sure you guys have seen this picture with the face blurred out. There was a girl laying on a table and there was fruit all around her body. She's laid out on a table. There's fruit everywhere, food. And people were eating food off of her body. That girl was 11 or 12 years old. But she didn't have no young body. She didn't look like no kid. She looked more developed. She was just a kid. And this girl that told it said, even I ate strawberries off of her body because I didn't know she was that young. That's sick. That's sick. So, people are coming out slowly but surely that have receipts. It's really unfortunate that they waited this long to drop some of them receipts, because these people could have diverted all that. Denzel saw one girl on stage dancing. Him and his wife were at one of the parties. And there was a girl up there dancing, and she had to go to the bathroom really bad. And they wouldn't let her. Diddy wouldn't let her go off. She had to boo-boo. And they said, no, you hold it and keep going. And she couldn't hold it, and it just came out. Right. You heard that one? And it was a bad one, wet, just all over the place. Diddy whooped her ass, kicked her ass. And Denzel saw, this is before the ass whooping, I would imagine, but Denzel saw this happen on stage. And he snatched his wife by the hand and told Diddy, you don't give a damn about nobody, do you? And stormed out of there. But see, ain't that terrible? You gonna make that girl dance and she gotta take a big old shit. And then gonna kick her tail because she couldn't hold it. But man, FBI done got all kind of information, the federal prison system information on him now. Because he up here trying to be in jail. Using other people's calling cards. Because each inmate has their own calling card. And those phone calls are monitored. And he's been trying to be slick. Absolutely not, Ansel. He's been using other inmates' calling cards to call his sons, other people, to have them witness tamper or, just tamper with people that could testify against him. They got all the tea. Yep, yep. And they got hip to him on the phone. He had information in his cell, and they'd been listening to his conversations, heard everything he was telling these people. Right. all these all this stuff that he was telling his people, and they did a raid on all the cells in his cell block, including his, and they were able to get some paperwork that was in there. And now the attorneys are saying you had no right to steal client privilege, client lawyer client work or some crap like that, because he claims he can't properly fight his case being in jail. And that's why, he wants a bail so he can go home and properly defend himself. Go down the hall. You shouldn't be in here in the first place. You know, you got all that money. Pay them attorneys to stay longer than an hour or two. Pay somebody. Come on. I can't fight my case properly here. I need to be in another setting. I need to be at home with an ankle monitor. No, you don't get to dictate what happens to you because you've been doing this for 30 something years. You've been getting away scot free. You've been, man, not just the freak offs. We won't talk about the pow pows. That young lady that said that Diddy boomed her in the face. Yep, yep. That young lady that got shot in the face, she's out there. I mean, she's out there. Yes, he has. He's been doing dirt for years and years. Let's start with the 9 people. That's right, Natanya Rubin. They get away with everything, nephew. They get away with way too much. Exactly. Like the Oprahs of the world. Yep. Man, he did his own boys dirty. He drugged Kevin Hart. They have a video of Kevin Hart being drugged and violated in a bathtub. The feds have that one. So he can talk all the crap he wants with the attorneys. They're trying to get him a bail hearing based on the current charges, which involve Cassie. And they're trying to say, well, that was consensual, even though that video of her getting her butt kicked doesn't mean much to the attorneys. They try to justify and say, oh, well, that was just a lover's spat. Yes, they did that to Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart was at a whole bunch of them parties. He was one of the people that were recording all the time. Same with Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx he was the main recorder for a while. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if Jamie decided, look, this ain't my bag no more. Something had to go down. Next thing you know, Jamie Foxx almost dead. Yeah, he said it was a lover spat between him and Cassie. That she extorted money from him because some little technicalities about that law that was suspended where you have been used and a certain amount of time, the statute of limitations didn't matter until a certain amount of time had passed or something. But anyway, she was right up to the very end, the expiration time that she could file charges, and they took that and ran with it. I'm writing a tell-all book. Um, you can pay me $30 million and I'll make the book go away. He said, bitch, please. I don't care about you. And a few days later, the attorney was knocking on her attorney's door. We're about to file suit. Abuse. No tiptoeing around it. Stockholm syndrome. These women have Stockholm syndrome when they're with these people for so long. Exactly, Ansel. They wonder because the public re victimizes them. Tell them they're lying. Oh, well, you stuck around. You must not have cared. That ain't got nothing to do with that. That has got nothing to do with that. When somebody's putting their hands on, and that goes for females too. The females that are putting their hands on these men, don't put your ass in a man's position if you don't want to get dealt with like a man. Where's my mic? Let me drop it. That's all I'm saying. Neither one have any right to be hitting on the other. I don't care if you're male or female. Keep your hands to yourself. And if you put your hands on somebody, don't get all discombobulated when they knock the smooth hell out of you. I mean to tell you, because it takes a man a lot to not retaliate. And these women nowadays, some of them want to see how far they can go. I can't stand that victim blaming. They make it seem like the victim was more in the wrong than the accused. Exactly. What, I'm wrong because I stayed? No, he's wrong because he hit me. Whether I stayed or not, he was wrong. Now, don't get me wrong. I still think that there's something to be said about staying, but get some help to where you won't stay in that mess. Everybody comes to a breaking point. You at my door, babe? Let me go check my door. Let me go check my door. You can come in.
I didn't want to bother you.
Why not? Make an appearance. Say hi to people. Come say hi to people.
How y'all doing tonight? Hope you're having a blessed evening. I'm about to have one because I got to go to bed. I have to be up at 5 o'clock in the morning to get the kids so my baby can sleep. Y'all have a blessed evening. Okay? Love you. Mwah.
He's so sweet.
I ain't going to bed yet, but
He's so sweet, ain't he? He so sweet. Yeah. Oh, I thank God we didn't have to go through all that hitting shit. Came close a couple times, but never had to go there. Hey, life be life, and don't it? But I tell you, these victims are coming out left and right, though. And these three black girls, I'm looking at this one thumbnail, and it's these three women. Each one of them were victims, so to speak. One of them I've seen do videos, little short videos that are like, wow. The one in the middle is the one that I was telling you about. She was a sex worker. No, not really. She was a dancer. And she ended up doing the do with a lot of people. But she was hired. But there were times where she was even victimized. But it wasn't so much of what he did to her. It's what she saw. That's why she's out talking about it. That, no, I'm not the victim, but I can tell you who was. Because she was dropping names left and right. Left and right. She dropped Usher's name. She dropped that Bieber boy. What's his name? The white boy. Bieber. Can't remember his first name. That's a shame. I thought she said Bow Wow, but I don't think that was the case. That might have been somebody else that's just talking. But I don't believe everybody I hear. Justin, thank you. Justin. Little Justin, Poe Justin is so messed up. But you know what? I got something to say about these damn parents that sent their kids off like that. Why would you do that? Why? Why would you do that? Usher's mother had no business sending her boy off to a man. I don't care who he is or what kind of camp he got going on. If there ain't no other kids and you can't show me some kid stuff going on, no, no. This ain't summer camp we talking about. You sending this boy off to a grown ass man who can't seem to act right. And then when Justin Bieber comes along, I guess the suspicious antennas were going up in his family. So how did Diddy fix that? He sent Usher to get him. So Usher was the one that brought Justin Bieber to Diddy. But these parents need to be held accountable as well. You so hell bent on getting your child in the business so they can be rich and famous. Why? So you don't have to work anymore? I'm just saying what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm going to go get my son in the business. Let me quit my job over here and make my full-time job. Mm-mm. Just wait till they grow up. Just let them wait till they grow up. You ain't got to push no child like that. Unless it's something actually legitimate that can be monitored, that you can send it. Look, if I can't be there with my child, with these people, I wouldn't either, Ansel. And if they wanted to, and I had a way to get them in there, if I can't be there with him, kick rocks, y'all. Peace. Because if I can't be there with him, that means that you doing something you ain't got no business doing. Absolutely. Absolutely. I came real close to going away for years on that very reason. It was my son that said, Mama, please, please, it happened so long ago. Please don't kill her. I was going to kill her. And guess what? I didn't have to do it. God took care of that. She died about a year later. Nope. Nope. Don't touch him. Don't have him doing no nasty shit to you or none of that. Leave him alone. That's why I'm so pissed off with the school system right now. Because they're talking to these kids about sex as soon as they get into kindergarten. What are you talking to these kids about that for? They ain't got no business even thinking about that. Do you identify as male or female? What? Child, I mean to tell you. Ansel, so you've got young kids, right? And they're both in school. Do you know what they're talking to your kids about in school? Do they inform you guys that they talk to them about this LGBTQ stuff, and they're forcing it on the kids without the permission of the parents? They're not giving the parents any leeway to have a say in it. You have to literally pull your kid out if you don't want them exposed to that garbage. That's why my grandson don't go to school all the time, because my son and his baby mama, one of them, one of his baby mamas went up to that school. Oh, they're not going to send anything to you, dear. The school ain't going to let you know nothing. Talk to your children. Please talk to your children and ask them, do the school talk to them about sex? Just ask that question. And I'm almost willing to bet they're going to say yes. Because they doing some crazy stuff in the school system these days. My son and my grandson's mother had to go up to the school together. They ain't even together, but they as a unit went up to that school and had a conversation with the principal and said, I understand you're teaching my son about sex. And at the time, he was only in the third grade. Now, usually we didn't get that little sex education class until fifth or sixth grade. And even then, they had to write a letter to the parents for their permission because parents back then didn't want their kids exposed to that yet, you know, or they felt like I can do that myself with my child. I don't need you to talk to my child about that. But what they were doing back then, they were talking to us in separate rooms. The girls were in one room, the boys were in another, and they talked to us about our development, you know, how our bodies are, or what things function as to what. Same with the boys. The girls had their class, the boys had theirs. But this shit they doing now, honey, they spreading the LGBTQ love, okay? They got a whole section in the library with the rainbow, and it's the LGBTQ section. And they ask questions, answer questions. All right, do you have questions? Do you know if you like boys or girls? What? That ain't none of your business. And why are you asking a child that? That's almost inappropriate to me. Yes, they are doing this in the schools right now. My grandson goes to school on he's out of school on certain days, and that's the days that they're teaching sex or sex education, whatever they want to name it. My son said, I don't want y'all teaching my son none of this. Believe in all this. Now, if you be gay, straight, whatever, that's your business. I don't care what you do in your own bedroom, but you're not going to be pawning that off on my child. And they said, well, you have no say in the matter. He said, so what? What? He said, I do have a say. What days are you going to be conducting these classes? I want a full listing of when you intend to bring this curriculum out. And they asked him why. He said, because those will be the days he won't be here. Point blank, period. And that's the only way you can keep your kids away from that mess. You have to make sure that you know when they're going to be teaching something like that in class, because they don't notify the parents anymore. They don't say, is it okay for little Johnny to be in our sex class? We're talking about gay relationships this week, or we're talking about bisexual next week, or they are going down the line. They doing each alphabet, you know. And these kids, they ain't got no business being exposed to that right now. They're in elementary school. They got one little girl that just left my daycare. She's 5 years old. She ain't even 6 yet. She started kindergarten in December. And I'm sorry, September, my bad. And her mom took her to a kind of an upscale type of, not even quite a private school. It might have been a charter school. But they started questioning this little girl about what does she identify as. Huh? She said, do you like girls or boys? And the little girl is like clueless. She been here since she was in diapers. I've had this baby I had her for 5 years. 5 years of her life, for the exception of her first 6 months or 8 months. She's playing with other little kids, mainly other little girls, because I didn't have a lot of boys at the time. But they asked this girl if she liked girls or boys, and naturally she says, well, my friends are girls. I play with girls a lot. But her mother interjected and said, what are you asking her that for? And they explained to her, well, we need to know what she identifies as. So I know they have had those type of questions asked in classes that talk about that. But my daughter, yes, talk to your daughter. Talk to your daughter. And as a matter of fact, talk to the school. And if I were you, Ansel, I would ask your son's school to give you a breakdown of what they're teaching your son in that regard, because you have a right to know what they're discussing with your son. They should be able to give you the curriculum that they're teaching him in about that. Exactly, bestie. Hello, bestie. Good to see you. I was just telling them, and I'm glad you're here, bestie, because you here in Washington State, and this is where this shit's going down. Yes, at the my grandsons. Hi, baby. Both of my grandsons are in the Seattle School District. And this is what they are teaching these kids. They have an entire section in the library for LGBTQ with a rainbow. Unbelievable. And that's just what they have available in the library. It's madness. They teaching these kids to, yeah, they're kids. That's what they are. Doesn't matter what their sex is and what they identify as. Don't be planting no seeds in their head. Yeah, it's crazy. I'm so pissed off. My husband works for Cleveland High School, and he confirmed it to me. He says every school has an LGBTQ section in it. Every school, whether it's elementary, middle school, or high school. I can't. I just can't. I can't. All I know is that Satan is attacking these babies. Talking about transgender and asking if they identify as boy or girl. I said, thank you. That's what I'm talking about, bestie. They're pushing this shit on them kids. That pisses me off so bad. And did they ask your permission to talk to her about that? Exactly. Exactly. That's my point. They're too young. No permission. They didn't even tell you. They didn't even mention to you that they were going to talk to her, did they? She told you. That's what I'm saying. They're doing this shit behind the parents' back. They're doing it behind y'all's back. I thank God that I am not a mother of a child right now that's in school, because I would go smooth off. I would go smooth off. It's a wonder I ain't done it already with my grandchildren. But they got a mama and daddy to do that. Cause see, I'd been and took something. I'd have took a pow with me. Y'all'd see me on the news. Old crazy woman shoots the principal. So we gonna leave that alone. I always have conversations with Mimi, what she learned, what she treated right by all teachers, what she learned. Yeah, you gotta talk to these kids. Just like they have a bully policy, but they don't want your child to defend themselves. When my daughter's school told me that, I bucked on them. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. If some kid is bullying my child or my grandchild, I tell them you better handle your business. Because there's one way to deal with a bully. You give it back to them, and they will never leave. They'll never bother you again. That's old school. These schools don't want these kids to defend themselves. Yep. Yep. Whew. I told them not my kids. I teach them to fight back and don't let nobody disrespect or touch, or it's on and popping. That's right. You got to bring ass to get ass. And we ain't talking about no diddy ass. I love the Lord, but he didn't make no fool. I've had to fight all my life because people thought that they could take advantage of me because of the color of my skin, and they had to find out, you don't want to see the nigga in me. And when they pushed me far enough, they got to see the nigger in me. And that's how I had to gain my respect. That's how kids have to do it right now. The Diddy part. But I'm just saying, kids that are picked on like that, if you ain't gonna stop the bully, they have to stop the bully. Because it's a respect thing, it's a power thing. These kids that are bullying other kids, or chances are being bullied themselves. But instead of defending themselves against the bullies that are bullying them, they're going around and bullying people that are, less able to defend themselves. One good whop upside the head, I bet they stop. I know it did for me. You want to bring ass to get ass. Go on right ahead. Go on right ahead. Somebody dinging me. Somebody must know I'm talking about them. Your medical bill from your visit to Swedish Health Services at Swedish Hospital is due. Okay. And please, miss me. Not on a Sunday night. I'll pay it tomorrow. Ain't that something? Getting a text message to pay a bill. Send me the bill. You ain't got to text me. Send me the bill. Send me anything else you want to send me. I probably done missed some messages. I've been running my mouth. And that's the thing, because of they are taught not to stand up for themselves. How are they going to have a backbone when they get older and get to middle school and high school and then to adulthood? Exactly, Ansel. And here's the cold part about it. This is where I have a problem with the police. They don't want parents to discipline their children. And I don't condone beating on no child. I don't condone that. I do believe in spanking to a certain degree. Yes, I believe in spanking. I was spanked. I didn't turn out to be a serial killer. My husband did. My husband was beat. He was abused. He didn't turn out crazy. But there's a line you don't cross. And nowadays, they don't even want the parents to discipline their children physically. And I think that's wrong as well. There should be a line that you can't cross. Because here's my thing. You don't want me to pop my child on the behind or smack him on the leg or whatever you consider to be abusive. But you can turn around when that child is older and the police can come and shoot him for no reason. That's right. See? That's what I'm talking about. Hold on just a second. Okay. Alrighty then. Oh, I was starting to do the pee-pee dance. Doing the pee-pee dance. Doing the pee-pee dance. Doing the pee-pee dance. Doing the pee-pee dance. Hey, doing the pee-pee dance. Doing the pee-pee dance. Okay, I'm done. I don't have to pee no more, so I can stop now. But yeah, I got on my soapbox again, didn't I? We had to talk about something. These kids, boy, I just feel sorry for what they have to look forward to. Technology and all. They've got so much to deal with now. Nothing close to what, we didn't deal with nothing close to what they're dealing with now. They have the technology thing, you know, that's wonderful. You know, social media. That's but there's always downfalls to technology. You know, anything that has been made for good can be used for bad as well. And I think we all know that. But man, Ansel, talk to your daughter. Talk to your daughter next time, tomorrow morning on her way to school. Just ask her, what do you guys talk about in school, honey? Anything new? You know, and if she doesn't open up, you know, ask the school. You don't have to be afraid. Ask the school, are you guys teaching any kind of sex education to the children? And they have to tell you if you ask, but they sure ain't telling y'all beforehand. They have something here called Canvas. It's how the kids do their work electronically. Uh-huh. Is that something that you can monitor? All of this electronics. Yeah, we got a big dose of it during COVID, didn't we? I had a house full of kids, school and out of school age and non-school age. And the school age kids came with their laptops or tablets, depending on how old they were. And I had to make sure that them kids got on their, I can go into the parent dashboard to see assignments. Good, good. I don't know if they're doing assignments wi- on that subject, the, you know, sex part. But, man. Hi, Brandon. How are you, dear? I'm looking forward to seeing you and Abdul do your thing. Some of the kids were sleeping on camera and not paying. They sure was. Ansel, I seen it every morning because I had my grandson here at the time, one of my grandsons. And it'd be time for him to wake up and go to class and he'd be laying down. No, get up. You got to sit up, buddy. You ain't laying around. That's going to be so much fun. I'm going to definitely watch it. I'm going to definitely watch that. Yes, that should be cool. But yeah, them kids was there were kids on camera literally almost snoring. It was sad. And what can you do? Now my kids, no, you going to sit at this table. I would have to split them up so they wouldn't distract one another. It was a mess. I can only imagine if you have a bunch of kids living at home and you don't have much space where you can separate them. My nephew is currently being homeschooled through the computer through the school. He's doing much better than regular school. I believe it, Brandon. That's what it's gonna. That's what it's gonna boil down to for a lot of kids because school is nothing like it used to be. My son was in the eighth grade when the shutdown happened, and he would tell me stuff. Yep, I did the same thing with my son. He sat at the table in the kitchen. That's right. You gonna do this, you gonna do just like you'd be in school, you gonna do it right here. You gonna do it right here. And nope, you're not gonna keep going to the bathroom. Hi, Mrs. Who? All the misses? All the misses in the house. My kids hated the virtual school during the, oh, I don't know of any kid that enjoyed it. I really don't know of any kid. Because it's such a psychological shift. You know, you're at home. At home, you're supposed to have fun, not school. And it's not even homework. You're doing school. You're in school, and your teacher is right here. But man, that was a bad. I hated that part. I hated that part of the pandemic because I had a house full of kids. My limit, my capacity is 10 children. I can have up to 10 children at a time on on the grounds. And to have a house with 10 kids, and out of the 10, 8 of them were doing school. The others were toddlers. It was awful. It was awful. And then it got a little better. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to think. I think a couple of school agers just stopped. They just stopped doing school. The moms didn't even send them here with their laptops, and I'm like, that's not cool. But hey, you do you, boo. Less work for me, you know. But man, that was a rough time. Homeschooling on virtual schooling. That's what it was. Virtual schooling. He had a nice teacher though. Okay, now I know YouTube is tripping because it says I have one person in the chat. I don't believe that. I really don't believe that at all. Lies. Okay. Well, it says one person, they tripping. And I could have swore Brandon was talking. So, niece, do you guys have kids? Do you have any kids together? Some kids thrived on that, like my nephew. Thrived on what? The homeschool thing? You do. Okay. How old are they? A lot of absent. Yes, they were. A lot of kids became absent. Yep. Yep. It was not a good time. Not a good time to be a parent and still work, you know. It was awful. It was very awful. And then at some point in time, all the kids stayed home for some reason. I think they cracked down on, I don't know, it was something where the parents actually had to stay home. I think their jobs made them stay home. So I was like, okay, cool. Long they still paid me. The state still paid me because I was paid according to enrollment at that time instead of attendance. I was so pissed 2 weeks ago. Mimi's friend was talking to her about sex and boys. When I found out, I called her mom angry. You told me about that. You sure did. You told me about that. I don't blame you one bit. She's seeing something or hearing something. You can't go by what they are, what have. Okay, I get it. But I'm not cool with it. Then she had the nerve to ask if I could babysit. I said, bitch, really? That will be a hell no. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Man, people got nerve. Hell no. 3 kids in all, but 2 together. All right. All right. How old are they, sweetheart? kids, kiddo, 6 and 4. Oh my God. Oh my God. You got little girls. Oh my God. I bet them is some daddy's girls. I bet they got him wrapped around their pinky finger. Daddy's little girls. I bet they cute as hell too. I bet they are some cutie pies. Yes. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Did your husband say that you were Puerto Rican? Are you Puerto Rican? They with grandma. She a big oh grandmas are wonderful. This is all girls in my house. Youngest just turned 11. Girls wonderful. Yes, they are, especially when daddy is the love of their life. Both of my kids, wait a minute, that were in school when the pandemic. Yeah, for real, Ansel. Spoiled. Yes, them girls. It's easy to spoil them. I didn't have girls. God knew what he was doing. Yes. I had nothing but boys. God knew. God knew what he was doing. 'Cause I'd have to crack her ass. Get out of my clothes. Get out of my makeup. Don't touch my shit. Me and her would be fighting. Ooh, my goodness. I couldn't. I got nieces. I got a lot of nieces, a lot of cousins and all that. But daughters, African and Puerto Rican. Ooh, them babies is going. Oh my God, that's a combination. Woo, they are fine. 5 girls and cell. Oh my God, 5 girls. No boys. Mm. Yes, sweetheart. Niece, I know your husband's got a bat or more for when them little boys be coming around telling me, is so and so home? Get your ass out of here. Oh my goodness, I know them as some beautiful girls. Ain't nothing like a good mix. Ain't nothing like a good mix. No, my mom didn't have any boys, but my dad and his wife, my stepmom, have a son together. Okay, okay. I have a mother here where, the little baby that I watch, she is the ninth of 10 children. There's some ninth out of 10. Ninth out of 10 children. And now she has four. This was her last one that she has. The cutie pie. Yes, that baby. Well, that baby's mother is number 9 out of 10 children. And her mother, the mother's mother, she had 10. Her grandmother had 12. Do you realize how big this family is? One woman has 10 kids, and they're having kids. Another one has I think six. This out of 10 kids, one child has six of their own. This one has four. Another one has four more. Another one has two. Can you imagine a family barbecue? It's a lot just with the 10 children. Let's add their children. Let's add their children and spouses. My grandma had 16 kids. Oh my God. My mom has seven sisters and eight brothers. God bless her. Hallelujah. Ain't no way. When I had number two, I told that doctor, I don't care what you do. You can pickle it, jar it. I don't care. Tie this shit up. I'm not having no more. No more. And they didn't want to do it. And I told them, well, if you don't, you're going to take the next one home with you. Had no epidural, and she had a set of, oh my God, no epidural? Oh, oh, I'm having heart palpitations just thinking about that one. Oh, oh, no epidural. I couldn't imagine. Labor is very painful. Hi, team. How you doing? I'm gonna start calling you Flipper. That's my new name for you, Flipper, because you flip a lot. I would be dead twice. Team said, "What the fuck did I just tune into?" We talking about kids, people having a lot of kids. Oh, Flipper. Flipper is your new name for me, team. Yes, sir. We talking about people that have a lot of kids. Ain't no doggone way. You seen this? Oh my God, that's funny. You tuned into 50 Kids and still popping more out. We're getting into parenthood, team. Oh my goodness, that's we were initially talking about the school system and what they're exposing these children to at such a young age, and we ended up getting on the subject of people having multiple children. Whew. Hi everyone, and yeah, I'm here, but I'm in and out. I'm about to shower to listen these. Okay, well you take care of yourself, baby. We got you. We here. Lessen these chills. What's got you chilling? Why are you chilling? I hope you ain't coming down with something. We don't want you to be sick. I don't know. I got the you don't want it, stay 5 miles away, whatever it is. I'm so sorry, hun. It's so sick, especially around the holidays. You got to take care of yourself. You out there flipping in the bad weather today. Don't make me go get Mother Jones on you. Okay. Oh, say less. I totally understand. You work with kids. That's it. When you work with kids, you are bound to get something. Never fails. I stay sick around the holidays for that reason. These kids, boy, they nasty. They can't help it. Kids and germs, they just wipe it all on you or wipe it, especially the babies. Oh my God. Them babies, boy, because that bacteria comes out of their body and just not just their snot and or you know, but when you have to change their diaper, it's in there too. It's in their pee. It's so it's very contagious. I hope better though, sweetheart. Definitely feel better. When one gets it, it circles through the house. Absolutely, Brandon. It's crazy. It's crazy. Do you guys take flu shots or anything like whatever it is causing muscle aches and chills, like real bad though? And nah, I never do the flu shots. Okay. Yeah. You know, all flu shots do is just give you the flu. That's all they doing. They give you the flu so you don't catch it from someone else. Okay. Want to hack though? My wife has a little cheat code. We are holistic. Okay. What is your wife's cheat code? Tell me what she does. Tell me what I need some info. She gave my Midol for the. Oh, you wouldn't think to take it as a guy, but it works and treat on flu aches. Wonderful. I got the COVID shots and I'm glad that I did because I think I would have died if I, damn it, get back here. I would have died if I didn't. I got COVID. It was bedridden for a month. Oh my God. Ooh, Brandon. I got the COVID shots too because I wasn't. It was scary. I mean, at that particular time, especially when it first came out, was just so scary. I don't play with the government shots. I hear you, but with the COVID thing, got was scared to the point where I did get the shot because I just like was dying, and I'm like, oh my God, that'd be just right. That would be me. I thought I was going to die. Honestly, I thought I was never going to get out of bed. You know what, Brandon? Even with the shot, I still got COVID and I still got sick. So all it did was prevent me from feeling worse. Yeah, it was a beast, Ansel. I wanted to go to a concert or something, and all of a sudden I got so sick, my husband had to take somebody else. It was awful. And that was with the shot and the backup, the booster. I'm pretty sure I avoided COVID, luckily. Well, that's good. But you know what, team? It's still out there. It wouldn't hurt to at least get tested. It wouldn't hurt to get tested because it's still out there. It may have prevented you from dying. We lost his uncle who was an anti-vax, very healthy, got it and died. Yeah, I knew some people that died from it as well. Yes, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was. I had, yeah. I mean, if you're a healthy individual, chances are it's gonna, you'll be uncomfortable, you'll be sick. But somebody that's not that healthy, well, not 100% healthy, health, this smoking it was attacking the lungs. Yeah, you take a lot of stuff, huh, babe? Yeah, because you're holistic. Sea moss. I tried sea moss. I found out about a lot of stuff after that. Yeah, I got all kinds of, and I really should get back to taking them. Sea moss. Yeah. Do you take the pill form? Stinging nettle. What is stinging nettle, hun? No, you didn't bring R. Kelly into the conversation. It's good for virus. You talk about what? The stinging nettle? Is that what that is? For good for viruses? I've never heard of that. Stinging nettle. Okay. Yeah. That was my fear. The respiratory. And she who is borderline diabetic smokes was only flu symptoms for 2 days. Wow. Wow. Brandon, that sounds like me a little bit. I'm not I was borderline. I was pre-diabetic, and I stopped drinking Pepsi and caramel macchiatos, and I left that alone. If you're not healthy, it will kill you. I can say I'm pretty healthy because I do a lot of yoga. I walk a lot of holistic medication. Hmm. Yeah, if you're not real healthy, it was taking folks out up here. And see, the COVID thing started right here in Washington State at a nursing home. Bunch of old people got it first. That's where it started. It was crazy. And just I was just on a trip from Atlanta, or we went to Atlanta and came back. We had to wear our masks and stuff on the plane, and at that time it was just starting. It was a trip too, because I was like, this mask, but I don't like germs either. Yeah, I didn't play with COVID. I took the shot for others' sakes. Yeah, I understand. I understand. And I don't have a problem with people that don't want the shot. I don't have a problem with that. It's the people that don't take the shot and doesn't believe that they're gonna catch COVID, and if they do, they're still gonna, go out and enter people's space. I just had a problem with a lot of people that did that, just purposefully went into other people's space. If you don't want to take the shot, that's fine. But you don't force yourself on people saying, "Yeah, I don't I don't believe in blah blah blah," and cough. I mean, just there were some nuts out there doing some crazy shit. Oh, what did I miss? I'm just running my mouth. Yeah, I didn't play with COVID. I took the shot for others say. It's an herb, right? Abdul. No, I know it's real. I take precaution. Same as my wife, borderline. My lungs. Next. I'm clueless. I'm clueless in Seattle. I don't not take flu shots for any particular reason other than I am just lazy. But COVID was too serious to be lazy about. Amen. Amen, Flipper. Say that, Flipper. You know what cracked me up? When Trump was telling people, well, maybe if you, drank some kind of disinfectant, some bleach or something. Nut. What's going on up in this region of your head to think that it's okay for people to ingest bleach, Lysol, anything like that? I'm just asking. It'll get rid of the, all right. It'll get rid of your life. You go right ahead. Yep, you'll knock all that COVID out when you drink that bleach, and they'll have your funeral anyway. That man was nuts. That's the craziest shit I'd ever seen in my life. Let's go. Okay, no, that's their president. Oh, he said that's y'all's president. Some people had to get tested on a regular basis, so I know that sucked having to do that test. Like, oh God, it was awful. I hated that test. All up in your nose, just digging, digging. They tried to pull your thoughts out. I live in my house, so I'm then. I live in my house, so I'm then president. That's right, Auntie. I'm going to have to leave soon, but it's been a pleasure talking to you as always. You too, Brandon. Thank you. I appreciate you so much, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys get together and chop it up for real. Get in that kitchen. Get tested every single Friday. It was annoying, and I've never had it, but I did catch it later on. Okay. Didn't actually bother me that much. Oh my God, really? That test was awful. Bye, Brandon. We'll see you later, hun. It's good talking to you. Nephew, when are you guys gonna are this is this gonna be live? When you guys do your Friendsgiving? Tomorrow, right. But like what time? Is it gonna be a live or are you guys making a video and posting it? It's gonna be live. I said 3 o'clock, not gonna be till 4 or 5. I never let the people know when I'm going live because people wish bad on me. Oh, hun, I hear you. I'll just keep my eyes open because I definitely want to see that. I don't want to miss that. I'll have these kids here. They'll just have to go sit down somewhere. Shoot, I might have them watch it too because they all get an iPad. Okay. Okay, let us know in Discord. I'm good with that. I know you are. I know you are. That is the wonderful thing about technology. It can bring people together as if they in the same room. That's just like what we doing right now. We sitting up here talking to each other like we sitting in the same room. And everybody's spread out all over this country and even all over the continent. The world. That's cool. That is what's up. I just can't wait to go live in the summertime. Matter of fact, I think I'm gonna do a live stream when we get ready to go to Phoenix. I'll have my phone juiced up and we'll be at the airport and I'll do a live stream as we go through, We are in the same room. That's right, Flipper. But I would have to probably start it and stop it and start it again because going through security, you got to put your phone in there. And if anyone needed me badly, I would be there. Oh, that's so sweet. So yeah, I'll do my live stream once we go through the security checkpoint because they make you turn your phone on and go through this. Uh, I'll wait until we get through that part. I might do a little video in advance on our way and stuff like that and post it. But I'll do the actual live stream once we pass through security and, head toward the gate and wait for the boarding and talk some shit, whatever. Or get on the plane and see all the people, sit in the seat. But then once the plane gets ready to take off, I gotta end the stream. That'd be something to live stream, though, I think. What y'all think? You think you'd be interested in that? Auntie Mickey at the airport? Auntie Mickey and family at the airport. It'll be me, my husband, and Xavion. Oh, that's right, airplane mode. hmm Okay, okay. Well, cool. I'll make it a point. I'll make it a point. Now, just know I would do it on the plane while we're flying, but at that point, I'd be out. I'd be sleep. I don't really like flying. It's boring. So yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll do that. Yeah. It's 10:06. Oh, what is this? I recorded my trip from VA to Alabama. It was fun. I like the Charlotte airport. It's nice and huge. Charlotte is, I've been through the Charlotte airport before too. It's nice. Really nice. I got to hear what Larry Reed is talking about. He's talking about TD Jakes. Um, what's going on? Yeah, I gotta step up my editing skills and do some things. Get me an intro set up. Some kind of little music, something, some with some music and fancy smancy stuff. Boogie Time has a nice little intro. It's cute. Even Bestie's got a cute little intro. They have a Cinnabon in there and a Chick-fil-A. Yes, they do, Ansel. Well, when I went through, they didn't, but they got everything in these airports. I stay away from airports simply because I used to work at the airport. I worked at the airport for a good 15 years. I hated it after a while. Bojangles. Oh, yeah. Bojangles is smoking. I want to go to the Waffle House, but I'm not going all the way to Atlanta just to go to the Waffle House. Who's got a puppy? Oh, that is from Team. Okay. Vegan kid. Okay. It went away. Well, I think maybe since it's 10 o'clock, 10 after 10, I think I'm gonna shut this down, but I'm not gonna shut down my live. I'm just gonna go into nighttime mode. And I need to do something beside the little. Y'all don't have a waffle. No, we don't, Ansel. We have an IHOP. We've got a lot of IHOPs and a lot of Denny's, um, but no Waffle House. Should I put up the lady, niece? You want me to put up the smoking lady? I mean, I can, but I would like to work on maybe down the line, do some kind of a a video of some kind, a loop that could, just be some soothing music with waterfall sounds or something like that. So, but I don't know how to do that on a live. You know how when you're watching somebody who's live and they're playing a video game, you can see the video game playing. You don't see the person that's on live. You just see the game that they're playing. And I don't know how that's done. How does that work? Oh, that's right. That's right. Streamlabs. Yeah, they need to put a Waffle House over there. We have so many in Virginia. Yeah, I think we should have one. Streamlabs. You know what? I think I do have Streamlabs, but can you use Streamlabs on your iPad? Or is it exclusively for a laptop or desktop? I know I have OBS on my MacBook, and I hardly use it. Yes. Okay, I forgot what I asked you. Yes, what, baby? You can put it on your iPad, Streamlabs on your iPad? Okay, okay. Okay, well, I'll give that a shot. Is it hard? Is it easy to manipulate? Because if I got to try to figure it out tonight, I'm just not going to work. I'll just have to, go the way I've been doing it. I want to start having. Oh, okay. I want to start being able to have other people, you know, like share the screens with other people, have several people in the chat, and we can talk face to face. Oh, okay. That's right. OBS does have streaming on there. OBS gives me diarrhea. I swear that thing gets on my nerves. I wouldn't use other people's contact because then that's a copyright. Other people's contact for what, hun? You could only use your content to stream. Okay. Okay, I wasn't planning on playing anybody else's content. Unless it was, I mean, just like you know how on YouTube you can, my grandson uses this a lot. He goes to that channel that has the music that puts you to sleep kind of thing, and it's just a screen with maybe rain coming down, and it's got this music, some of that like rain pouring down or a fire crackling. You ever seen one of those videos of a fireplace and the fire and it's crackling in the background, that kind of thing? That's kind of what I want to do from when at nighttime instead of the smoking lady. Non-copyright stuff. That's what I want to do. I don't want to use anybody else's stuff. A loop video, right? Something that's just going to continuously play the same thing 10 seconds worth of fire. Just loop, 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 loop. Okay. I want to set something like that up. OBS. Okay. But OBS doesn't work on my iPad for some reason. I had to put it on my laptop. I put it on my Streamlabs. Okay. Streamlabs would work on the iPad. Okay. I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot. I saw what's her name? Tasha. You know what I'm talking about. Silver hair. Netherlands. Um she did a what's his name? He's a content creator. She figured out how to add him to her live. So it was a split screen of both of them. And I didn't know that YouTube offered that on the live when you go live on through YouTube. So I'm like, okay, I need to step up my game. Maybe have somebody in a live together, you know. We sit there and talk to each other and other people be on the chat as well. Because I know y'all get tired of looking at my ass. I mean, really, only takes so much. Bring somebody else into the picture. I want y'all in the picture. No, laptop would be another story. If I had the laptop and I was boom, boom, boom going on, we could have all kind of people on there talking. But I haven't become that advanced yet. So it's a learning experience. YouTube is definitely a learning experience. I've learned more doing YouTube technically, as far as technology is concerned, than any other time I've had to use technology for whatever reason. Because I wasn't doing videos other than maybe, you know, baby getting baptized. Okay, pull out the phone. But editing and all that stuff, I learned all that stuff because of YouTube. It's definitely a learning experience. Definitely. So I gave up my HP and invested in a MacBook instead, since everything else I have is Apple. Apple related. I got Apple Watch. Apple. Well, I don't have the watch. My husband has the watch. He never wears it. I need to start wearing it personally. It's just sitting over here on the charger, red band, and he don't wear it. I gave it to him for what, Christmas 2 years ago. But I've got all these devices, all these Apple devices, iPhone, iPads, watch. There's so many doggone devices in this house. It's ridiculous. But I use it, you know, a lot for my business, a lot for my kids, and now YouTube. So I might as well step it up a little bit. Willacoochee, Georgia. Somebody said something about Willacoochee, Georgia. Is there such a place? If it is, I'm not going there. Willacoochee, Georgia. You know, these church folks kill me.
Willa, where are you at? Willa Coochie. I mean, it had to be excellent. The original slosh, gush, gush. Willa Coochie.
Uh-oh.
I just know somebody was playing with me, but this must be the truth because it's on the Google list.
Hold on just a
Oh
second.
my God. Willa Coochie. That's amazing to me. All right, so let's look at this video. I'm gonna play for you what I posted earlier. Is that the clip? Yeah. I'm gonna play for you what I posted.
Good. My grandson is coming in the morning.
Um, all of what I said I want to tell y'all, okay? Hit like and share. On Facebook, only 67 people have hit like on Facebook. This is why I really want to just throw away Facebook. There are 3,194 people watching
I
Facebook.
answered from his and mine.
And y'all like to watch on Facebook and not do nothing. I don't understand that. I need for you guys to hit like right now. It ain't even, we haven't even got to the part where I asked y'all to support with a donation. And you can't even hit like. And it's just a movement of the thumb.
What time?
My
That's
God.
all I want to know. What time?
Oh, Jesus. Never heard of Willa Coochie. Oh, that's still in my head. I can't get that out. Willa's Coochie is so powerful in the whole city. It's home of the what?
Okay.
Wow. Okay. So y'all ready?
Okay,
Like
y'all.
for Facebook.
I
We got
love
Facebook
you.
on Facebook
Oh,
now.
wait. Do you have family coming into
Oh, I
town
see
for
you have
Turkey Day, Auntie?
a. Must have
No,
Reba and
Ansel. I'm going to,
let it grow. No,
we're
it's
going
not
to
ashy. My
Phoenix.
whole head is gray. My entire head
Uh-oh.
is gray and white with a little bit of
We're
black.
going to Phoenix.
Okay,
We're
so
leaving Wednesday night.
see,
So
you
we'll
can
get
see,
there at about midnight.
you can still see through it on
I
the
am not
outside.
cooking this year. Hell no.
Okay, I
I'm
need
gonna
a,
let my
number.
son and
If
his
folks can hit
wife
like over there on
take
Facebook.
care of that because
I
we've
haven't
been
been
doing
in
it
a
for
couple
the
of days.
longest.
Today,
And it's time for
it's
the
really
young
almost 3
peoples.
o'clock. When it's like this, I mean, it's like, yeah.
You said, oh,
I
okay,
see
my
you have
bad.
to let it grow.
It's time for the young peoples to step up and take over
Never too
for
old.
a change. You
Maybe
know
I
what,
let it
y'all?
grow this
Mother
week.
Jones couldn't cook a lick.
Do have a whole head
Let
of
me
gray.
tell you,
Maybe I might let it grow a little bit.
not a bit.
Maybe I let it grow this week and then I cut it next week. I'll do that.
Only thing she knew how to make was liver and onions.
Remind me if I
And I couldn't
continue or even
stand liver and
start this year, I
onions.
have to cut it off. Jesus. I'll let it grow this week. Give y'all a little. And then we'll go
Okay.
off this year.
He'll be here in the morning.
All right, 20 more on Facebook. Gotta hit like before we move ahead
Okay.
on. Of course you're gonna stay a little
So,
bit longer
yeah,
because you need to see
we'll
what
be
people are
there.
looking for. So
Oh,
like the
God,
liver.
yes,
I
liver.
don't necessarily like it.
Let the absolutely Ansel. And look, me and my husband get in that kitchen and start throwing down for Thanksgiving. But let me tell you,
When I eat
I
a liver
can't,
the way I look
I
at it,
don't
it's
do
like
well
190 something.
sharing the
That's what that
kitchen.
is.
So I just
Okay.
wait for him to do
All right,
his
are
and
y'all
then I
ready?
do mine. Because there's
I'm gonna
stuff
play
he
for you
likes
what
to
I
cook. You
posted
like liver,
on
Ansel?
IG that now is
God
everywhere now.
bless you.
And y'all come back and
God
talk to me
bless you.
about that. Okay, let's go.
I'm gonna cut a step for that one. I can't stand
Oh,
it.
let's hope you go. This is T.D. Jakes Baptist
But
Church
Mother
in
Jones couldn't
Minneapolis.
cook a lick.
And
She would try to fix me
slowly, with
breakfast in
this
the morning,
dog
bless
that
her
he was
heart.
losing
She was so sweet when it
consciousness,
came
he
down
was
to
beginning
trying.
to
She would
come
make
back
these
to
little, she'd
consciousness.
try
So
to make
what we saw was
pancakes,
Fred
right?
Winans 2 weeks ago. And then his right
You might as
arm
well call them
began
pancake cookies because
to
they
limp
was
a
just,
little. And then his left
she
arm,
take some dough
right arm there.
and fry it, flip it over,
And then his
and bring it.
left arm.
And
I
she
can't
poured some
imagine now
syrup on it and
what
called
it
it
must have
breakfast.
felt
And
like.
I
He
would
must have
eat
wanted to bring it
it.
home
I
with
would eat
their
it.
strength
She
till the
meant
dog began
well.
to sort of panic. But then they called everybody to pray and cut the left.
Oh, wow. Hold
And
on,
then
you
the fire
guys.
trucks came. Everybody begin to pray. Come on, stretch your hands this way.
They talking about
Father,
the
in the
thing
name
at,
of Jesus.
they talking about when T.D. Jakes got sick. They showing the fire department came and who else?
Okay, so I posted that clip and it made people aware, so they went scrambling the internet to pull this video. I want us to watch it one more time to just pay attention to the body movements and what was happening.
Uh,
Listen to what I'm saying, and then I'm going to explain to you everything. Now,
can
if
y'all
you hear
hear
this part
this?
in the end, so thankful for the LRL, won't say who you are, who lives down the street that hit me up about this and let my team know what was happening in real time. Also, there was some of you that are LRLs who were watching, and y'all sent several clips. Thank you. Um, that LRL actually videotaped the fire trucks coming into the Potter's House campus. So I'm gonna play it one more time. Pay attention to the body movements, and then I'm gonna
Okay.
have a discussion about
I want to
some
make
other
sure you
things
can hear
concerning
this because
surrounding this. All right.
he's he's
Just
replaying.
moments ago, Bishop T.D. Jakes was at his church conducting service, and slowly it looked as though that he was losing consciousness and fighting to come back to consciousness. Sort of what we saw with Bishop Marvin Winans 2 weeks ago. And then his right arm began to jump a little, and then his right arm there, and then his left arm. I can't imagine how those that work with him felt in that moment, seeing someone so strong lose their strength.
Mm.
And people began to sort of panic, but then they called everybody to pray
They
and come to
started
life. So
praying.
then
That's what
the
you
ambulance
do.
and fire trucks came. Everybody begin to pray. Come on, stretch your hands this way. Father, in the name of Jesus.
Wow. It was basically showing the same clip I showed you guys. But yeah, I think he did have a stroke. Because from what you could tell, okay, he gonna explain
I
this.
want to tell you what I know about things surrounding this. Number one, let me say this: black men, and I really want black men to hear me, and I want any woman, sister, mom, friend, cousin, to make sure that one of the things that you're going to put at the top of your list that you're going to do today. I want you to encourage every black man that you know, no matter their age, to go this week and get their blood work done.
Amen.
I do know there's a cost, but it is a price you cannot afford not to pay
That's right.
because you could end up paying with your life.
Mm.
So I want every black
My
person to hear
husband could have
me,
died like that.
especially the black men and the black women that is adjacent
Ooh
to
wee.
some black man or a black man that you love. I need for you to go get checked. August of 2020 is when I started the Build Your Immune System Health and Wellness Challenge. And we challenged everybody to walk, to drink water, cut back on red meats, pay attention to labels, and start taking care of your body.
Mm-hmm.
We saved lives.
Mm-hmm.
People came off their diabetes medicine, the sugar went down. We
Mm.
gave them herbs so we can get off of metformin. They end up having some
Mm.
cases surrounding that anyway. I need for every black person to take your health seriously, especially black men. And if you are a head of household, or you are entrepreneur black man, or you are a pastor, especially if you're a pastor or gospel artist, because black male gospel artists and pastors do not take care of themselves.
This one do
They just don't.
now.
A rarity, you may have one that will. See,
Look,
health
he's
ain't
telling the
about
truth
whether you're
right now.
skinny or fat necessarily,
My
not
husband
primarily. It's about
got a
what is
phone
happening in your
call
blood,
from
how
his
your organs
doctor
are responding
the
to
night.
your diet
Take
and
your
to your
supplements,
life,
take
your
your
level of
vitamins, eat your
stress.
veggies, fruits, drink water, exercise.
Are you in movement at
He
all
was
on a daily
diabetic.
basis? Let me tell you
He was
one of the
hiding
ways
it
you
from
can
me.
cut down the effects of sugar in your diet,
So
even if you
finally, when
don't
I
change
find
it.
out, I start
After you
leaning on
do
him to,
30 minutes taking
take care of
these
yourself, do what you're supposed to do.
150 steps,
Whatever the doctor
and if
told you
you
to do,
do
you need to do it,
that,
blah, 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 blah,
that will
blah.
cut the sugar
He
in
went to the
half
doctor for
that
an
your body
appointment,
is attempting to
and
absorb.
It was a 10:30
Then you
appointment.
just get rid of your
And after
sweet
the
happy
appointment, he
drinks
went
and just
directly
drink
to
water.
work.
This
And
can
his
help
shift
you
started
recover.
like 2:30.
But stress, this is where
Annual
recovery
checkups.
is at. Well, let me say before I say that, Jaden has
And
belly fat.
he called,
Belly
when the
fat is
appointment was
an
over, he says, yeah,
absolute
everything's fine.
life taker.
Um,
Men hear
my
me.
my
We cannot
glucose is
carry
down or
belly
something,
fat. Nobody
the
really
blood
should,
work.
but women can get away better with it than us.
We get a
But
phone call
men, you
that night
cannot,
at
should not carry
midnight.
belly fat.
My husband
Now,
he had just gotten
what
home
numbers
from
are
his
you eating
shift.
for you
He
say
got
you're
off at,
under 78
what,
pounds?
11
You
o'clock
knew
or
me
so.
when
He
I
got
was
home at
240
11:30 or
plus.
so. And of course, he went directly to bed,
And the
as he
downside and
always did.
opportunity when you a black
And
person
the phone
also
rang at
carries
midnight. I
symptoms
thought it was
quicker
okay.
than
This
big
is
drugs.
stupid. Who's
Sat back
calling
and
here in
said,
the middle of the
hey,
night?
and
And I
pulled the
looked, and
internet, turned
it,
it off.
it, it was a number I didn't recognize.
But during that time, that stress
And
level
so I just
spiked my
ignored it.
blood pressure. They tried to put me on blood pressure
And then
pills.
it
Y'all remember that
happened
in
again,
2022, I think
like
it was.
literally back to back to
And
back
then I
calls.
said, no, I'm not doing that.
After the second
And I
time,
switched my
well, I'm
chain,
sorry, after the
switched my, I was
first
always
time,
changing
the
my
next
life, but by
call
then I
said
already lost
Swedish
the weight.
Hospital, and I'm
But I
like,
switched stuff.
oh no,
So I
this ain't
want to
cool.
say
This
that
ain't right.
first. I want
Didn't
to let
answer it. I'm like, I don't
every
feel like
black
being
man
bothered
please
with
hear me
this.
to take this as a
They
warning
called
to put
again
on
right
healthy
behind. I
eating.
said, this must be
Let's get this
serious.
straight,
I picked up the
Jada.
phone.
There is
It was
something
that
going
it
on.
was a doctor, not the doctor that
I don't
examined him
know
that
how much
day,
the
but
members know,
a
but I'm
doctor
sure those
who
men that
happened
ran
to
for
look at his blood
Speaker
work
pulpit
that they had taken
know.
during his
I'm pretty
appointment
sure I
earlier
know his
in
wife
the
knows.
day.
And some of those
They
that are
said that
close
his
to
blood
working
was
for
at
him. He has been in a health
641.
battle for years. Let me just repeat. He has been in a health crisis one after the next for a couple of years
641.
now. I repeat.
She said, there's no way
Bishop
in the
T.D.
world
Jakes has been
he
in
and
a
I'm
health
like, why
crisis
did you
for
guys even let
years.
him leave the
Now, this
doctor's
doggone age,
office
he's
like that?
65,
She's, well, ma'am,
60
we
something
didn't
years
know it
old.
at the
He's
time because we
60,
hadn't
running
tested
around
it,
the
blah,
world.
blah, blah. And I'm
One
like, okay,
conference, one
so
book,
what
one
do you
event
want him to
after
do?
the next.
She
Because it's
said,
his
get him
job
out
and
of
he has
bed
to take care
now.
of a
Have
busload
him
of people.
at the emergency room ASAP.
And this has been what he's
Can
been
you
dealing with.
imagine a doctor calling you in
In
the middle of the
addition
night to tell
to the
you,
whole
get your
PD
husband
thing,
up
and then the
and
other
get
things
into
that
an
we have
emergency
discussed on this
room?
platform, and the
He's in
most
trouble.
recent thing
And
that we discussed
just like this said,
concerning Dwayne Youngblood.
a lot of black men don't
And
want to
he
be
was
bothered with
just put
doctors.
on of a new
He was still,
lawsuit.
he went to the doctor because I basically asked about it, but nevertheless, he went.
This is not the most trusted
And
platform
I said, baby, the doctor's on the
of
phone. He said, you got to get
so
up.
I'm saying
Your blood is too
to
high.
let you
Your
ladies
blood is
know
too high. And he said,
that I've already
I just
seen
got into
the
bed. I'm going to
transcript
sleep. And
before
I'm
his
like,
lawyer sent it to him.
I got back on I got back on the phone and I said,
But
doctor,
here's what I'm
he
saying.
wants to go
So
to
there
sleep.
are
He just
layers
got
of
off work.
stress.
He said, can't this
It
wait
just
until
got better
tomorrow? She
after
says,
that.
no.
There's layers
Get
of
him up
stress
now.
that is
If he
on
goes to
top
sleep,
of
he
him.
may not wake up.
And when it comes
I
to
had to
what
turn
we
into
deal with as
niggerina.
black people, and then you add
I had to
religion
turn into niggerina
to
that
it,
night.
it really
My
becomes
husband didn't want to
extremely
listen to me. He
difficult
didn't want to get up. And I said,
being
look
separated
here.
from certain
Get your
realities.
ass
The
up
reality
out of
is,
this
Bishop Davis, you
motherfucking
are
bed
in a
right
health
now.
crisis, you're
Excuse me,
fat,
Lord.
and you've been carrying belly fat for
I
years
said, get your ass up
and have
right
not
now.
corrected it.
We are
You fixed the
going
gap in your mouth,
now.
but you
He
did not
went,
fix what was going on in your body.
let's go.
I want you guys
Let's
to
go.
see this like
Drove
hands
clear
right
across
now
town.
for your own health.
Niggerina was in
Because
the
we're in a
house
stressful environment. If you're
that
American
time.
watching me, our country is in the top when it comes to
Niggerina
depression,
had to show
when
her
it comes
ass.
to
Look,
health
I ain't trying to
crisis,
bury you.
when it comes
I'm
to
not trying to lose you.
mental illness
Get your
as bad as
ass
it is.
up
But we're at the
right
top.
now and get in this
And
motherfucking car and let's go.
we're stressed the
We
hell
get to the
out
hospital.
in this capitalistic
Honey,
society. Inflation, the
Mama's
government,
spirit came out and
this
was
lies wonder,
flowing.
this two-headed
Okay?
monster.
He drove.
what's happening in
He
our
drove,
economy, what they are doing.
and
Our
I was
government don't
literally
give a
frightened
flip about it.
because his eyesight was bad
And you're stressed. Well, this is
from
what you need to do.
the
Number
diabetes.
one,
I got to be
you
quiet
need
because
to
he's in
cut
the other room and I'm
workspace.
talking about
Move this around your
him.
house.
But I was so
Get a
frightened
roommate.
that something was going to
Everything in
happen
that
to
room
him.
out. And then you
And you
need
never
to
know,
increase your
you know,
income.
you get used to
And you
your
need to
everyday
live like
life
that.
and
Take the
whatnot. Let me
next
turn
four
this
or
shit
five
down. He
years of
talked
your
too
life
much.
and cut this stuff out.
You live the majority of your life with someone and suddenly you could lose them just like that. I'm like, no, I'm not down for that. I used to tease him sometime. I say, okay, you better take care of yourself. I'll be just fine. I said, no, no, you just play around. Okay, just make sure that life insurance is paid up since you want to be that way. But his eyesight was getting bad, and it's nighttime, and we're driving all the way across town to Swedish Hospital. Swedish Hospital is about 20 miles from us, maybe 15 miles from us, because the hospital closest to us doesn't accept Kaiser. So we take him to Swedish. Swedish is supposed to be the best hospital. It's not. But anyway, we get there, we're in the emergency room. He's feeling fine. And we're waiting for the doctor to come in. I'm like, okay, this was an emergency. Why are you guys not coming in? And in essence, what they told him is that, your blood glucose level was at a very, very seriously high level at your appointment yesterday morning. Because by this time, it's a new day. And he told him it was at 6:41. As a matter of fact, he said that was in stroke level. That was you were in an area that you could have had a stroke. And it's a wonder you're still okay. And they ended up giving him insulin. They actually gave him an insulin shot. But before they gave him that insulin shot, they took his blood sugar again to test it. It was even higher than the appointment the day before. It was at 676. I'm like, you're dead right now. Do you realize that? You're walking around dead. You're the walking dead. And he was like, I think it just scared the shit out of him, to be truthful about it. It scared me. But to be that high, that that was nobody but God. You can't nobody tell me nothing no different. That was nobody but God that kept him. Cause we could have crashed on the freeway, cause he was going out of the lane, and I'm like, move over. I'm not trying to alarm him, cause you know how you men get when women try to tell you how to drive, and you're like, I got this. But close to 700, sweetheart. I was done. I was so done. You could have flipped me over a few times. Abdul? What about Abdul? That happened to Abdul too? For real? Oh my God. God sure is good. They got this man on so much medication. Thank goodness your husband made it through. I'm grateful he did, but I want him off of all this damn medication. I'm s- I don't think it's all that good. Metformin, I heard, is not good for you at all. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate it. But I'm hoping that this can be reversed. I mean, they've got him on Ozempic, metformin, Lipitor, uh, oh God, what else? Jardian, and I think there's one other. He's on a whole slew of meds. That's why he's so slim now, because he's on that Ozempic, and it's cut his appetite. You know, he was eating at the wrong time of the day and stuff like that. That's why they like to put you on stuff. They tried that with you. Yep, yep. So you're no longer diabetic, are you, Abdul? Because I believe this can be reversed. I know within my heart it can. Because I still, to this day, haven't crossed over into diabetic land. I might be creeping up a little bit. I need to back off a little bit, but I've never gone over that threshold where they said once you get to this point, you are diabetic. It's in remission. You always are diabetic. It's just I put it in a way that it goes away. Okay. Okay. Well, I personally feel like it took your eyesight. I used to have 20. Okay. Yeah, my husband had to have cataract surgery on both eyes. He had to go in and get both his eyes fixed. No joke. That scared the hell out of me. Because he was never sick. He's never, I mean, it's hard. I can't tell the last time he had a very, very bad cold or flu to where he had to lay in the bed and just, veg out. Because he's constantly going, you know, goes to work, goes to church. It's like a healed broken bone. It always a little worse than it was pre-break. Okay. Oh, that's a good way of putting it. Now I can understand. Mm, mm, mm. But man, I would shit my pants if I seen my husband go through what TD Jakes went through on stage. I would literally, literally. He did have an episode many years ago. It wasn't that though. It was more like he almost passed out or something during a sermon. So, but at that time he had not been diagnosed as being diabetic or anything like that. This was, I want to say, about 15 or 16 years ago. But I would lose my mind if something like that suddenly happened. We all know we gotta go. Can I be real with you? Can I be real with you? We all know we gotta go. I think I got lucky. I was encroaching on 300, 267. I probably would have ended up diabetic at that rate. We all gotta go here one day. We gotta get up out of here. It's just the way you go that concerns me. And I just really I don't want to have to just, I know I'm going to lose him one day or he's going to lose me. One of us is going to go first. And I pray to God that I go first because I don't want to live through having to not be with him. You know what I'm saying? We've been together since we were kids. I can't imagine him not around anymore. You know, I just couldn't imagine it. And I'm sure he feels the same way, but the thing is that he's got a bigger community. You know what I'm saying? He's got a community of people, that love and cherish him. He would never be alone ever. I told him, you bring a bitch in my house though, and we gonna have a problem. After I'm dead and gone, I better not find no bitch in my house that I bought and paid for. I'd have to spook both of y'all up out of here. with my wife because I won't be able to bear that either. Man, I'm telling you, son. I'm telling you. But I try to be funny about this, but it's real. I can't imagine not having him in my life anymore. So much to the point where I want to go first. But then I don't want to leave him behind to deal with the bullshit by himself. You see what I'm saying? It's almost like we should just go together. But I don't believe in deleting. So I know that we got to go when God calls us. You know, and you got to go one day. And you know that your family's going to miss you. The kids are going to cry. Grandkids are going to cry. Your spouse is going to cry. Everybody's going to be upset. And I don't want people upset, but I know it's good. I know it's coming. And it's never a way to prepare yourself. But the worst way to lose a loved one is suddenly, with no warning. What happened to him could happen to anybody. What happened to T.D. Jakes today up in that pulpit could happen to anybody. You could be here 1 minute, gone the next. That's what I don't want to have to tolerate. I've had it one time in my life and it almost broke me. To lose my son tragically, suddenly, just boom. And the bad part that bothers me the most is that I wasn't even there. I wasn't even there. It happened to me. That's why I'm vegan. I'm serious. Like the food is killing us. I had to change my life into, I almost died because of food. Wow. Wow. Mm, mm. Look what our kids have to look forward to. Teach them well, son. Nephew, teach them babies. Teach them babies. Make them carry it on. I had high blood pressure, cholesterol, and diabetes. The diabetes went away and came back, and I went to the hospital again, and the doctors told me, okay, let me get back up here. Doctors told me that if I wasn't vegan, I would have already had it went away. Wow. I can imagine what the rest of this is going to say. But to lose someone so suddenly, just tragically, out of the blue, I don't want to have to deal with that ever again. And when I lost my son, I wasn't even there to try and save him. That's the part that bothered me the most. Mama always wanted to jump in and save her babies, and I was nowhere around. I was nowhere around. I was cleaning my carpet when that happened. I wasn't even there. But I tell you what, I didn't leave until they found him. I said, I'm not leaving this lake. Do what you gotta do. I'm not leaving. Ma'am, we're gonna have to cease the search. He's been down for more than 90 minutes. Okay, find his, but I know he gone, but find him. Find him. Now. They couldn't find him. Scuba divers all down there. Before we even got there, they was trying to find him. Couldn't find his body. This ain't no big ass lake. It's a man-made lake. Y'all can't find this person. Come on now. Come to find out they was looking in the wrong place. They finally found him literally 24 hours later. I still got the video in my phone. People think I'm morbid for keeping this stuff. I don't care if you think I'm morbid or not. It's my child. Well, you took pictures of him in his coffin, and so that's my business. I kept pictures of all kinds of stuff. I took a video when they were wheeling him on the gurney in the body bag from the boat to put him in the coroner's vehicle. I kept that video because there's going to come a time where that video is going to need to be seen again. It may need to be seen by one of his children. Who knows? Both of his children witnessed him die. His oldest son was right next to him when he drowned. But the suddenty of it, we didn't have the opportunity to prepare. Like when people get sick and they have cancer or something like that, and you know that they don't have much time left, and you attempt to prepare. And to a certain degree, you can prepare, but even then, you're still not completely prepared for that loss. But at least you know it's coming. You know, I didn't know this was coming with my son. Nobody knew. He didn't know. You know, that's the kind of death I pray to God that nothing like that happens again. Not in my life or to anybody close to me. Because I think I would lose my cookies. I'm surprised I dealt with it when I did. I don't think I could do it again. If something happened to my husband suddenly like that, I would literally lose my cookies. That's just too much. And they say God only puts on you what you can bear. And I'm just amazed that I bore my son. And my husband actually preached his funeral, his eulogy. He did the eulogy. That took a lot of strength. I looked at my husband in a totally different aspect when he did that. That was crazy. It was crazy. But I say all that to say this, y'all. Take care of your bodies, and especially, the people of color in general need to be more mindful of the food, and that includes myself. The food that they have out there for us to purchase and stuff nowadays, it is not all that conducive to good health. And I don't like to say that it's purposefully, demographically set up that way, but I can tell you this. The neighborhood I grew up in, which was predominantly African American, is no longer predominantly African American anymore. But I'd say for the 40-ish years, there was about a 40-year, 45 period, 45, maybe 50-year period that it was predominantly black. And I can tell you that the local grocery store in that neighborhood was compared to other neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? In other locations. Could be the same franchise. Now, in the state of Washington, one of the bigger stores here are Safeway. I don't know if you guys got Safeway where you guys are. Or it could have been a Fred Meyer. I don't know if you guys have Fred Meyer. But this particular store was a franchise. And you would think that each franchise, has the same stuff at the same, in different locations. It's just, it's like 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven has the same stuff everywhere. But that's when I learned that they deliver the 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 not so great products in the black communities and the good stuff into the white communities. I had discovered that. And it just further let me know just how divided not necessarily the people, but the system. And the cold part about it is not only was it a lesser quality in the black neighborhood, it cost more. They would jack them prices up sky high to the poor people. And the other people in other demographic areas that made more money, lived in nicer homes, got the cheaper prices, but the better product. And I said, ain't this a bitch? So, you know what I'd do? I'd have my husband take me to one of them white stores. I said, baby, you sit right here in the car. I got this. I said, now, let's negotiate on some prices here. Because I found out, yeah, some of these stores will even give you a discount or something. Yep, yep. It's sad but true. It is sad but true that you have to shop out of your, if you live in a community of your own demographic, if you want good merchandise, good food, good product, whatever, you got to go outside of home. That's sad. That's sad. But it's true. Well, nephew, I'm gonna definitely be watching you and Brandon tomorrow. I'm gonna keep my ears to the ground, and keep my eyes peeled, cause I got to start. We got to start doing some alternative cooking here. So, okay, I'll keep my eye open. Most definitely. Well, y'all, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go ahead and put the lady's head out and her hand with the cigarette. Gotta go find some cones so she can blow out her smoke. But I'm gonna wrap this up. I believe that, nephew. I really do. I'm gonna get the lady. I'm gonna get the lady. I gotta get the cones that I love you guys too. Thank you so much for listening to me ramble. Good night. I'm not shutting this thing off. I'm just setting it up. So you guys have a wonderful evening and I'll talk to you tomorrow, okay? Peace. Love you. Good night, Ansel. Love you, baby. Talk to your daughter. Talk to your daughter. For real. I'll see you next time, sweetie. Good night. Love you too.
the businesses we're beginning as a ministry, I'm pretty sure they ultimately 3, 4 years from now is going to generate income for us. But right now, this is a give back. And it's a shame that so many black folk are talking about going to Ghana and Africa to invest. There's so much money there. You got the same spirit of the oppressor. And the Russians and the Chinese that's moving in now, buying up everything, hiring Ghanaians, and paying them $1.47 an hour, because that's the minimum wage. The government there really needs to make some upgrades, and it's an election about to happen, a new government about to step in, and I hope this new government be better than the last. But the people are way beneath poverty. But these are the most innovative, creative, hardworking, kind, joyful, amazing people that just need opportunity to make more money. A lot of them want to come to America to get about $500,000 saved up and go back and then live the rest of their life and employ each other. I told them I was there, you need to keep your immigrant hind end in Africa. It's not safe for the next 4 years. You stay over there. We're going to create something to where you can increase yourself, your family for generations to come. And that's what is I know I'm supposed to do right now, and I want you to help me. And I'm going to do it. So I want you guys, somebody said 32K annually is almost unheard of. 32K in CEDI, which is their money, is unheard of there. $32,000 a year there? Do you know how rich you are in Ghana making that? Yeah, the trip that we're going to put together for us to go to Ghana, it's going to be, there's a qualification for that. First of all, you got to be a patron. And you've got to be really supporting MBN Network, the ministry, because doing that empowers us to do what we do there. So, yes, that's going to happen because I got to go back and forth over and over again there in Dubai. Yeah. I saw this too. Let's talk about this. Oh my God. Oh Lord, I'm saying, can't nobody lie like church people. So I saw a post from the Potter's house that Jake's was just overheated. Lie. And is doing better. True. I don't believe that personally. Oh, good, you're smart. It really appears to be a stroke. Smart. Oh my God, you know they're lying in your face. You remember when Bishop Marvin Winans fell out? Y'all, this just happened. This is becoming a thing every month. Who? James is the second person to fall out this month, I think. It ain't funny, but it sort of is with the way they like to lie around stuff. He done a video about a cancer diagnosis. Then he done a praise report like it's gone. Then he fell out. And then he said he was just overworked, or what it was, dehydrated. What it said it was? No, you're fat too. And I hate to say it like that, but I need to say it because it's like y'all live in this other reality. You're fat. You're overweight. You're eating bad. You're stressed out because church is no longer bringing in what we're bringing in. And you got all these people you got to pay. You got all these buildings you got to maintain, pay the taxes at least if it's paid off. And it's amazing to me at the level of naivety that the pew choose to have when the truth is right in your face. So I said, don't judge us fat folk. No, I mean, that's not what I'm meaning by what I'm saying, y'all. And I was fat just yesterday. So no, don't take it like that. But you need to hear the truth. If you're fat, why are you fat? Why? Answer that question. If you're fat and staying fat for long periods of time, why? Because you don't have to stay fat. There's too much stuff out here for you don't have to stay fat. You need to be told the truth. You are fat and you're choosing fat. You don't have a problem with your thyroid. That's the biggest lie that folk like to just tell. I mean, some people do. But ain't no, but you can tell me I'm a fat person. I see styroid and you big bones. Your bone ain't get more big. That is fat, and it's suffocating you. And we all see it. I was fat because I like to eat. My mom and dad are both. Well, mom ain't fat no more, but dad is still fat. My dad is fat as he can be, and he calls himself Fat Daddy. He fat and proud. I got several uncles that are round, that look like Walmart picked up and started walking.
Oh,
That's what they look like. Big as Walmart Super 7.
Walmart picked
On
up
both
and
sides of my
started
family.
walking.
Fat runs heavily in my family. And that's what I was telling myself when my whole family did. Because they all eat like pigs. So you have to change that fat, or you're going to develop a cancer of some type and kind. You can be very healthy and still develop a cancer. The thing is, prevention is what I'm talking about. Prevention. Black men get checked every 6 months, not for STDs only. Check everything. Because if you catch the cancer quick,
Yep.
I'm talking to somebody, I know I am. There's some things that you can do. My mama caught her cancer in stage 1, 70 years old. That could be a death sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Then when they cut her and opened up, which I didn't want them hoes to do that, it quickly spread through her lymph nodes to the top of her chest and was going to the rest of her body. It went to stage 2. I said, no. Karen, can you da-da-da-da-da? I made what? So-called the medical people in the family. What's the name of this place? How much this cost? PET scan now. There's no more cutting up. Pump her up. How much percentage her heart? She good. Run it. Chemo. Radiation. Yeah, it was burning, taking her hair, burning her tongue, her turning dark, but she was still alive. So what I'm saying to you guys, there's so many things to learn from this that's happening with James. Number one, black man, take your health seriously and de-stress your life. Get any and everybody out of your life. And those of you that are carrying people in your home, and you can't do this and can't do that because you parent your siblings and brothers, I understand you want to be a humanitarian. I did the same thing, 20-some people in my house at one time. But there has to be an end date.
Amen.
Today is that. Because carrying all of that stress is going to turn your cells on each other. And they're going to start sticking. And when cells start sticking together, cancer. Okay? Is who still living? Yeah, my mama's still living. Thanks be to God. She came through that thing at 70 years old. And I was pumping her up everything that grew up out of the earth. Soursop needs to be all our friend. Ginger needs to be our friend. Even the derivative turmeric needs to be our friend. You need to make that something you drinking all the time anyway. Your sugar thrown off? Good. Do what you got to do. Get some berberine and start taking berberine. Your high blood pressure up, you need to start taking some burdock root and pump yourself with it every day. And then you can mix it with other herbs that is good for your immune system. Elderberry, black seed oil.
Oh yeah. Got some of that. Oh, it's nasty, but I got some.
Sea moss. Oh my God. Put this stuff on. In you. Take care of your darn self. I said I'm gonna drop the link, but I ain't see enough donations come through.
Oh wow, really?
I'm not taking up my time doing that.
You just blew it with me,
It's an
brother.
opportunity for you to support
You're
what we
supposed to
are
be
doing.
helping people, but
Ashawanda,
people
that's good,
ain't
but it make you
paying
look
enough,
funny,
so
some
you ain't
people.
gonna share the
I don't need.
information. Man, please.
Somebody said spell burdock root. You just spelled it right. You spelled it right. Yes, sour sop.
Oh, I got some sour sop, I think.
Not all greens are good for you, really. Like collards, none of us should be eating collards.
What?
I know y'all don't want to hear that.
I sure don't.
Shallot also can make you a little horny, but it's really good because it's full of minerals. Because we talk about vitamins, but we don't talk about minerals enough. And shallot will give you lots of minerals from the earth. That's why you need to have crystals in your bedroom. Those are minerals that God made. Need to be in your bedroom. And find out what stone, not stone, crystal, different from your stones that go with your birthday. But according to your astrological sign, there's a certain crystal that the earth made that you should be sleeping with.
Okay, you talking crazy now. I don't know nothing about all that.
Yes, I know I'm talking to somebody. She needs to be on soursop and to stop sugar. Anybody who's dealing with cancer of any kind, no sugar. Sugar feeds cancerous cells. No sugar. Just take it out of your diet. None. Those bad sugars, nothing. Because it feeds cancer. Someone said, why not collards? Collards are hard on your digestive system, like beef is. You need beef, but you really should eat beef like very scarce because it overworks your digestive system, which means it lowers your immunity. Anytime your digestive system is working overtime, it's pulling its fuel away from your immunity. You end up getting sick and stuff. So you don't. Now we have been. I ain't nobody doctor, but I have a lot of doctor friends. I do a lot of reading and a lot of naturopathic doctor friends. And we started this kind of work in 2020 and Patreon. So it's all sitting right here in my head. And probably some of the patrons can tell you because we discussed it so much. What about magnesium for high blood? Yes, most of us are walking around here vitamin D3 deficient and magnesium deficient. Magnesium is extremely important for your wellness, especially blood circulation and your sleep. Yeah. See, Larry do all of this. Larry do all of this. And even with doing all of that, sometimes I still get the sniffles and get a cough I can't get rid of because it's dripping in the back of my throat. Yeah. It's hard to find sour sauce. You gotta be careful where you get it from too, because some of the people they be making it up and trying to flavor it like the sea moss, and it's taking away everything out of it. Take it raw. You're going to sweeten it, use raw honey, nothing else, because it'll take away the medicinal properties from it. Yeah. So I'm on a fixed income, but I'm sending you something. Thank you. Your fixed income, it may not be a lot in America. You may consider moving to Ghana or to Costa Rica or Vietnam or Thailand. A lot of you, your strategy, you need a new strategy. It's 42% more expensive to buy a house right now than it is to rent. So if they're giving you a house and saying you approve, they are setting you up for failure because your house is going to lose its value because all properties in America are overpriced, especially in Florida, to 32% over what is really worth. You do not need to be buying if you have not bought. This is my advice to my community. If you sitting here, hell, you listening to me, so I'm going to tell you. You need to rent, cut your expenses, increase your income, get another flow of income going, and what you make, invest. Do not get no car.
Thank you.
Invest it. I'm talking to who I'm talking to. Some of you may be 70, 80 years old, different place in life. I will give you separate advice. But I'm talking to people who you know what I'm saying is what you need to be hearing. Cut those expenses for the next 4 years. If Trump gonna be in that office for 4 years, I'm telling you right now, you need to take the advice that I'm giving you. Right now, everybody's believing the hype and the stock market and Bitcoin through the roof. Get in on that. Get in on those alternate coins and all cryptocurrency.
Oh no.
Get that money right quick.
Oh,
But have an
no.
exit plan and an exit point. When you see it grow 20%, that's the moment you say, wait a minute, should I pull out or should I not? And if you feel like you should stay in because it's going to go to 150,000 by March of 2025. But what if it starts dropping the month before and you end up back where you were before you got this bull run up and made that money? It's better for you to pull out and it hit the very top and it come down and you buy in when it go down again. Therefore, you end up with nothing. So I said Bitcoin going to 250 in the next couple of years. Some say before that. You can put $100, $200, do it automatic through Robinhood, drop it in Bitcoin. I actually think that's smart to do. Although it's going to go up and come down, go up and come down. Ultimately, Bitcoin is crypto, but it's acting like a stock. So I wouldn't. I don't think it's bad to get in it. You need to get in it. I don't know how this whole show done turned to property, money, health. I don't know. I don't know. But let me tell you this. I want you to help us do what we're doing. And I'm going to be asking you this for the next few months every time I come live. And I want you to text so you can see our experience at Elamina. They say castle, but that's the whitewash. It's actually a slave dungeon. That's going to be happening in the next 24 hours. And then I'm going to share with you some other stuff that we're going to have going on. In fact, it just got finished now. Just got to, well, it'll be finished in 20 minutes. So that documentary is going to definitely be airing in the next 24 hours. You said not sure about this crypto. One thing about Larry Reed, Janine, I'm only going to tell you what I'm doing and what's working for me. Since Bitcoin has shot up, I can't even tell you the tens of thousands of dollars. Some of my friends, hundreds of thousands of dollars they have made. And those of you that are doing that, when you see that money making that, pour that money to the side in the brokerage account. If you're in Robinhood, if you just sit it there, it's growing by 4.74%. If you got your gold tab turned on, let it sit there and then reinvest it. Don't pull it out. No, I'm gonna pull that money out. I just made $10,000. You gonna pull it out and get taxed? Let that money stay in there and let it build, build, build. If you want to take something out, use your stocks as collateral and go to the bank and say, I got this, and let them give you a loan. Because that money you get from the loan is not tax deductible. You pull it out of the stock market, you got to pay tax. Let it sit there. That's what rich folk do. Let it sit right there. If it's in stock and if it's in crypto, I'm going to say Bitcoin and Ethereum. But definitely Bitcoin. Ethereum, I mean, it's younger than Bitcoin, but I think it's going to be just as powerful as Bitcoin. Let it stay in there and don't just keep putting money there. Never take money out of your Bitcoin. Just let it sit there, no matter how tempted it gets. You know, bills can come in like, oh, let me grab this $100,000 out. No, don't do that. Let it sit there. Yeah. You bought it at 69K, and also at 16K. Oh my God! If you bought it at 16K, you've seen a lot of growth. Let me tell you, I remember Bitcoin was $1 some change. And I had like 10 of them and I sold them. Doing AOL in one of the AOL group chats. Y'all remember the dial up? That's when I bought it. You're in XRP? Okay, that's good. Most of the time, but not always. I've seen it go the opposite. But ultimately, yes, you're correct. You're thinking hard about moving to Canada or Africa. Africa, your money will go farther. your $1 is 6.5 of theirs. You go a lot
They
further.
gonna give me
There's
kiss.
Thailand, Vietnam.
Zay'll be here in
I
the
mean, our
morning.
money goes far.
At what time?
6:30.
Yeah.
Why so early?
She gonna drop them off on her way to work.
I
Between
saw it when it
6:30
was
and
25.
7.
Yeah. God,
He called you to tell you that.
can't cry
Well,
with you.
she asked. She sent both of
I
us
mean,
a
you can.
text. I answered on yours first because I was on your iPad,
Oh.
Costa Rica, yeah.
but then I answered on my phone too.
Mm-hmm.
But she
Do you think the
said,
market is going to crash after January
"Good
20th?
evening. Would it be okay
We don't
for
know
me to
what's going to
bring
be happening.
Xavier
First of all, we ain't
over
even got
in
the
the
final
morning
numbers from the
before I go to
election.
work?"
She
So I
wants
didn't want to speak on
have a
that.
patient out in Kent out here.
But typically
I said,
after
well, you
an
said
election,
absolutely.
like I just had,
And
stocks
then I
go
said,
up.
yes, ma'am, what
Because of
time?
the
She
narrative
said,
around Trump.
great, thank you. I'll drop him off between 6:30 and 7.
Real estate, especially real estate. I think it's going to make people, rich people, who hold the most in the stock market, I think this will make them feel very positive. You know, the market is emotional. So you got to pay attention. Like a war breaking out can tank the market, but then war stocks go up. You know, so it's always money to be made, even when things are up or down. S&P just hit a record too. But I'm not in the S&P anymore. I got out of that when it went crazy like a year ago. Yeah. The Philippine, I don't know how to say that, to the USD is 60-1. So you can definitely go to the Philippines and Colombia. Oh my God. You do well with your dollars there. Mm-hmm. You don't like the geckos in Thailand? I don't like them in Florida and Jamaica. They come right in your room. You said this information alone is worth joining Patreon. Well, I guess this is one big advertisement. Oh yeah, to the USD. That's right. That's in China or that's Thailand. Check and see what the bot. Oh, it's Thai. Yeah, Thai bot. Yeah, it's Thai. See what I mean? And you can live good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just go where it's safe. Now you can live in old Dubai cheap. Now the new Dubai, you know, it's not that cheap. You gotta be doing pretty good to move to Dubai state. Yeah. The healthcare in those countries cheaper than what it is here. If you gotta pay for it, some countries you don't. Listen, that's an understatement. Ghana is terribly nice and welcoming to, because a lot of them have these promotions. They're trying to get the descendants of the slaves. They're trying to get us back home to invest. Yeah, I didn't even know. I've been in Solana for many years. I was so glad to see. Oh, Bali is very economical. Very economical. Let me say this. The American dream is not in America no more. It may come back one day, but the American dream is a white lie.
Sure is.
It's gone. Now, if you do, you say, what the F are we still here? Oh my God. Well, then take your hind end wherever you almost cuss. What the, y'all think y'all run this? Go to hell. Choose any way you want to go. There's plenty of ways. Everybody do some everything to get to here. I want you to find one way
I'll get it
and
in
do
the
that
morning.
real hard and go there right quickly. Don't come up here trying to say
I
what.
don't feel like
It's not gonna go good for
just
you.
walking back.
And one more crazy comment, you'll be blocked forever. Abu Dhabi, very safe.
Yes, sir.
And it's
Going to
actually
sleep?
cheaper to
I
stay
believe
there
so.
than Dubai, because Dubai is like a tourist spot.
I done been.
But both of them,
I done been
no
to
lie,
Dubai
y'all know
both
firsthand.
times.
Leave your wallet, your
Good.
phone, it'll be there the next day. Because these folks do
You want
not
this?
want to go to jail.
No, you take it.
I'll take it in the morning.
Oh my God.
Okay, I'll just get up under that one.
Right, Carla B. The
Yeah.
new American dream is to move out of America. Don't
what
get
I'm
rid of
saying.
your American citizenship, though. Maintain it.
Just lay it.
Definitely, that's something, a word that was spoken a while ago in our community, and people are actively learning a second language. If you're not actively learning a second language and engaging with AI of some kind consistently,
You
you're
get that
not a
on?
fit for the
Yeah,
future that is
that's
coming.
looking at
You'll
her.
only be
That's
able
still
to
running.
do
That's
business with those that
it's
talk
still
like
on
you and look
live.
like you.
Oh,
That's
okay.
not good for us as black people.
That's why I got
We
it
should be
running
doing
in the
business with people that
background
don't
so
look
they
like
can
us,
hear it.
and then bringing that money into our community and buy from people that look like us. I just give you a whole word. No disrespect, Larry. The American dream is a white lie. Oh, you said no disrespect. Yes, the American dream is a white lie. I got you, Sarah. Got you. I'm confused. Nobody holding people here. Go where you want to go. Yeah, we was at how many people? 6,000 something. Now we 4,100. So y'all staying here for a reason. Probably because I'm giving y'all this free game, like y'all my members in Patreon. Everybody that is here, every single person, you should
I
not
didn't need
leave
this.
here without giving a donation. Put your phone number in the memo
I
section
took it.
so that we can call you and thank you for your donation and support what we're doing. We're creating jobs in Africa. And I'm going to be saying this to you guys for a while because the first, we're going to get the office space first of the year. I'm waiting past the holidays. So you're funding all of that. And then one of the businesses we're establishing is for tourism there because people always need cars. So MBN Network's going to get a fleet of cars, and we got to hire these people, hire a front desk person, hire this. So we're creating jobs. And we're not going to do, I'm gonna tell you what the Russians and the Chinese are doing there. And others.
Okay.
I mean, every white nation you can think of is still, Africa is still being raped, used, pillaged, plummeted some way, and then the wealth taken outside the country and stolen from the people. They take the diamonds and the gold and the cocoa in the backyard. They take ownership of it from the outside of Africa, and the people can't benefit from the resources in their own land. Oh, we killing that. We're stopping that. So what we're going to do is establish business over there because they establish businesses, and then they pay the people to stay poor. And these people do the job with a smile on their face, hurting and oh no, I can't even tell you how much of my own personal money I just handed out. And me and the 11 people with me, just handed out, just handed out money because we saw what was happening in that world. They will work 6 days a week, 10 to 12 hours a day, for about 800 CD a month. Tell them how much 800 CD is 800 CEDI a month with 1 day off a week. That is, just give me the number, is $50.35 for me. I said, well, wait a minute. I made sure I paid people in tip their monthly salary, a few people. And I did a secret way that I knew. I'm one person, I gave them 3,000 American dollars. That's gonna sit and get a month's pay. I said, this is a demon. This is a devil. And do y'all know how many preachers I know that's been to Ghana to preach and take an offering back to America? Oh, that's wicked. There's no way I would have done that.
That's a shame.
I said, I'm not doing that. I'm not being involved in that. And there's so many investment opportunities. I told everybody with me, I said, we will not invest in this land until we plant a seed in this country. We must plant a seed in the homeland. Our blackness demands it. We can't take from here. And like you're going to hear me say in the documentary, I don't want to hear another black American that's a descendant. What are you doing? Another black American, you need to block that. Somebody trying to advertise their channel in my platform. I bet I hear another black Christian or follow Jesus Christ. Hell, only if you ain't no Christian. Don't you? Well, I'm talking to the Christians. This is a Christian statement. All you black Christians that every year you taking your hind end to Israel, every minister you know right now that's planning a trip to Israel, you need to know that the leader and the people planning it got a white soul. They do not know from where they came. Your ancestors and your history is in Africa, not Israel. Ancient Israel, yeah, the Africans that were there, but they have made a state, America, called Israel, and made it to be for the Jews only. All of that's a trick. This is how come people get mad when I talk about Kamala. She was the better choice, but she's still one head of a wickedness. It's a two-headed demon dragon that America is. The left and the right, same spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Are y'all hearing what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree.
So, versus you taking your African hind end to Israel, you need to be going to Africa, Ethiopia. Ethiopia is the origin of our faith, which is a Christian basis. That's why they raped our religious practices and then came up with this European, Eurocentric Christianity that is a business. It's really Christianity Incorporated. Jesus Christ is the mascot. You
Mm.
need to deepen your Christian practices by getting as African as possible and finding out the spirituality of your ancestors and marrying that to what you have learned in Christianity. Oh, I'm talking right now. I'm talking better than you, amen. Put that it's time for offering. Some of you done gave one time, turn around and give another time, because now there's another spirit that came on me, and now I'm getting you
Okay.
back to Africa.
Wow. We doing that?
Now, it is terribly important for you to be actively building home. Why? For the Bible says charity begins where?
At home.
Home. And you need to be building home. Well, I can't go and I don't know what to do. Great. That's what the MBN network is for. So now you can donate to the MBN network because we're going to do the work. And heaven going to remember that you were invested in this work and helping us do what it is that we're doing. Go to the mbnnetwork.org right now. Read what our faith is, what we practice, and what our mission is. And we're gonna put something up there to let you know what we're doing in Ghana. But this is what you're gonna be funded. You build our ministry is gonna put it where it belongs. Not just in maintaining what we do, not that only. The members make sure that the ministry is okay. But we're going to extend our influence and our work more globally. Yeah, we're global because we're digital, but intentionally, we're going to build Africa. Oh, yes, we are. We're going to, this is the way that we're going to make America do her first work over because she owes Africa, but she's still raping Africa. Oh my God. Get back to Eden. Live on top of where you are. Because Eden is Africa. They tell you it's in the Middle East, which is a whole made up thing, but I can't say too much about that. They're our brothers and our sisters. I can't say too much about that because I'm a resident there too. And the UAE do not play. I love the UAE. I love Islam. I love Islam. They pray 5 times a day. When I hear that sound them praying, I say, oh God. I go into my shando. You know, because Islam, they pray 5 times a day. In Christianity, all of these are Abrahamic religions. In Christianity, we pray 3 times a day. But half of y'all that's watching me, I feel like y'all don't pray 3 times a day. Oh, I'm so concerned about people's Christianity. It's so white. You're supposed to be praying three times a day. What is you doing? 3 times, I say 3 times. Are you praying 3 times a day? I need to know. Tell me in the chat. Are you praying 3 times a day? If you ain't praying 3 times a day. Now I'm about to go real old school Apostle Reed on you. You ain't saved. You said Sarah and her husband posted what? Go see what it is before I get up off this thing. What did they say?
This is all coming from the bottom, y'all.
Listen, saying you're doing fine. Okay, great. All right.
He want to talk about who ain't saved, and he's a bottom.
I must conviction must ran through the chat. Ain't nobody that 3 times a day word y'all did that. It ain't, if you don't like it, tear it out. Psalm 55:17. You find that nature. I'm gonna do this and then I'm gonna get out of here. This is my close. Psalm 55:17. You ready? You can tell you don't even use your phone for the Bible. You got to go get off X2, get up all the nastiness. You got it. Psalm 55:17. Read. You can't read the Bible with no little soft voice. You got to holler. I got a cold. Breathe from your belly and read. Okay, we'll go over there. Go to where that mic at. Over there. I think I can get it. All right. Read.
Evening, morning, and noon.
Evening, morning,
and noon.
And noon. Read.
This is a different.
Hold a minute.
This is a different version.
Well, I need to get the King James version of the Bible. I don't do fool up with my study time. I do, but when I'm King James, please.
Okay.
King James 55. And listen to me. You don't be running on. You got to do what I say. Read.
Evening, morning.
No, you read like normal. I'll stop it. Go ahead.
Evening.
Wait a minute. Read.
Evening and morning.
Evening and morning.
And
read.
Noon.
Hold on, this is not working. Did y'all? How did y'all? You were raised in church.
Can I just read it?
You. Can I just read it? No. We're gonna do this the way that the old church used to do it. Read.
Evening and morning.
Evening and morning. Read.
And at noon.
And at noon. Read.
Will I pray?
Will. I pray. Read.
And cry aloud.
And cry aloud. Read.
And he shall hear.
And he shall hear
my voice.
My voice. He said, evening and noon and morning will he hear my voice. That's the word telling you to pray 3 times a day. Thank you. So far, the scripture. Thank you, Jesus. And we praise him for the scripture. All of you that don't pray 3 times a day, you ain't saved. Just go ahead and put it like that. I had to go old school on you. Ain't saved. You got a thanks, you got a shot, but you ain't got no relationship with yourself or God because you don't have no prayer life. You on your way to hell with gasoline drawn. Oh, yes, you are. In hell, you're going to lift up your eyes, although there ain't one. But in hell, you're going to... In hell, you're going to lift up your eyes. We're going to be saved right here. The last thing we do. We're going to laugh and cut up, drink a little bit, have a little, do a little stuff, but we're going to be saved. We're going to start praying, and we're going to pull out our paper Bible. Huh? I am paper Bible saved. I am paper Bible saved from the crown of my head to the sole of my feet. I am paper Bible saved. All right. I'm gonna see y'all later. I hope y'all enjoyed. I was gonna drop the link, but I don't feel like it. And make sure you support. I'm gonna play this thing right here one more time because I want Africa to stay in your spirit. Somebody gonna go to bed and wake up in the morning and you say, "Let me find MDN Network. I have got to right now sow a large seed into this work. I want you to take that money you made from the white man and send it back to the black land. I repeat, I want you to take all that money you made from that white man's company and then sow it in the black land. From the white man to the black land. From the white man to the black land. From the white man to the black land." Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, my God, my God. Okay, see y'all later. One leap of love to you. This is the way I say it all. God bless. I see you later.
Rain on the thunder, tell a storm I'm new. I'm a wild, I'm a march on the regular, painted white flags blue. Lord forgive me, I've been
That structure was used for trading human beings. Enslaved Africans were captured from different areas in Africa, put them in chains and shackles, and they traveled on foot for several days, weeks, months, crossing rivers, climbing mountains, hills to get to the dungeons.
Freedom, freedom, I can't move. Freedom, cut me loose. Yeah. Freedom, freedom, where are you? 'Cause I need freedom too. I break chains around myself. Won't let my freedom rot in hell. Hey, I'ma keep it running 'cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
Welcome back to this week's episode of The Emily Show. Today we've got to talk about why Diddy's lawyers are big mad about that witness who I talked about in Quick Bits this week. If you missed the Monday show, you are missing quite a lot. And we've got to talk about this Young Thug plea. I went through a lot of the court hearing with you, talked about what it meant, and whether or not this 15-year term of probation is a trap. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. Let's get into today's episode. Welcome to The Emily Show. I'm Emily G. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst and big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years. I'm a former prosecutor, and I break down the legal side of pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. We should just get into it. Let's go. Thank you to our sponsor, Green Chef. Again, the only way that I actually eat a well-rounded dinner, literally ever. What I love is that Green Chef is delivered right to the door. You can pick from a wide variety of menus every week. And if you need to skip a week or modify a week, it's incredibly easy to do. No matter what's going on in our busy weeks, we have meals that are easy to prepare and that we love. And there are nights that now our teen makes dinner because T can follow along with the instructions. So whether you are looking for plant-based options or more protein, Green Chef has got you covered. And if you're really not going to have time to get to the store, Green Chef can add in meats, breakfast items, smoothies, quick to create lunches, and more. Plus, it's time for the holiday flavors. So if you need all of your Thanksgiving shopping done for you, now is the time to check out Green Chef. So if you are ready to find out for yourself why Green Chef is the #1 meal kit for eating well, it is time to go to greenchef.com/EmilyBaker50. Why? Because if you use code EmilyBaker50, you will get 50% off your first box and 20% off your next 2 months. That's code EmilyBaker50 at greenchef.com/EmilyBaker50 for 50% off your first month and 20% off your next 2 months. Thank you for sponsoring Green Chef and keeping me well fed. Let's get back to today's episode. Well, first we're going to be going to Georgia to talk about the YSL case because I can't imagine how you even address a jury about the fact that the jury went on like a little break again and then came back, and instead of all 7 of the defendants being in the courtroom, there's 2 left. Like, and they don't really get told what happens to the other defendants. They're not told anything. They're just told you no longer need to consider the cases against list of defendants, and then the other 2 are still sitting in court. But as jurors, they're not even allowed to talk about the case with each other. So when they break, they can't look at one another and go, what do you think's going on here? This jury has been seated since opening statements, since November of last year. They're coming up on being in trial for a year. Granted, there have been some extensive breaks in the case due to a wide variety of things. They had to come back to trial when there was an entirely new judge and be like, new judge, who this? But I can't imagine how they're even keeping track of what the case is anymore. Opening statements were last year. That's wild to me. So they had opening statements a year ago, and that was after over 10 months of jury selection. So even though the YSL case really starts with the arrest in 2022, for the jurors, it started in January of 2023 with jury selection, and then November for opening statements, through so many issues. So even though the jury has had extended breaks, they are still on jury duty, and now there are only 2 defendants left in court. If you, like this jury, have forgotten what this case is about, I'm going to give you a quick summary, and then we're going to break down some of the details from the plea deal and talk about why this plea deal might have gone down, because some of these terms of probation, we're going to pull up the document, we're going to go to some clips from what happened in court and break all of this down, because as to Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, the case is over for him and many of his co-defendants. But in May 2022 is when this indictment came down, an 88-page RICO indictment. That is the overarching racketeering statute for Georgia. Yes, there is a federal statute. The Georgia statute's different. I broke it down in another podcast episode about how the Georgia statute's different. It's a fairly broad statute. In this case, they are using it against YSL, the label, and saying that the label was operating as a criminal gang organization. And instead of using the gang charges or the gang allegations that they can use in Georgia, they decided to loop everybody in on RICO so that they could use, it seems, the incidents underlying those predicate acts against Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, because he is not accused in most of this of being a direct participant. He is accused of being part of the overarching organization and really the main part of the overarching organization. So, 88-page RICO indictment, 26 total defendants. There are 55 separate charges in the indictment. Not all charges go to all defendants. As we get to the plea deal, we'll go through exactly what Young Thug was charged with and pled to at the end of it. But this is the case that has had breaks in the case because Young Thug's attorney, Brian Steele, got held in contempt. That was subsequently completely overturned by the court, as it should have been. It was an improper use of contempt by the previous judge. That previous judge was removed from the case by a third judge. All of that took like 2 months. There was a defendant who got stabbed while in custody and was recovering for a period of time. There was a in-court deputy in the pre-trial phase that had gotten arrested for having an improper relationship with one of the multiple defendants while this case was ongoing pre-trial, and allowing that defendant access to an iPad and a phone, and was making phone calls on their behalf, and that aggravated things because then that investigation was ongoing. A different defense attorney was arrested coming into the courthouse, and on and on and on. So this case not only is a how to say it kindly, unorganized and sprawling RICO prosecution, it has also been rife with issues. Oh, I forgot to mention the prosecutors have also had to go to like remedial Brady school for not turning over evidence. There's been issues with ex parte hearings with the judge and witnesses, and on and on. has not been well organized. So when it's like, Emily, what's the RICO really about? It's like, well, it's a very large gang case and they're trying to push it into a RICO case. And it seems at times that the prosecution's not sure what the witnesses are going to say when they come into court or what witnesses are coming into court on a given day. It has not been a cleanly prosecuted case. And the current judge is really tired of it. I'm still shocked that this whole case hasn't ended in a mistrial, and that's what gets us to where we are today. And again, I record in advance, so we are recording on. Emily, did you have to check the date? Yes. We are recording on Monday, November 4th, so we are a couple days after Young Thug was released from custody on Halloween. But the pending mistrial is what led us to today. There was a looming mistrial, and the judge, it seemed, was amenable to granting a mistrial, but not amenable to granting a mistrial with prejudice. And so that would have meant that for all of these defendants, the case simply would have started over. Young Thug and many of his co-defendants, in fact, I think all, but I'm not 100% sure, are being held without the potential of bail. Some of the co-defendants are in custody on other cases, have been convicted and are serving time on other cases, so it's not as much of an issue for them. But for Jeffrey Williams in particular, he is not serving time on any other cases, so he was in custody, no bail, only on this case. So if there had been a mistrial granted, then the case would have started all over again, keeping in mind that it took almost 11 months to pick a jury, and we are now almost a year into the case from when opening statements started November last year, and they're looking at another 3 or 4 months of trial at this go round. So I can understand how well a mistrial is looming. The defendants who were amenable to taking pleas were like, can we just be done? So a number of defendants took pleas. We're going to go over the plea deal for Young Thug because I've gotten a lot of questions about it. There are some questions about it. And it's a really unique situation where negotiations between the prosecution team and the defense attorneys broke down. That's not a surprise in this case to anyone who's been watching it, because the defense and the prosecution have not spared words for one another. But it's unique in a multi-count indictment that the defendant pled open to the court, essentially pleading blind to the sheet. I call it plead open because I practiced in California, and that's what it was regularly called there. I'm going to be explaining some of the language they use in Georgia that's different than language they use elsewhere in the country. But cases are jurisdiction by jurisdiction unless you're in federal court, and then it's a little bit different. So as we go through this, you're going to hear some language that might be unfamiliar. Don't worry, I'll break it down for you. We're going to go through what this plea deal is, where it's unique, the substantial amount of probation time. But I really think the reason that this deal was taken is because Young Thug was ready to get out of custody, and this was an opportunity to do so. And when plea negotiations broke down, he decided to try his hand with the judge. And it seems, based on statements Brian Steele has given to the media, that if they were able to distance with this trial, that they would be victorious at the end and Young Thug would be found not guilty. So it seemed that his attorney really didn't want him to take the plea deal. However, that is the client's decision. And when you're looking at another 4 months in custody versus getting out today, sometimes the getting out today is too tempting to ride it out for the long haul, even if that's what your attorney is advising. And based on those statements to the media, it seems that that's really how Brian Steele feels about it. He said that the prosecutor's conditions were absolutely outrageous. Quote, they would let him out of custody, but they would have had a tether around him so tight that it's unconscionable. And that's why Young Thug went forward with the plea to the judge. But that means it is an open plea to the court, and then the court gets to decide. There's no deal on the table. He doesn't know what he's getting. What I think is really interesting is that the prosecution was willing to let him out of custody. And then when he pled open to the court, we're asking for quite a substantial bit more time than they had been willing to negotiate because they wanted the conditions that they wanted. I still think some of these conditions are incredibly onerous. You're going to have to let me know what you think. but these terms of probation might be incredibly difficult. So now we're going to be getting into court to take a look at what went down when this plea deal got put on the record. So we're going to hear from the DA, we're going to hear from Young Thug, we're going to hear from the court, and then we're going to go through these terms of probation. But I will be jumping through parts of this court hearing because there were a lot of starts and stops, and for time, we are going to be jumping through some of those parts because the court is going to summarize it for us at the end when we get to the court's final sentence on this plea.
Notwithstanding the fact that this is a blind plea. You understand that, Mr. Williams? Okay.
So the state confirms with Jeffrey Williams that this is a blind plea. That means it's an open plea to the court. He has no idea what the court is going to do. And then she confirms with him about the state's previous offer.
And Mr. Williams, were you aware of the state's previous offer that was turned down prior to your making this non-negotiated plea? All right. And Your Honor, at this time, the state is making a recommendation of 45 years with 25 to serve in custody, followed by 20 blind.
So what the state is saying, and we will hear from Mr. Williams' attorney in a moment about what the previous offer is. The state is offering 45 years with 25 served in custody. He's been in since 2022, that's it. 45 years, 25 served in custody, and then 20 years on probation. And then the state's gonna get into those conditions. The previous offer had involved him getting out of custody immediately. So it's a big shift from the state to go from you can get out today to you need to serve 25 years. Just a very large shift in position from the state here.
Subject to the special requirements of 1615 for the gang statute.
All right, and do you want to break down for me what your recommended sentence on each count is?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the state gets into breaking down how they get to, for each of the counts, that 45 years with 25 served, 25 probation. And the state breaks that down for the court. That's not what he's going to be sentenced to, so that's not what we're going to go through. We're going to go through the previous offer as it gets put on the record.
The state's previous offer was a total of 43 years with 20 years, 5 years to serve on count 56, commuted to time served, followed by 15 years on probation. On count 58, the sentence was 10 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to count 56. Count 59 was 3 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56 and 58. Count 60 was 5 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56, 58, and 59. Count 61 was 5 years to serve in the Georgia Department of Corrections, consecutive to counts 56, 58, 59, and 60.
Was that the entirety of what the sentence was?
No, Your Honor,
I
I'm
mean, I know
still
there was
reading.
special conditions,
You can hear the court being like, is that everything or is there more?
so y'all were
There
on null pros,
We,
you
what?
get 1
Yeah.
and 62?
So what the court is clarifying here is that the prosecution was going to dismiss some of the counts. And so the court was like, is that the entirety of the deal? And the prosecutor said, no, we were going to null pros or dismiss 2 of the charges.
Yes, as part of the recommended sentence, in exchange for the defendant agreeing to the special conditions that we asked the court to impose, the state was willing to null pros count 1, count 57, and count 62.
Okay.
Count 1 is the RICO charge. Count 57 is the gang activity charge, participating in criminal street gang activity, and count 62 is a use of a machine gun charge. So some fairly serious charges. The prosecution was going to get rid of count 1, count 57, and count 62 as it went to Young Thug, but because the conditions were unacceptable to the defense, he's pleading open, which means there are pleas on those counts now entered into the record, but we'll get there.
Right. And then all of that consecutive to the probation, that was going to be what we call backloaded. And what were y'all proposing with regard to that, since it was the total of the probated sentence?
The total sentence was 43 years to serve, with the first 5 years in prison commuted to time served, followed by 15 years on probation, followed by 23 years in prison, which would have been served in confinement, except that if defendant had complied with the special conditions of probation imposed as part of this sentence, the backloaded portion of defendant's sentence would have been commuted. However, should defendant had violated any special condition of probation within the first 15 years of his sentence, his probated sentence would have immediately been revoked, and he would have been required to serve the entire remainder of his sentence confined to the Georgia Department of Corrections.
So what that means is that the prosecution's original offer to the defense, well, not original, the offer as this was all going down last week, the offer to the defense was that his time in custody, it was 20 years with 5 years being served in custody, and that was being, they call it commuted, but that was being essentially converted to time served. So we're giving you 5 years, you've been in for 2.5, roughly, probably a little bit more. So we're going to call that 5 years already served. Then you're going to do 15 years of probation. So you get out today, you have 15 years of probation with the conditions that the defense said no way to. And then what they call backloaded time is suspended time. So the suspended time or backloaded time of 23 years is hanging over that 15 years probation. If you violate probation, then you serve that 23 years of backloaded time. So the state was offering, you serve 5 years, you've got time served, you get out today, 15 years probation plus that backloaded time. Really, that backloaded time means time that's waiting for you if you violate your probation. Probation violations do not run on a beyond the reasonable doubt standard. Probation violations can be much easier to prove. They run on a lower standard, and depending what the terms of probation are, it can be very tricky to navigate without violating probation. If he had violated probation on any of the state's terms that he did not accept, then that 23 years is essentially imposed, and you get violated on probation, and then you serve those 23 years starting fresh.
Right, so as long as he had successfully completed his 15 years of probation, the 23 years that was going to follow it was going to be commuted to time served as long as his probation was successful. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the special, would the court like for us to?
No, I was really more interested in the length of sentence and what y'all had. I mean, I know you didn't reach agreement, but yeah, that's what the last offer had been, with, of course, a bunch of special conditions, which I guess is where the hang-up is. I don't know.
Right, defendant did not want to agree to the special conditions.
All right, so basically your understanding too, Mr.
Yes, Your
Steele
Honor, it
and
would have
Mr.
been,
Evans.
yes, Your Honor, Mr. Williams would have been released today for 15 years on probation. If he successfully completes that probation, then he would not have to go to custody. If he did not, he'd face probation revocation as well as 23 years, as the court said, backloaded in the Georgia prison system. But we could not come to terms on all the conditions that the district attorney was insisting.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Okay. And that was Defense Attorney Brian Steele saying, no, we could not come to agreement on the conditions that the district attorney wanted. The prosecution advised Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, of all of his rights, including if you choose not to take a plea today, your trial will just continue as it's been going. So you will just go back to trial. But now she is inquiring if he understands all those rights and wants to plead guilty. And this is where his defense attorney is going to jump in to talk about whether or not he will be able to plead nolo contendere instead of guilty. And we're going to hear from the defense attorney, Mr. Steele, to the court about that right now.
If these rights and enter a guilty plea because you are in fact guilty.
Yes. Well, Your Honor, may I interject?
You may.
Your Honor, on count one, which is the racketeering conspiracy count, Mr. Williams is tendering a plea under nolo contendere. As to count 56, which is participation in criminal street gang activity as being a leader or supervisor or organizer, Mr. Williams is also tendering a plea to this honorable court is under nolo contendere. The balance of the counts, so he is tendering a guilty plea.
Yes, ma'am.
Would the court like to hear from the state or not?
About the NOLA issues?
Yes, sure. Your Honor, the state,
Because this is not an agreed upon plea disposition, the state is like, no, if you are pleading open to the court, then you are pleading open to the court, and those are going to be guilty pleas, not NOLO pleas. NOLO pleas are saying, I am taking a plea, but I am not accepting guilt. So if there were civil lawsuits or anything else, that wouldn't come up. So the state is going to argue against this point with Brian Steele asking to allow for those first two counts, the RICO conspiracy and the gang organization count in count 56, to plead those NOLO, and we're going to hear what the state has to say about that.
ask that the court not accept a NOLO plea and require either a guilty plea or a not guilty plea as to these charges.
All right, I'm gonna permit a NOLA plea as to count.
If you are listening on audio, you cannot see the court's face as the court looks at the prosecutor in this, but the prosecutor said, I would like the court to require a guilty or not guilty plea, not a NOLO plea. And the court goes, all right, I'm gonna allow it. Like immediately, the court's like, no, we're gonna allow this to go forward. Since all the waivers have been given and the court has decided that she will allow the defendant to plead nolo contendere to two of the counts, the prosecutor is now going to take the pleas. Again, for me, this is an open plea to the court. I'm surprised the court is not taking these pleas because the prosecutor at this point is out of the process. The prosecutor can't stop this process. The prosecutor can object to the sentence, can tell the court what they think sentencing should be, but the defendant has the right to say, you know what, I'm going to plead to all these counts, and this is between me and the judge now. This has nothing to do with the prosecutor at this point. So I am surprised that the judge is not the one taking these pleas, but we're going to hear the prosecutor take these pleas now.
As to count 57, participation in criminal street gang activity, how do you plead?
I plead guilty.
As to count 58, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 59, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 60, violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to count 61, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And as to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, how do you plead?
NOLO.
As to count 56, participation in criminal street gang activity under the leadership charge, how do you plead?
NOLO.
I think you didn't ask about count 62.
As to count, thank you, Your Honor. As to count 62, possession of a machine gun, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And for those of you listening on audio, the defense attorney continues to just wipe his face with his hand because there is nothing he can do to stop this from happening. But it is clear he is not happy. But again, this is his client's decision. His client is the one in custody. His client is the one that is now facing either doing this all over again, doing this for another 3 months, or taking a deal and getting out today. And now that the guilty plea is in, The prosecutor and the court a bit advised the defendant of his further rights, made sure that the plea was voluntarily given, and is now asking the court for more, even though she had already asked the court for that 45-year sentence with 25 served in custody and 20 years of probation. So let's hear what else the prosecution would like.
The time periods.
And Your Honor, the state, in addition to the sentence we are asking that the court to impose,
Okay.
we would also be asking the court to require or to have defendant forfeit all the property that has been seized and that is currently being held, that was found or recovered or taken from his home after it was searched on May 9th.
Do you have any kind of list of what that property is? I mean, I'm not familiar with what was seized.
And Your Honor, we're not.
We
we're not
do.
agreeing.
Oh, I mean, I assume y'all aren't agreeing to anything.
We're not agreeing
You would
to
present it as a negotiated plea.
We're not. But we do have a list of the
All right.
property
Do you
items.
have it available right now?
Yes, actually, would the court permit us to send it electronically?
Sure,
Because
that's fine. And then, if that is not imposed as a condition, is it just get litigated as like any forfeiture matter?
Yes.
Yeah, it would be litigated later on, yes.
It's a civil separate.
In quite a lot of actions, criminal actions, particularly RICO actions, conspiracy actions, and what have you, there are often forfeiture provisions. This is common in drug cases, gang cases. It just depends if an amount of money and property is recovered and they're saying it's part of the gang organization. And here they are saying that the record label is the organization, so anything connected to that can be forfeited. The court is saying, do you have the list of property? And the prosecutor's like, can we email it to you? The defense is like, I'm not agreeing to any of that. And the court said, so if it's not imposed, and I think the court knows where she's going with this already, if it's not imposed, then what happens? And then it goes to a full civil forfeiture hearing, so it becomes a separate process versus the forfeiture just being granted. Oftentimes when there are plea deals in federal criminal cases, the forfeiture amount, money seized or property seized or what have you, will generally be agreed to as part of the agreement. But this is an open plea to the court, and I don't think this court is very thrilled with this case at all. So I think the court knows what she's going to do with that. The prosecutor also asked for gang conditions that are in keeping with the statute in Georgia, and the court is going to chime in on this now, which gives us a little bit of insight into what some of the problems were in negotiation.
The rest of that into the record if the court requires, or I can continue with the factual basis.
All right, and let me ask you, because I know that at least while y'all were negotiating, one of the things that I guess was being negotiated was some exception for, I think, somebody that is contractually obligated on his record label. Is that something that the state would still be in agreement to?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
So with gang conditions in most probationary settings, there is a blanket stay away from all known gang members. The court said one of the things y'all were negotiating was somebody who's contractually obligated to a record label. I'm assuming that that indicates that that person may be a known gang member. I don't know if that's one of the co-defendants. And the court is saying you guys were trying to negotiate that. Is the state still in agreement? And the prosecutor's like, no, not no. However, this, when you're using the RICO statute for a record label, there are going to be some really difficult aspects of probation that are unique to this defendant. But if the defendant is going to be let out of jail on conditions, those have to be conditions that he has a chance at succeeding at. Otherwise, it should just be custody time. If the conditions are structured so that there is not even a reasonable possibility of success, then it shouldn't be probation. It should just be custody time. As they are still going back and forth on the record about who he can and can't communicate with, who he is allowed to have communications with, we're starting to get into how defense attorney Brian Steele feels about this plea deal and about this case, and a lot about what he wants to communicate to the court about this case. So we are jumping in to him talking about that on the record with the court as he's making his record about what some of these terms and conditions of probation should be.
Hey, that's Mr. Williams' phone. This is how the trial has gone for us. But we sit here for almost 2 years since we did our jury selection initiation on January 4th, 2023. Mr. Williams has been sitting in the jail since May 9th, 2022. This is 2.5 years waiting for the conclusion of the state's case and a verdict from the jury, and that's why he is tendering this plea. I'm telling the court this, and the court knows when you came out the first time, it's very hard for Mr. Williams. I am not supportive of what we're doing right now. I'm not against it. But I told Mr. Williams, you okay with me saying yes? I told Mr.
You
Williams.
hear Mr. Steele look at his client and say, are you okay with me saying it? Because there is a level of attorney-client privilege, but Brian Steele, if you're going to say anything about Brian Steele, the first thing you're going to probably say about this attorney is he is incredibly passionate in how he does his work. And so he doesn't want to run away with talking really outside of what he's allowed to share. But he's also saying, Your Honor, I am not supportive of what we're doing here. He's like, I'm not saying we shouldn't do the plea deal. My client wants to do it, but he's making clear my client wants this. This is incredibly difficult for him, and this is why. So he's sharing with the court part of the decision-making process here so the court understands why he's willing to take this plea deal when Brian still clearly thinks that when they ever get to the end of this case, that he would probably be acquitted. And that's what Brian Steele clearly believes. So let's hear the rest of what he has to say about his conversations with his client and why this is happening.
That I think we're winning the trial and we should go to verdict. But he told me I can't wait another 3 months if there is any possibility I could go home because I have children that are hurting. I have things to do, and he has some medical issues that he would like to tend to. He eats out of a bag, Your Honor. He eats processed food only. He gained 75 pounds during trial. He's lost it since. But it is hard. You know, for me, it's only 3 more months. It's enjoyable, actually. I enjoy coming. It's not that enjoyable for Mr. Williams. He told me he wakes up. He wakes up every day, and it's another day in HE. Your Honor, the state is talking about.
So there we get a glimpse of the decision-making process, because I'm sure there are going to be many asking, if he thinks he's winning the trial, why in the world is he taking this deal? And he doesn't know what the court is going to do. He knows that the state's asking for him to serve 25 years in custody to start with. So why take the plea deal? And that's what his attorney was saying. He doesn't want to wait another 3 months. He wants to be out of custody. He's not going to get out of custody. He doesn't want to wake up at 3 a.m. with, the attorney said, itchy blank blank. He doesn't want to be in custody any longer, and that is the overriding decision here. It doesn't matter how long he's on probation for. Some of the terms he couldn't deal with, but if there's any possibility he's getting out, then that's exactly what he wants to do. And I'm sure his attorney said, you're going to have to be incredibly careful because the state is going to continue looking at you while you are on probation and looking at you closely. And now we're going to hear what Brian Steele thinks this case is worth and his frustration with the prosecutor drastically shifting what they're asking for in the same day.
But the point I'm trying to make is 45 years to serve 25 years in prison when just this morning it was a probationary offer. It was a probationary offer. The state knows, but they want to control. They have this theory of music. And they want to stop Mr. Williams from making music, from entertaining, just stop his life. That's just not right. And it's wrong of the district attorney in Fulton County to do that. If they offer probation, then he's not a 45 to serve 25 years in custody type of person, and he's certainly not the person that the state has stated in front of the court. What we're asking, Your Honor, On count one, which
And this is what the defense is asking the court for, and we will see what she does shortly.
is the RICO count to accept the NOLO contingent plea. Pre-sentence Mr. Williams to 20 years to serve 5 years in prison, community time served. Mr. Williams has served, as I said, 22 and a half years. On count 56, Your Honor, that's the leadership of a gang, NOLO plea, 20 years to serve 5 years, community time served, consecutive to all other counts. On count 57, which is a gang count, Your Honor, not a leader, guilty plea, 20 years to serve 5 years, community time served, concurrent with count 1. With regard to count 58, which is possession of, I believe it is marijuana with intent to distribute, 10-year sentence on probation, concurrent with count 1. On count 59, which is violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act, possession of codeine with intent to distribute, 5 years on probation, concurrent with count 1. On count 59, Your Honor, which is violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act, possession of cocaine, 3 years on probation, concurrent with count 1. Count 61, 5 years of probation, so firearm count, consecutive to the other counts, consecutive to before count 56.
So consecutive meaning altogether.
And then count 62, 10 years to serve, commuted to time served. That should be a total sentence, Your Honor, that we are respectfully requesting the court to consider. I believe it's 45 years to serve 5 years in prison, commuted to time served, 40 years on probation, credit for the time already served and community time served, as I said, after 3 years of probation.
He's asking for 40 years of probation. 45 years, 5 in custody with time served, 40 years on probation. That's what the defense is asking for. And then he's asking for a shift after 3 years of probation. So you're going to hear that now.
Probation, the probation becomes non-reporting, and after successful completion of 10 years on probation, the balance of the sentence be terminated.
So 3 years supervised probation, then 10 years of unsupervised probation, and when that is successfully completed, all of it terminated. So if he essentially does 3 years of supervised probation and then the unsupervised 10 years on probation, which is actually probably the balance is what he intends, so 7 years unsupervised, if that's successful, then terminate the entirety of the probation is what he's asking for. So an opportunity for only 10 years of probation with time served.
So Williams asked the court for house arrest for 3 years as part of his sentence. The house arrest specifically defined that Mr. Williams will be in his home.
And he's offering 3 years of house arrest. I wonder if this is Brian Steele's way of trying to get around some of those probationary conditions.
Or at any lawful employment, touring, studio, performance, business meetings, and the like. Wear an ankle monitor for the first year and pay the costs of same. And the company must be approved by probation department. And the ankle monitor to be affixed within 10 days of hopeful release from custody. Mr. Williams cannot possess a firearm, but he can be around licensed security who are armed or other persons who are lawfully carrying a firearm with their license. And that would be knowingly for Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams can transfer probation outside the state of Georgia. He has residences in the state of California. He has studios in the state of California. Mr. Williams be allowed to travel throughout our country and the world for lawful work-related industries. Mr. Williams wants to perform. He's going to do this anyway, Your Honor, but we made part of the sentence. at least one concert each year at a venue. If they'll have him holding 10,000 people, if that is workable for the venue and Mr. Williams' management, and he's going to donate all of the profits that he makes to a 501c3 charity. Mr. Williams wants to pledge $100,000 for the next 3 years to the Fulton County Sheriff's Office if they will hold.
He's also pledging $300,000 to the Sheriff's Department, plus a benefit concert. These are the terms of probation that the defense is offering to the court.
An illegal firearm buyback, to buy back firearms that are not supposed to be on our streets. Mr. Williams does not wish to go near the Cleveland Avenue area, not to insult that area at all, but it is just not a good idea under this circumstance.
It's not uncommon in gang cases that there will be a stay away from a certain area. We'll talk about what the court does with that in a minute, but he's saying, look, he agrees that he will stay away from this area and more.
And he can drive on the highway, but otherwise not come within 1 mile of the area that we call Cleveland Avenue, and we can give the exact dimensions of that area. Mr. Williams must perform 100 hours of community service per year for the next 3 years as designated by the probation department.
It's a lot of community service.
Mr. Williams can associate, and this was agreed to previously, with people who are convicted felon or alleged gang members solely for lawful purpose of making music.
I see Miss Love shaking her head at him.
So Brian Steele is saying, we've agreed that he can associate with convicted felons or gang members for the purpose of creating music, and the court chimes in and says, no, I see the prosecutor shaking her head. We know the prosecution doesn't agree to that, so we will continue. As the defense continues, they are talking about very common conditions of probation, and then we are going to get into what Mr. Williams has to say. A huge thank you to today's sponsor, Honey Love, not only for keeping me and the law nerds comfortable, but also for literally making my favorite pajamas in the world. And yes, you might know Honey Love for their shapewear and their bras, but don't sleep on the pajamas. They are my favorite. So whether you are getting ready for the holiday season or just want to feel smoother for the sweater weather, Honey Love has got you covered. One of the things I hate when I want to feel sleek in what I'm wearing is that bra bulge in the back, and Honey Love's bras are designed with back smoothing fabric to prevent that uncomfortable back bulge. Check out their V-neck bra for a totally smooth fit under clothing, and it offers support without the uncomfortable underwire. Honey Love's molded cups are designed to fit. It is time to take your comfort level up a little bit with Honey Love. And right now, we've got an incredible deal for you. Treat yourself to the best bras, shapewear, and I say sleepwear on the market and save up to 50% site-wide. Yes, you heard me right, 50% site-wide at honeylove.com/lawnerd. But that deal is this month only. Inventory is limited and the sale ends soon, so don't miss their best deals of the year. And if they ask you where you heard about them, please let them know it was from the Emily Show. Elevate your comfort, elevate your style. Thanks to today's sponsor, Honey Love. Let's get back to today's show.
Hi, Mr. Williams. Is there anything that you want to say?
Yes, ma'am. I take full responsibility for, my crimes or my charges.
And is it a normal process?
My family, my mom got 11 kids. I can't say all their names, my managers, my kids is not here. Really, everybody that got something to do with this situation, I want to say sorry for just having so much time invested into this, I am a smart guy, I am a good guy, and I really got a good heart, I find myself in a lot of stuff because I was just nice or cool, and I understand that you can't be that way when you reach a certain height because it could don't really have to have nothing to do with you, but it could end bad and it could, fall on you. And I know the choice is yours, it's up to you. And I hope that you allow me to go home today and just trust in me to just do the right thing and never see you again unless it's at a war in the future or something. Just out of this type of situation, I promise you I won't.
Yes, that was him saying, Your Honor, I don't want to see you again. I mean, unless it's at a bar or something, but not in this situation. I don't want to be back in court ever. I don't doubt that what he's saying is 100 on that. He's like, I don't ever want to be back here again. And as he's talking about learning that if you are associating with people who are up to the things that are charged in this RICO case, that it can come back on you, I think that's something that's hard for people to wrap their mind around with some of the gang charges and the way those work, but also with RICO charges and the way they work, even with conspiracy charges and the way they work, that yes, if you are being charged as part of the organization, then the things other people do start to be leveraged against you. And aiding and abetting is the same thing. There are a lot of areas in the law where just because you didn't maybe do the thing, it doesn't mean that you're not responsible for a thing. And I don't doubt that continues to be eye-opening, because in the way we've seen RICO used in the past with music labels, it's been used more like it is in Diddy and R. Kelly and elsewhere, not in what is more traditionally prosecuted under gang statutes. So this, I'm sure, has been eye-opening, and you can hear some chuckles in the courtroom as he's maybe offering to buy the judge a drink. But trying to say, it's not, I don't have anything against you, Your Honor. I don't want to be back in court ever. So let's finish hearing what Mr. Williams has to say.
I'll ever be in this type of situation again. I'm going away. I've learned from my mistakes. I come from nothing and I made something and I didn't take full advantage of it. I'm sorry. Through these last 2.5 years of my life, you are really, truly, honestly, the best thing that has happened to me, because you made everything fair for me and everybody involved on both sides. I'm sorry to the sheriff, everybody, for just having to put extra time in. I know y'all got to pay more money, but I'm sorry for y'all having to put this extra time in to be away from y'all family, and I just hope that you find it in your heart to allow me to go home and be with my family and just do better as a person. I know what I bring to the table. I know what I am. I know the heights I've reached. I know the impact I got on people, period, in the community, all people. I learned that late, like these past 2 or 3 years of my life, I kind of learned that late, and maybe it was because I was, probably on drugs or anything, I don't know, but I have came to my senses and I understand what I mean to this world. But I am a good guy, I don't mind doing stuff like, free shows, and I always did that. I did free shows and gave it to single parents, millions of dollars. I made $1.8 million on a free show, and I gave it all to single parent charity. And I did like 2 or 3 shows that made like $700,000 a piece, and I gave it to the breast cancer organization. Like, I do things. I put millions of dollars back into my community for real. I really did. I did more than anybody ever did from my side, But I understand, rap lyrics. I understand how it could be twisted. I understand what it could do to the mind of people. I understand all that, and I promise you, I'm 100% changing that. It's just, I'm older, I'm grown now, and it's just like, I'm smarter. It's more things to rap about. Like, I've experienced a lot of good things. I experienced more bad things, but I experienced a lot of good things too. And anyway, I can go forever.
Well, I appreciate it. And I appreciate that you do realize how much of an impact you have on people.
Before we get into the rest of the judge's statements, I think one of the things that was really interesting about his statement was telling the court you are really in the last few years the best thing that has happened because you made it fair. There was so much fighting with the past judge. I think he's not just trying to flatter the court. He's not just trying to say, Your Honor, you're the best judge. This case has really been wild. And so I think in everything, that is incredibly genuine to say to the court, thank you. And I very much want to move forward. I want to help our community. And if that's true, the court is going to let him out with some onerous conditions. But he has the opportunity to meet those conditions, be out of custody, and stay out of custody. So let's hear the rest of what the court has to say.
I mean, it's past your neighborhood. It's worldwide, especially young people. And having come up from where you came up from and living in and around that, you know that gangs are damaging to our community. And it may be that a whole lot of rap music and the rap industry is, I mean, honestly, it sounds like a modern day version of kind of WWE wrestling that used to be on television where people would just get up and posture and act like they hated each other. And it may be that that's a lot of what is going on in the music industry with rap.
Yeah, I do think the court just compared rap to the WWE, which I don't, again, I don't know where this judge sits. I don't know how many cases the judge sees. I'm sure some of all music is posturing, some of it is not. But also, I lived through the 90s on the West Coast, so when we talk about KVD and Tupac, what is said in songs can very much spark what happens in the street, and I think there's needs to be some acknowledgement of that as well. But the court is talking about, look, sometimes lyrics are just lyrics, and that's true too. Sometimes lyrics are just lyrics, but if those lyrics also spark action, then where is the balance between that? And where is the balance between what you can say in music and what can be used against you? The court ruling, and not this judge, the previous judge ruling that lyrics would come in this case was a huge turning point for this case and a controversial one. Because where is music just music and where is it not? And where is the bounds of having to tie something to being linked to events versus taking something that is broader and saying, no, it means this. So the court, I didn't think she was going to get to a WWE analogy, but the court is really saying how much of this is just bluster. I'm interested to see what else she has to say.
But whether it is fake or not, it has tremendous impact on kids and young people who think this is cool, this is what I want to do. Look at him, he's a millionaire. I can do that by being, you know, a gangster in the streets. And that's not true. What you're likely to have happen to you if you're a gangster in the streets is you get shot, you get killed, or you get thrown in prison. And there's all.
I mean, the judge isn't wrong on that, because that's the reality of it, and he knows that, she knows that, and the other defendants sitting in court are also very well aware of that.
Are, you know, by far the most likely outcomes. And, you know, you've been in here watching the trial, and you've seen the pictures of Mr. Ryan posing with a gun as big as he is at 15 years old and going out and shooting and killing another teenager. And that's what gangs do, and that's unfortunately a lot of what rap music does. And if you are a modern day John Lennon, you know, I mean, he might have rapped too in this day and age. I don't know, but I know you're talented. And
we did get from the WWE to John Lennon. We're gonna keep going.
And even if you choose to continue to rap, you need to try to use your influence to let kids know that that is not the way to go, and that there are ways out of poverty besides hooking up with the powerful guy at the end of the street selling drugs. And, you know, I know that happens for protection sometimes, but a much better way would be getting an education and setting, you know, hanging around with people who set a good example. And you be one of those people that sets a good example.
And the court is starting to tread onto what you need to sing about, and is going to be interesting as this case goes forward.
I mean, all right, so that's my high horse on that. I could also go on, but I want you to try to be more of the solution and less of the problem. All right.
And now we're going to get to what the court's sentence is. We're going to hear her pronounce it, and then we are going to move forward, and I'll pull up the documents and we'll go through the written out terms of probation. And you guys know that I record the podcast episode with the Law Nerd members from the Law Nerd Lounge and YouTube in the live chat, and chat has shared with me that in some of the comments that we moved through from Steele, he said that Elton John compared Young Thug to a modern day John Lennon. So it wasn't a reference out of the blue. It was a reference very much contained within the four corners of the courtroom here. So we're going to go forward into what the court pronounces as the sentence. So the court has gone through count by count and is now totaling up what the sentence is going to be, and then get into the terms of probation.
Also backloaded. So essentially, the total sentence is 40 years to serve the first 5 years in prison, but commuted to the time that you have already served, followed by 15 years on probation, followed then by the backloaded 20 years, which can be served in custody and will be served in custody if you are not successful on your probation. If you are successful,
40 years total, 15 years on probation, and then that suspended sentence or backloaded sentence that if you violate probation, you just get sentenced to. There's no conversation about it. That backloaded time gets imposed. If you successfully complete probation, then that backloaded time or suspended time goes away. But that 5 years served was commuted or reduced to time served to allow him to be out of court the day that this happened on October 31st.
in completing your 15 years probation, that will be commuted to time served. You are to remain on reporting status for the first half of your probation, active reporting for the first 7.5 years of your probation, and that.
So the court then clarifies that the first 7.5 years of probation is reporting probation, checking in with probation officers, probably taking drug tests, letting probation know every time you go anywhere, move anywhere, what state you're going to be in, what work you're going to be doing, who you're going to be working with. Literally everything that you do is going to be checking in with probation, and they have the option to say yes or no. Let's continue.
Is pursuant to OCGA 17-10-1 subsection 2, A2A. And Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, in order to keep him on reporting status, there needs to be good cause shown. We all concede that good cause is shown here?
Stipulate.
All right, I appreciate that. Special conditions of your probation.
What good cause? What do you mean?
Can I have a second?
Mr. Steele is going to confirm with his client what good cause means to show that he should be on reporting status, and that's really that he was facing a substantial amount more time and was given a substantial amount less time to be on probation, and that's why he needs to be reporting. So that's why the attorney stipulated, and then we'll get into what the special conditions are that this judge ordered.
After 48 hours from your release, you are to stay away from the metro Atlanta area, and that's defined by the U.S. Census Bureau.
The first term of probation is to stay away from Metro Atlanta, the entirety of Metro Atlanta. She's going to make some exceptions to this, but that is a very, very broad swath. They were asking to stay away from the location where they were alleging that the YSL gang was operating out of. She took that much larger to the entirety of Metro Atlanta.
May change, but you can look that up anytime to figure out what that is. For the first 10 years of your probation, subject to the following exceptions, you are permitted to be in the metro Atlanta area to attend any wedding, funeral, or graduation from high school, college, or graduate school of any of your immediate family members. And immediate family members is defined the same way that you all were contemplating it when you were negotiating.
Brian Steele did not look happy with the entirety of Metro Atlanta.
You can get here up to 24 hours prior to any such event, and you need to leave within 48 hours after any such event. In addition, during each year of your probation, I'm going to require that you come to the Metro Atlanta area and make a live anti-gang and anti-gun violence presentation 4 times a year, each year of your probation, at a grade school, a middle school, a boys or girls club, anything like that.
Your Honor, he is famous. Have you thought through how difficult this is going to be? And also maybe juvenile detention facilities, but stay away from Metro Atlanta, but 4 times a year come back to Metro Atlanta and make anti-gang presentations at schools. So there is going to be also a required travel back to Metro Atlanta for the first number of years of his probation.
Type of group. And if you want to, that presentation can include a benefit concert, and these presentations may count towards your required community service hours, which I'm going to impose. That during each year of your probation, you perform 100 hours of community service.
During each year of probation. Each year of probation, 100 hours of community service. It is quite a lot of community service, though it does seem that the presentations will count as community service, but that is a lot of community service for a long probation. That is 15 years of probation.
You are, and this is required by the fact that there's a gang conviction. You shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any other member or associate of any criminal street gang. Exception to that, if your brother is a member of any street gang, I hope you talk him into getting out of it. Contavious Greer, and then also Sergio Kitchens, as long as you are contractually obligated to him. That is going to include anybody who is named in this indictment.
So there are some carve outs for his brother and Sergio Kitchens, as long as he and Kitchens have a contractual obligation to one another and they are doing business deals together. So there are carve outs to the, you may not have any interaction with any member or associate of a criminal street gang. Those are standard conditions for gang cases, but then those carve outs. This carve out, though, is kind of vague, given that if he is continuing to perform, what does that mean? Everybody? So I think there are going to be some communications back and forth with probation as this goes forward about what if he goes to an awards show? How does he know who might be on somebody's security detail or entourage or what have you? There's a lot of potential pitfalls in this that he might not have control of. So I think there's going to be a lot of conversations with probation about this particular term of probation.
Except as absolutely necessary to conduct the lawful business of your musical career, and to any extent that the state is not agreeing to the exception for Mr. Kitchens, in the event that that part is not enforceable because it is only a portion of a special condition, going to provide that that be severable from the rest of this, and I'll put some case sites in the Senate sheet for that. You are in no way to promote any criminal street gang or any criminal street gang activity, including on any social media platform. You are not to utilize any hand signs, terminology, or language that promotes any criminal street gang. You are not to participate in any criminal street gang activity.
And again, you can see how broad this language is of hand signs, terminologies, language that promotes or represents criminal street gang activity. They used a lot of his music in this trial, or tried to. So does that mean he can use his old music, not use his old music? What are they considering represents any street gang, and where are the boundaries to that? Again, I think it's going to be something that they are going to have conversations with probation about going forward.
You are not to knowingly engage in any contact with any of the victims that are listed in this indictment, or with any of their family members. And you may not have in your possession or with arm's reach any kind of a firearm, because you're going to be a convicted felon. And that is, except I know that you have security and you need security. You can be within arm's reach of a firearm that is in the possession of either licensed law enforcement or licensed security personnel that are in your security detail, or
he's going to have to vet his security detail incredibly well moving forward.
Anybody that you're performing with.
And who he's performing
You are
with,
to submit to
and
random drug
their
screen.
entourages, and their security details, because somebody he's performing with could get him into shit based on the terms of his probation. It says knowingly, but also we've seen how far the state has reached in this case, so he is going to have to be incredibly careful with these terms of probation.
And not use any drugs unless they are prescribed for you by a licensed physician. You are to execute a Fourth Amendment waiver that will permit the search of your person, residence, vehicles, and electronics for any firearms, any criminal street gang paraphernalia, or any illicit drugs.
And that gets to the end of the terms of probation. The last terms were standard. He will be a convicted felon. No firearms, no illegal narcotics, no drugs of any kind unless prescribed. He did say he had a place in California, so if he goes to California and gets a prescription for marijuana, even though it's legal in California, would that be a violation? Probably not, but these are questions they're going to have to ask probation for. He's going to have to submit to search and seizure conditions, which means they can search at any time. They can require drug tests at any time. And when we talk about those Fourth Amendment waivers, that includes searching devices, cell phones, electronics, searching cars, searching for firearms, and all of it. And lots of you probably want to know, what does that mean for his prior songs? Well, he is probably going to have to go through with his lawyer and probation and possibly make a motion to the court to have songs either allowed or disallowed, because if the court finds that those songs have lyrics that promote gang activity, then he's not going to be able to perform those songs because it would violate the terms of his probation. So he has Brian Steele, who we have seen is a very passionate advocate, who's going to want to go through this with a fine-tooth comb. Brian Steele is going to be focused on making sure that there is nothing the state can use to try to drag Young Thug back into court to violate his probation, because there is a term of confinement that is hanging over his head. Probation violations are much easier to prove. There's no jury trial. You come in, okay, did you sing a song that the court believes promoted gang lyrics? Yes. If that happens, then he gets the rest of that backloaded sentence, which is 20 years. So he has to be incredibly careful, and that is something he and his lawyer are going to have to work through. In addition to the community service hours and the talks that he has to give, the court also issued up to $40,000 in fines on these sentences. So at the end of the day, we have 2 no-low pleas on counts 1 and 56, and then guilty pleas on counts 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, and 62, with a total sentence of 40 years, with 5 years in prison commuted or changed to time served, 15 years probation, with 20 years backloaded or suspended, meaning if he violates probation in those 15 years on those conditions, then the 20 years is what his sentence will be. If he violates probation, then 20 years in prison. So I've gotten a lot of questions about whether or not probation that long feels like a trap. You're going to have to let me know what you think in the comments down below. He wanted to get out of custody. Sometimes getting out of custody with a probation that long, with 20 years hanging over your head, is not always an easy thing to do. Because if there are any violations, then he will get 20 years. And I can see where his attorney is frustrated, especially with watching how inartfully this case has been tried. I don't know how much the jury is going to even remember about this case and whether or not he would have been acquitted. And if these 2 other defendants go forward for the rest of trial and get acquitted, Young Thug is still going to have that 20-year suspended sentence hanging over that 15 years of probation. You can understand both why he wants to get out of custody and why his attorney wants to ride out the next few months of this trial and hope for an acquittal. I can understand Brian Steele's frustration here, and we've seen it in his media interviews, but at the end of the day, it is the client's decision, and he wanted out of custody, and that is what he got. But will this end up being a good thing, or will it end up being a slower walk into 20 years? Only time will tell, but I'm sure that the prosecutor's office will be keeping an eye on what Jeffrey Williams is up to. However, he is a successful musician. He does have the ability to have someone like Brian Steele on retainer and be able to run everything he does by Brian Steele. He will have to be incredibly vigilant with that, and we will see how it goes. And with that, we have to talk about somebody else who probably wants to be out of custody. I know you've heard me talking about upgrades coming to the Law & Nerd shop, and because of today's sponsor, Shopify, it's never been easier. What I love is that Shopify has been with me since the very beginning of the Law & Nerd shop and growing to the Law & Nerd shop version 2.0 that I can't wait to unveil this month, but it's still powered by Shopify. Why? Because they've got you at every stage of business, from just getting up and running to taking it to the next level. Shopify has the #1 checkout on the planet, so it makes it easy for your customers to become buyers, which means less abandoned carts, more sales, and Shop Pay really helps make it easy for people to shop your store on Shopify. So whether you're just starting or you're growing your business to the next level, your commerce platform better be ready to sell wherever your customers are on the web, because businesses that sell more sell on Shopify. So if you are ready to upgrade your business and get the same checkout that we use for the Law Nerd shop, you can sign up for your $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/lawnerd. Remember, that's all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/lawnerd and upgrade your selling today. Shopify.com/lawnerd, and you'll be hearing this sound soon. Let's get back to today's episode. And we're going to talk a little bit about Diddy. Diddy's lawyers are so pissed, and it's about what I talked about on Quick Bits. I mean, it's not about me. Emily, isn't it always? No, this isn't about me. Diddy's lawyers are so mad that the witness from the grand jury is talking to the media and that the attorneys for the witness from the grand jury are talking to the media. If you do not listen to the Monday episodes, y'all are missing out because we spilled the tea on Monday and Diddy's lawyers filed today, also Monday, but you're listening to this on Wednesday, but also Monday, Diddy's lawyers filed today about that. Let's do a quick recap of what's pending, and then I'm going to do a summary of why Diddy's lawyers are so incredibly mad. And it seems that the court is at least a little bit concerned. So there are multiple motions pending in court that were supposed to come before the court for hearing on December 18th. I think that's going to get bumped forward. Diddy's lawyers weren't required to respond to the motions from the prosecution until later in November, but are like, emergency, emergency, we have to talk about what's going on with the grand jury. And now we all know that the grand jury's ongoing. I mean, grand juries can be ongoing, but knowing that this grand jury indicted Diddy and is still looking for more was illuminating. So these are the pending motions. There is a request for hearing, and that initial request for hearing was the defense alleging that the government was leaking everything. Your Honor, the government leaked this video from the hotel to CNN, and DHS is doing this and everyone is leaking stuff and it has to stop. That was the first motion. The second motion is for a bill of particulars. The defense is saying to the court, make them identify all of their victims and a more particular indictment. And then their third motion is for a gag order. The original motion was for any extrajudicial statements from prospective witnesses or their lawyers. And this has popped off because now the defense is super upset that the witness to the grand jury has spoken to the media while these motions were pending. So they want nobody to talk about anything. They want everybody's name out there, and they want the court, well, in a very, very big reach, they would like the court to prohibit the government from using that tape of Diddy assaulting Cassie in the hallway of the Intercontinental Hotel. You can see how angry they are about that video because they're like, well, Your Honor, the government leaked it. It should be suppressed. That's not going to happen. And the government has said repeatedly in motions, and now we know in emails because they attached them to their motions to the defense, we didn't leak it. CNN put it out there, and we then got it after CNN put it out there. This wasn't leaked from grand jury proceedings. This wasn't leaked from anyone. The media got a hold of this, and we don't know how. And I speculate, which I do rarely, but I speculate that based on the allegations in this indictment that include allegations that someone paid off the Intercontinental Hotel to make that security footage disappear, Diddy is telling his lawyers, and again, this is my speculation, Diddy is telling his lawyers, we got that tape. How the fuck does it still exist? How is there any evidence of this? So Diddy is alleging that the government is the one leaking it and therefore it should be suppressed. Now, notice they're not losing their mind over CNN. Well, it's because CNN's going to say, we don't have to tell you anything, free media. And if CNN did give it to the government, then the government didn't leak it, and then they don't really have much of an argument for suppression, which seems to be what they want. They don't want the government using that video in trial. And for any of you that have seen that video, you can understand why. I think many who saw it probably had a visceral response to seeing it. Diddy is readily identifiable in that video. And no matter what they say in court about it, it speaks for itself. And if you watch the Sarah Boone case with me, you know how powerful video can be in cases like this. And I think that's why the defense is raising all alarms over this latest witness that's coming forward from the grand jury saying, I've got a bunch of video. So we're going to see what the defense said, but I'm going to ask for a difficult task. And you're like, Emily, it's Wednesday? We're post-election. Please don't ask us to have intellectual flexibility at the moment. We're tired. I get it. But assuming this isn't Diddy, There is some room for argument about how much pretrial publicity is too much pretrial publicity. And we can always have this conversation another day too. Just pause, come back tomorrow. I'm teasing, don't. Finish the episode, it's great. I say that optimistically as we're still recording. But how much pretrial publicity becomes too much pretrial publicity? We saw quite a lot of arguments from Brian Koberger's defense team in Idaho about this. At what point is the jury pool too saturated to put this out of their mind? And is there room for the defense to rightfully argue here that if everybody keeps coming forward to the media, that this man can never get the fair trial that the Constitution guarantees him? And when is too much too much? And the prosecution, when they respond to this, and we'll see what they have to say, the court gave them till Tuesday morning. Are they going to say, we can't control everyone who's called before the grand jury? Grand juries are supposed to be secretive. So would the government tell witnesses to the grand jury, you cannot speak about the evidence you gave to a grand jury at this point? Yes, I think there is some room for them to say that, but if those witnesses also are pursuing civil lawsuits, can you restrain civil plaintiffs from saying, we are also suing Diddy over things? And I think that potentially goes too far. So there are some really more nuanced conversations about how much pretrial publicity is too much, how much is a prior restraint on speech that cannot be restrained, and can a criminal court try to restrain what civil plaintiffs are doing in civil litigation? At what point is it too much? I mean, I guess the other side of at what point is it too much is the question, is the shit already out of the horse? And whatever they do now, it doesn't really matter because the shit's already out of the horse. Like, is it just so bad that we're done, really, with Diddy? Because the media is not going to stop covering this. And I know that when things go on in court, for me, that you guys reach out and are asking what's happening and are looking for what does it mean. There is an incredible amount of interest in this case because it seems to feel like it's been a long time coming. What we are looking at is the defense filing from November 3rd, and I think a little bit of their impact and snark is lost if we don't just read some of their words, because again, they are big mad. Big mad. So this is to the judge, November 3rd, 2024. We write on behalf of our client, Mr. Sean Combs, regarding the deluge of improper pretrial publicity that is undermining Combs' right to a fair trial and the integrity of the grand jury proceedings. As the court is aware, Mr. Combs filed a motion with respect to extrajudicial statements by potential witnesses and their counsel, that is docket number 42, which the government has opposed. They did, and the government opposition was, Your Honor, it's premature to disclose every single witness, and you can't use a local criminal rule to put a gag order on civil claimants, and what they're asking for is way too broad. That's what the government said in response. They're going on to say, however, given the imminent harm of certain extrajudicial statements relating to the ongoing grand jury proceedings, so we know it's happening. The grand jury is the grand jury is the grand jury. We request that the court immediately restrain extrajudicial statements by potential witnesses and their counsel during the pendency of the motion. Over the past several days, a grand jury witness and his attorney have given multiple interviews, including outside the courthouse immediately following his apparent grand jury testimony. Spill the tea, defense. Let's hear it. Let's just hear it. What are you saying that they said? What are you mad about? Because it's going to just continue to direct my attention to what I should be looking for. They say that this witness is making, quote, false and outrageous claims, including that the witness possesses videos of Combs involved in the sexual assault of celebrities and minors. Footnote 1, that seems to be a TMZ article and or video, the title of which is Diddy Grand Jury Subpoenas New Witness Claims to Have Tapes and Kim Porter Diary. Well, can we see why the internet wants to know everything? It goes on to say that the subpoena comes on the heels of his attorney's statement that she had been asked to, quote, shop a particular video and contact a celebrity, quote, in the video to see if they were interested in purchasing the video before it became public knowledge. I don't know if that's true or not, but they linked to a News Nation video that is titled Diddy Accuser's Lawyer, High Profile Person Unknowingly Recorded. That's from September 27th, 2024. So these statements have been out there for a minute, but when you get to trial, shopping a video doesn't always look great if you are the witness. But then again, if the witness is like, somebody gave these things to me, I don't know. I just wanted to know if somebody didn't want them to see the light of day. Oh boy. It goes on to say, in anticipation of his testimony, the witness's lawyer made numerous statements to the media about his testimony, including that the government had subpoenaed him to testify about the alleged videos. Footnote 3, that is a CNN article titled Grand Jury in Sean Diddy Combs Case Hears from Witness Who Claims He Has Footage of Combs Potentially Victimizing Celebrities. That broke on Halloween. And then they cited another article from NBC on October 30th, New York grand jury hearing new evidence in Sean Diddy Combs' federal case. Well, that is the mildest of the headlines. Thanks, NBC. We appreciate a headline that is just what it is. We love it. It goes on to say immediately after his appearance at the grand jury, he and his lawyer were interviewed on the courthouse steps. Like this defense attorney was immediately after Diddy's arraignment. But I digress. Saying that evening they also sat down for an interview where the witness claimed he had seen videos of 8 celebrities being victimized, including some who appeared to be minors, and all of whom appeared intoxicated. Footnote 5, and that comes from a TMZ article and video. It says these stories have spread rapidly through the media and created the impression that such videos exist, they say in their motion, which is false, and that the government is actually crediting his sensational claims, which is profoundly prejudicial. I don't think the judge is going to like this at all. I don't think the judge is going to like a grand jury witness saying, this is what I told the grand jury. I think the judge is going to be mad about this. And the defense is saying, no, those videos don't exist, because they're putting it in a court document saying, no, those videos don't exist. Those videos don't exist. Well, do they or don't they? Because we know how much recording was taken out of all of these homes. So maybe what they're contending is that this witness actually does not have them, but they are mad. It goes on to say, while the witness and his attorney eagerly spread false and unchecked claims in the media, they have avoided subjecting their claims to verification through the legal process. They say, for instance, the witness and his lawyer admit that he resisted complying with the grand jury subpoena and only appeared after the marshals tracked him down. Footnote 6 from the same TMZ article. And when directly asked if they had videos to back up their outlandish claims, the attorney responded, that's what we're going to head over to do now. So we're having a hearing to determine what we're going to do in terms of what documents we will have to turn over and what documents we do not. Footnote 7. Her references to quote-unquote documents rather than videos is a clear indication that they do not, that was in a typo in the motion, do not possess the latter. Indeed, this witness, who has never even met Mr. Combs, footnote 8, claims that he received the tapes from an unknown individual who was supposedly shot and killed, along with the purported memoir of the deceased mother of Mr. Combs' children that has since been denounced as fake. I think that mischaracterizes things a little bit, because he says he has Kim Porter's diary, which I think is different than the book that somebody put out on Amazon that was in fact fake. It goes on to say, by treating these ridiculous claims as anything but a pathetic extortion scheme, the government is fueling the fire of online conspiracy theories and making it impossible for Mr. Combs to have a fair trial. Sir, what in the world did the government do in any of this? This is a witness who didn't want to testify, it seems, and their lawyer who were quote-unquote shopping a tape. But I don't know what the government had to do except say, we heard this existed, you're coming before the grand jury and getting questioned under oath. What else did they do? It goes on to say the government's main objection to the extension of a gag order to all civil litigants is that it would be extraordinary and beyond the purview of the local rule. Based on this assertion, which is unsupported by any legal authority and ignores the rule's facial applicability to lawyers for grand jury witnesses and the witnesses themselves, the government suggests that the issue should be litigated piecemeal in courts throughout the country. The government is inviting error. This court has an affirmative constitutional duty to minimize the effects of prejudicial pretrial publicity, and the measures a judge takes or fails to take to mitigate the effects of pretrial publicity may well determine whether the defendant receives a trial consistent with the requirements of due process. They go on to continue to cite law that supports that argument for them, or that they argue supports that argument with them. They go on to close with, moreover, it makes little sense that civil litigants seeking to capitalize on the criminal allegations against Mr. Combs can nevertheless claim that they are not involved in the criminal proceedings for the purposes of the local rule. Those litigants and their counsel stand to financially benefit from a conviction and therefore are highly motivated to make damaging statements to the press. To say that those cases and litigants are unrelated is illusory. They then go on to cite a New York Post article published October 31st, and they say that the New York Post attributed the following to a, quote, federal law enforcement source who is involved in the investigation. And these are their bullet points of what they're mad about a federal law enforcement source allegedly saying. Quote, they're all too happy to talk, says a federal law enforcement source who is involved in the investigation. We're asking them about their recollections of the freak-offs, what they were paid to do, and who else was involved. I'm surprised how many of them can recall intricate details about what happened. The source told the Post that many of the men who are in their 20s at the time of the parties are now in their 40s and have aged out of, they say, the skin biz, and have offered similar details about the parties. They say that they were encouraged to take Viagra and Cialis before the parties, that they were expected to perform and were told if they didn't perform, they'd be thrown out of the party and not paid. They say that authorities were trying to determine if any of the participants in the freak-offs were underage or illegally coerced. They say we have to identify all the people in the videos, said the Fed source, and then we can figure out how old they were at the time and make sure none of them were trafficked or threatened to participate. It's a long process, but we're making progress. Footnote 11, which links back to an article from the New York Post titled, Diddy investigators have interviewed male escorts about his infamous freak-off parties, and they're, quote, happy to talk, says a source. They say that the government has been investigating for nearly a year, and as they are aware, their own allegations about the freak-offs do not relate to men at parties or alleged underage victims. In light of the continuing prejudicial extrajudicial statements by witnesses and their lawyers, and the extent to which these press statements generate further government leaks, we respectfully request the court enter the attached proposed temporary order restraining speech of potential witnesses and their counsel from the defense. And this is in addition to the court's already fairly sternly worded, hey, everybody, remember you're professionals and you're not allowed to leak grand jury information. So I wonder how concerned the court is, or at least somewhat perturbed, because the court responded with this. And the court stamped their notes on the docket item saying, quote, given the urgency of the issue, if defendant has additional arguments to make on the motion at docket 42 in reply to the government's opposition, he should provide those to the court by November 5th, 2024 at 12 p.m. So ordered, and that was on November 4th. So Diddy wasn't required to file their response or reply to the government's opposition yet, and the court said, we're gonna move this forward, so if you have anything else to say, you need to tell me because we're gonna move this forward. So I think the court is probably gonna put this on calendar potentially this week instead of waiting till that December 18th hearing. And the court is clearly taking this seriously in the given the urgency. So the court has also, again, made statements reminding everybody that leaks are improper and that leaks of law enforcement can be held against the government. I'm very curious to see what the court is going to do here. Let me know what you think the court is going to do in this case, and if you think that this is becoming a problem. Are we too far past this being a problem? And where are the boundaries of free speech and pretrial publicity as it relates to the civil plaintiffs, as it relates to potential grand jury witnesses who are restrained in some other ways or can be because the grand jury proceedings are secretive? Where are the boundaries here on what people are allowed to share and what they're not, and how that bumps up against the defendant's constitutional rights? Lawnards, I would love to hear what you think. It's going to be a busy week. We have lots to talk about in Karen Reed. Plus, her attorneys are going to oral argument before the Supreme Judicial Court in Massachusetts. And we have to get into some music lawsuits for a little bit of a lighter note. And if you missed a little bit of a lighter note last week from Food Court, make sure to check it out because sometimes we just need to talk about a cheeky donut spider who wants to talk about your girl saying that they're not so itsy bitsy, or, what is and is not the proper shape of a Reese's. So if you need to look for that, it's going to be linked below or on YouTube. Recommended. So with that, Lawnards, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Lawnard. Don't forget, if you head over to Lawnard Shop, you can get your Lawnard tumblers right now before they go away forever. So if you've been holding out on our amazing iridescent tumblers, last chance before they are gone over at lawnardshop.com before we unveil the new Lawnard Shop 2.0 later this month. I have lots of exciting announcements for you next week. So with that, may your families be well. May your Wi-Fi be strong. May your family be well. May your toilet paper be plentiful, and maybe your Reese's too. May your Halloween candy still be giving. And may the odds be ever in your favor. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Lawnard. I'll see you in the next one. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com, or search your app store for Lawnerd. And you can also follow me on social media at the Emily D. Baker. Remember, I stream on YouTube on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I recap all of that for you in quick bits on Monday, and of course, the Emily Show drops on Wednesdays. Thanks for being a Lawnerd.
No, we're not together. Oh, okay. Because I saw her picture in the hallway.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Alec Baldwin's trial is over. We're gonna.
I just like this spirit. There's something about you said I want you to take this place. My rational mind woke back up at that. I could have laughed at his face, grabbed my luggage and walked right out of there. I'd like to think I would have if I wasn't in the middle of nowhere with nowhere to go. Or I could do what I had done in so many situations and put what I felt, nervousness mixed with panic, to the side in order to survive what was about to happen. Plus, I'm already here, I told myself. I'm in his bedroom. I've already been in his house for hours. It's 3 or 4 in the morning. I've already put myself in this position. This is what you're supposed to do. You have to. You have to. There's no turning back. What are you gonna do? Say no and then what? Then you're stranded with nowhere to go. So I took off my clothes while he stood there looking at me. At that time, my body wasn't the body I have now. I was skinny, no more than 145 pounds. My body looked really young. I had no breasts, no hips, but he didn't seem to mind. In fact, it seemed kind of mean. How old are you? He asked. 20, I replied, before he cut me off and finishing saying my age, which was 25. Stop, he said. Let's just say you're very young. A few minutes later, I ran to the bathroom to wash them all out. I felt so disconnected from the man who had just told me how badly he needed me. I turned the sink on so he couldn't hear what I was doing. When I walked back out, his shirt was back on. You're good, Robert said, looking over at me. I gotta go. I'm supposed to be meeting this producer. It was around 5 or 6 in the morning, but I just let him tell me any excuse to leave, and he left. What I didn't realize when he walked through his double doors was that he'd leave me in his bedroom for the entire day. The next door wasn't locked, yet I didn't feel welcome to roam around his house alone. He never told me I couldn't leave, but he also never encouraged me to make myself at home. He never told me not to open the door, but he also never invited me downstairs to get something to eat. By simply leaving me there, he disarmed me. I was frozen. I eventually got up the courage to call downstairs because I was starving. I needed something to eat. Thoughts of working on music sat in my mind, and that's where they lie dormant. By the time Robert walked back into his bedroom, with me still lying on the bed watching television, so many hours later, I was just happy to see someone. I was actually happy to see him. I can't believe you left me like that, I told him. You did it the second time. I didn't like to be left alone. I want to go home. No, 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 baby, don't be like that, he said, looking genuinely hurt by the mention of leaving. Let me give you some money. You can go to the mall. Get out the house. I had a business in my own right. I had friends, a loving family, and a mother who would taught me better than this back home, who would worry about my whereabouts. I thought about my mom a lot when I was at Robert's house, and the idea of disappointing her and letting her down kept pulling me back to my senses and calling home. I flew back to Atlanta that evening. I never said goodbye to Robert during my first trip to his house, but I'd end up back there 2 or so more times. I was lured because I was young and insecure. I was lured because of his kind words and loving actions. I was lured because the combination of these two things manipulated me to my core. Each time I went, it got worse and worse and worse. Robert invited me to fly back out to Chicago in an email, but I knew he didn't write it. When one of his drivers pulled me into his Olympic Field estate for the second time, security led me straight to a small restaurant. I walked into the yellowish painted room, which was nestled beside the billiard room where the pool table sat. And again, Robert was nowhere to be found. Instead, I was left to stay in that room until he visited me. And again, the door wasn't locked. No one told me I couldn't leave, but it still felt like I wasn't allowed to walk around the house. I felt like I was on lockdown. I wish I could say this was a new feeling, but being trapped in a room wasn't. The walls eventually started to close in on me after a day, and I sneaked out of the room to get some fresh air. On my way back from the pool area, where I passed the security guard who invited me to swim if I wanted to, I bumped into a pretty little girl, light skinned, in the hallway. She wasn't wearing any makeup, and her hair was slicked back into a ponytail. She made eye contact with me. Matching her tone, I replied back, whispering, "Hey, I'm Once the kid disappears, it'll come back. I'm over here in this room. I don't know what this is down the hall. Press the little thing in the corner. How many girls are here? Oh, Lord, you just got me doing all kinds of stuff. Suddenly, one of the big security guards made his way into the hallway. Mama, do your best. Just oh, yeah, you can go into your room right there. Right there, he said, motioning to her. Immediately, without another word, without making any eye contact, she disappeared. You shouldn't talk to her anymore. Robert eventually came to visit me in the room a day later, with apologies dripping from his lips. I'm sorry, I was working. You know how it is. Auntie, meet your life when you get a person. Come out the room. Let's go get something to eat. My family's having a cookout. What? How do you meet? He led me downstairs to his family room, where his entire family was living. You got to understand, I am 87 years old. I don't understand all this talk you're talking about. Robert's aunt, who I had never met, but somehow knew my name, was there too. You know my baby, my grandbaby, she needs some rest, so I just came to sit here and talk to y'all. Because she said something about fix yourself a plate. Trying to by this time, it was my second day in the room with nothing to eat. I was so hungry. So I ran into the kitchen and piled food on my plate. And said, baby, how you doing? She told me all about you. You like my stove? Get paid. It was the most yellow potato salad I ever seen. Quiet storm, that diesel. Wow, is this how they make their pizza in Chicago? Quiet storm, that diesel. With all this mustard, I thought. Y'all at war or something? I was hungry, but I wasn't that hungry. Some of these names, Lord. You can't eat everybody's potato salad. I remember when they was there because Mama would give you a name when you pop. Before I sat down with the rest of the family, I heard a voice say, people just change their names every which a darn way. Robert did good with you. What we gonna talk about? Robert. Yeah, man. She told me I could take suggestions. Oh, Santa Claus is in the house. Oh, yeah. I love her. On YouTube, you create your own name and your own image the way you want. Oh, is that I love Santa Claus said I'm gonna get paid. Do I gotta wait till Christmas? Oh, I may not live to see Christmas. Santa, come check me out real soon, because I might not live to see Christmas. I mean, I'm 86, 7, whatever age I am. I can't remember. What was the last age I knew? 87? I'm 87, and I might not see 92. You know, we living on borrowed time nowadays with everything the way it is. The air is correct as it used to be. Ain't that right? I'm gonna be a millionaire. I wanted to believe I wasn't a girl. I hope so. I'm gonna leave it to my grandbaby because my husband's dead and gone. Ain't nobody gonna get it but her. So I'll make sure she get it. And she can leave it to her babies. Oh, it's so good to see you. I wish I could see your faces. But that's why I needed my glasses so I could read what you're saying. Hallelujah. And this chair needs a back support though. Because I'm ready to fall off of this stool. Auntie, I want to talk to you about last night. What about last night? I didn't see nobody last night. I'm not that kind of woman. What are you talking about, young man? And why is this phone for? I just don't get what this technology is nowadays. What you want to talk to me about? What happened last night? Tell me what happened. Because I was settled back in Atlanta when I received the phone call from Robert. I had a husband. He died. I ain't been with another man since. He came with more and more apologies. His signature was but I can't say none of y'all, so you can't say I did anything inappropriate. I'll never do that again. I love you. The conversation we had last night. What did I say last night? No, I'm 83. Although my gut was telling me to leave this man alone. 87. I don't know. What did I say last night? I might have took the wrong medication or something. Where's my medication? I might have got to sleep. And once again, I was this hair is hot. I don't understand how these women wear extra hair like this. But she told me to, kind of make myself presentable, so I got me some hair. I put on the best hair. It ain't what Michael Jackson had, that's too flashy. The room was so I'm gonna make this happen. But I had to put on my next door because I got to be a presentable old. Mirrors on every wall. Now tell me, Brandon, what did I talk about last night? The only part of the wall I like remembering you tell me was where the television was imitate me like she was to myself. Jamal Williams, I done heard about you, young man. A man of God, hallelujah. How is the life of myself? You see, now after that out there, I wanted all these young women to know that you take care of nothing. Don't want nobody trying to step on nobody's toes. She's doing really good. That's a blessing. What a blessing. My laptop was. It's so good to see these nice, very couples just hanging in there together because it's difficult today. In these days and ages, people want to just run amok and run a I'll never understand how I let him leave me back in his house. We ain't gonna say no more about that. This is vegan king. Is that my great niece? I'll never understand why I got afraid to leave. That's my great niece. Each time I wanted to be like, you know what? I see. What did you see? You haven't told me anything that I said, Brandon. What did I say? After 24 hours, I don't remember much. I don't know what I'm doing. I wanted to leave. We had that selective remembrance. Robert said he wants you to be ready. I feel like a dog. That's all right. I got the nerve to put a hat on top of it. Hello, great niece. That's what you told me to say. Hallelujah. How are you this evening? I heard you just such a wonderful young lady. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brandon. I'm still not letting you off the hook because you ain't told me nothing about what I said. They held a pool table. When I walked inside, I have memory problems too, trust me. We have something in common then, baby. We gonna get along just fine. Absolutely. So what y'all doing here this evening? What do we need to talk about? I'm gonna drop some of this wisdom on you. I'm gonna try this. I hope I ain't got nothing crawling up in my stove. I ain't worried in a while. Lord, it's hot in here. I heard a song that says something like that. And he said it's getting hot in here. So take off all your clothes. And some little girl come in and so I want to get my clothes off. Like, keep them on. That's how y'all get messed up with that Diddy man. You're taking your clothes off just because he said take them off. Now you want to see the man. He barely got any money. That man going straight to hell. I ain't going to gossip. That's right. He going straight to hell. Him and his demonic minions. All the girls started clapping, yelling, saying stuff like, yes, please. Please. Hey, ladies. Please, what they here, please. Robert said after walking. What you want to say, Brandon? Spit it out. I just wanted us all to have a way to get together, young man. Coffee. You have coffee, Jamal.
And how this happened and how looking at it back with hindsight in this last day of trial, where the clues were, where the signals are, where it changed in the judge's mind. I think there's a very clear moment where it changed in the judge's mind, and then it was just downhill from there. And so many things happened. The prosecutor takes the stand. I didn't see him kiss anybody else on the list. I was his girlfriend after all. His girlfriend. Let me go lay down. Go on and talk to these people. You said something, you said something. Ended after Robert left the room. I didn't say nothing. Who had kept to themselves for most of the night. Taking your cherry talk. Of course, I was upset about it. But what did I expect after being in a room full of girls throwing themselves at me? I dragged myself back to that stupid weird room, feeling worthless.
She told me to come sit back down, so I'm gonna come sit back down.
I was depressed, and the worst part about it was that I wasn't even that upset
right here. And then
I felt more disappointed in myself. I found myself in this place, at this party with these girls.
Baby.
When I wasn't distracted by him, I was being tortured by questions.
in the hospital. My head, I still can't remember things. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry, Brandon. That's just awful. I'm so sorry. The last thing I remember talking to you, I said goodnight to you, and then
Carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs' crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced.
And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs' electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether. Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity. It contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well, we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4-HSI-HIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SCNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SCNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Snizer, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Bagleyber and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions. Eric Tursky, ABC.
Damien, thanks. The indictment describes about an aggressive, open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs, and how many others were involved?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Julia Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Life is a horror already.
Janet Fisher, Newsday.
What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, there are different crimes with different elements. I don't I think we should get into the nitty gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge. I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up, and yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment, and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points. But we don't have anything more beyond that. Next question.
Are any of his accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe committed the crime with him.
Julia Papa. Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins. Any indication that some men or victims here were imprisoned in his residences, and did he have locations where he kept them, and they were not allowed to leave? And also, he's indicted here, although there were searches and raids in LA, Miami. Why in New York?
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding track record of bringing some of the most impactful, sprawling, complex, difficult sex trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, you name it. The Southern District of New York can do it, and so we're very proud of that. And so the scope and complexity of this investigation isn't something that we ran from. It's something that we embrace, and we will continue to do that. As to your question about whether he imprisoned anyone, all I can say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video, where a victim was attempting to flee, and there was violence that was associated with it.
Matthew Lee, Associated Press. Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you contrast this with the R. Kelly case in EDNY in terms of the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to be able to expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well. There's a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
John Ace, New York, please. Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about the searches of his residence, the guns, the lead cases of lubricant, and the videos. Where were they found amongst his residence? Were they all scattered around the houses in one place? I kind of wanted to just get a better picture of how that stuff was found.
Well, look, I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So, for instance, some of the AR-15s, 2 of the 3 face AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts, along with magazines, with ammunition loaded in them. So, some of that detail is in the detention letter. Beyond that, I'm not going to be able to get into where other items were stored.
Ben Koch with the Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before he died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs' safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
We are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pre-trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant will be up to a judge. Our position is that pre-trial detention is warranted under the law and based on the facts of this case. And I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that had been handling that, or that worked on the Maxwell case?
So, I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs is incredible. Group has been working on this case around the clock, and they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News. Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally, with increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity and no longer really bears any relation to what the word means when we use it in a very specific context. So responding to lawful process and the like does not qualify as cooperation when we use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To that end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations. Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful is because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of firearms.
Last question, Jacob Shamson.
Jacob Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment and bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
Again, I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I cannot predict them today. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today, I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance.
You want to go to England? That's right. We have devised a plot to assassinate the Fuhrer. I'm ready to meet my destiny.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Treat yourself to rich Ghirardelli chocolate and luscious caramel. Experience Ghirardelli caramel squares in a bag and a bar. Makes life a bite better.
By dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs' crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs' electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether. Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well, we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4-HSI-KID. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SCNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SCNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smeisler, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backluther and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
Eric Katursky, ABC.
Damian, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs, and how many others were involved?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Julie Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we're not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Janet Fisher, Newsday.
What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, there are different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty-gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significance. And we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge. I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up, and Yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. Two questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points. But we don't have anything more beyond that. Next question.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
Are any of his accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe committed the crime with him.
Juliet Papa.
Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins. Any Reimagine exceptional with the 2024 Buick Envision. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get 0.9% APR on this 2024 Buick Envision.
Orladeyo Barotrelstat is the first and only oral therapy designed specifically to prevent attacks of hereditary angioedema, HAE.
Before Orladeyo, I had a lot of inflammation in my throat. After starting Orladeyo, I felt well enough to be able to go back to school. I think that now I can take more control with my life.
Orladeyo is a prescription medicine used to prevent HAE attacks in adults and children 12 years of age and older. Orladeyo should not be used to treat an acute HAE attack. Take one capsule once per day with food. Do not take more than one capsule of Orladeyo per day because extra doses can cause heart rhythm problems. The most common side effects of Orladeyo include abdominal pain, vomiting, diarrhea, back pain, and heartburn. Talk to your doctor about all of your medical conditions and any medications you take.
This is my experience. I would suggest talking to your doctor about Orladeyo.
To see the full prescribing information, including the patient information, talk with your doctor or visit orladeyo.com.
What is Orladeyo? Barotrelstat. Orladeyo is a prescription medicine used to prevent attacks of hereditary angioedema, or HAE, in adults and children 12 years of age and older. It is not known if Orladeyo is safe and effective in children under 12 years of age. It is not known if Orladeyo is safe and effective to treat an acute HAE attack. Therefore, Orladeyo should not be used to treat an acute HAE attack. Do not take more than one capsule of Orladeyo per day, because extra doses can cause heart rhythm problems. Important safety information. Before taking Orladeyo, tell your healthcare provider about.
What is up, YouTube? How y'all doing? It is like 4 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't sleep because I've been doing research, y'all. I've been doing research on this stuff, and I found somebody that is putting out the same type of information that Jaguar Wright is. I apologize. I ran down here a little too soon. I ain't do no research, but I want y'all to hear this. Like I said, I'm doing research, and at least this guy can speak a little better than Courtney. Man, I am so disappointed in you, Courtney. That's personal. Shoot. This video is titled R. Kelly Finally Speaks from Jail. Let me see, y'all. I ran down here, man. Matthew Cox. Inside True Crime. The name of his channel is Inside the True Crimes. Andrew Cox. And this guy has been in jail with R. Kelly. and he is telling his story about what R. Kelly has told him about Jay Z. I know R. Kelly and Jay Z was on tour together. They worked together. They both like younger girls. You know, I don't know what to say about that. Again, I'm learning. I'm getting this information, and I'm giving it to you all. Let y'all decide. Um, at the end of this video, I will tell y'all my thoughts on. He's a street guy. You can tell he's a street guy because he was locked up, right? So just check it out, man. Just check it out. I'm going. Like I said, I'm gonna say some things at the end and see what you think. So without any further ado, hey y'all, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell. Hit that subscribe button. Let's take this channel over 400, man. I'm tired of seeing that 3. I'm tired of seeing that 3. We can do it, man. Hit that subscribe button, man. Support a brother. I'm trying to bring out the best news, real news that ain't clickbait and all that stuff. I'm just learning what clickbait is. So let's check it out. Hit that subscribe button, baby.
2019, where R. Kelly was at. He opened up to me about a lot of the inner workings in the music industry. Basically admitted that he sold his soul. And Jay-Z hired a hitman to me, and I did get shot.
What are the reasons that he's saying Jay-Z should be incarcerated?
Similar allegations to what Diddy's locked up for. My name is Ronnie Bo. I had a career in music.
What up,
until
Bo?
I got incarcerated back in 2010.
I was Bo.
Reviewed on the top 40 charts for Lil Wayne and Young Money stealing one of my songs. Then once I got locked up, I kind of lost my passion for rap and started writing books. I started writing about how music influenced the minds of the youth, and I kind of lost my passion for rap because it's like I was rapping about the same things that influenced me.
How did you end up connecting with Art Kelly? Was it the previous prison stint, or have you gotten out since then?
June of 2019, I have to turn myself in because produced a rap song entitled Whack the Rats, and I actually mentioned a real federal informant in the song. So
it's a bad idea.
Yeah, the government basically issued a U.S. Marshal warrant out for me. I turned myself in to MCC Chicago. R. Kelly got indicted, and he ended up in MCC Chicago with me. I wanted to write a book on the behalf of R. Kelly to get his side of the story, like to basically counter the narrative of surviving R. Kelly, which was a docuseries on the Lifetime. I mean, they moved me to Unit 19 where R. Kelly was at. So at that point, I was able to like communicate with him every day and negotiate, doing the book with him every day. We kind of became friends or associates or whatever you want to call it. He opened up to me about a lot of the inner workings in the music industry. He basically confirmed that he, I really don't want to say it because I promised his brother Bruce Kelly and other family members of R. Kelly that I wouldn't speak on certain things, but he basically admitted that he sold his soul, and he tried to deliver that message to his fans in the music video. I wish, it's a skit in his song I Wish, not the remix, but the one he did by himself. And in the skit, his mom is deceased, and in the skit he was speaking to his mom from the sky, looking up, saying, "Ma, I want out of this, but it's hard." And she replied from the sky that, "What worth is it for a man to conquer the whole world but lose his own soul?" Which is a quote from the Bible. He was trying to indirectly let his fans and the public know that I got myself involved in something that I didn't know I was getting myself into, and technically sold his soul, and he wanted out.
Wow, that's crazy. Sold. I mean, that can mean different things. Like sold your soul to the industry, sold your soul to the devil, sold your soul to who?
Most people think it's conspiracy theory, but according to R. Kelly, the top executives in the music industry actually really practice evil things such as devil worship and selling your soul, and you technically have to like sign your name in blood and do some like certain humiliation rituals for them to trust you. I mean, they, like, for example, a sex tape came out about R. Kelly like around 2001 or 2002, somewhere around that time. And he was allegedly on a sex tape with a 14-year-old girl that he was peeing on.
Yeah.
And I learned that was actually a humiliation ritual. Like they doped them. Like for example, Diddy has certain chemicals in his baby oil. Like you can rub this on somebody and they could get high from them. They can become sedated by this. And sometimes they might put some in your drink or they could touch you with some or rub something on you and you're not in your right mind. And then they have certain people who seduce you. I really don't want to say that he told me this himself because of certain reasons, but basically he had to do certain humiliation rituals and he was sedated, so he didn't know what he was doing, but it was recorded. So the way that these executives work, they will have to do something like this, whether you're aware of what you're doing or not, and record it and say, well, if you don't comply with this agenda, then we will expose you to the public and ruin your life. We can lock you up. We can bring all type of lawsuits on you. We can take your catalog and basically ruin your whole life and your whole career. However, if you comply with us in this agenda, then we'll make sure you stay successful and at the top of your game. And despite what people believe about R. Kelly, but he tried to be a stand-up guy and he didn't want to comply with certain things. Certain people like Jay-Z are in total compliance with these people. Like Diddy was in compliance with him. He was a federal informant and he was conducting certain humiliation rituals and having other celebrities and artists do the same thing. And the moment he tried to step outside of the boundaries that they set for him and sue some very rich, powerful people, then it's like, okay, well, we put you in this position, and now we're going to show you we can take you out of this position. And they did the same thing with R. Kelly, basically.
I wonder, so the Diddy thing, that the allegation is that he sued a liquor company that's actually owned by like BlackRock or something like that, or
yeah.
And that.
So what I'm getting at now with he spent time in jail with R. Kelly. Yeah, this is gonna be a long one. Wait a minute. He spent time in jail with R. Kelly, so which means that R. Kelly is, I guess, preaching to him the real 411 that okay, everybody's seen the R. Kelly tape that he peeing on the girl, whatever. Ooh, that's nasty. So society's looking at, ooh, that's nasty. R. Kelly, shame on you, shame on you. Just like the P. Diddy stuff and you recording these people and everything. But the way he's saying it is like the higher ups, once you sell your soul, because I heard so many people saying, sell your soul to the devil, right? Think about this, y'all. Watch this. You sell your soul. What does that mean? Or what is, I mean, if you sold your soul to get to this level, you don't have to be peeing on no girl. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm thinking. And Puffy, you don't have to be beating on these girls. You don't have to be raping these girls. But what my man is saying and what I'm thinking is the higher ups is giving you this drug that you kind of out of your mind and you got to do these sex acts. You got to get videos to do this negative stuff so they can say, well, I got this over you so you can get this other $1 billion deal and be in this clique. Because these rituals and all this crazy stuff, selling your soul means you would do anything so you can stay stay where you're supposed to be. Jay-Z and Beyonce and all these people, like, dang, y'all, I don't really want to do this, but if I'm under the drugs, then I will do it and let them record it. And this is what they got over my head. They're not gonna tell nobody as long as I keep doing what they doing. Does that make sense? That's what it sounds like he's saying to me. Like, yeah, R. Kelly peed on the girl. We got that tape, and then years and years R. Kelly's like, I don't want to do this no more. I don't care if y'all show the tape or whatever. Okay, boom. Now we show the tape. Just like with Puffy. It's been years and years and years, and then don't nobody see this tape, and then all of a sudden somebody get mad. Boom, we gonna show this tape. And Puffy like, dang, they showing the tape. Dude, I feel bad now. I feel stupid. Because they sold, they sold. That's what I'm getting out of this. But we're going to keep on going, man. We're going to keep on going. Here we go.
Upset them, and so they went after him.
Right.
Right. And what is,
See, they keep talking about Puffy done trying to sue this liquor company. Slim, we got tapes on you. Oh, you want to be stupid? Let's throw this out there real quick.
R. Kelly do where you're saying he stepped out and said, hey, I'm not going to be a part of this? What was his specific thing? Did he do something specific, or did he just say, I'm not going to be a part of this anymore?
Yeah, he didn't want to be a part of the behind the scene activities that go on in Hollywood. And he tried to be a stand-up guy, as I just mentioned, and he basically didn't want to comply with the agenda, and then he went as far as, just like Diddy's situation, when it boils down to it, it's about money. And in our R. Kelly situation, he found out that he was worth $1.2 billion. He wrote songs for Michael Jackson and other major artists in the music industry, and that's not even including all the hits that he had. So he was basically the most valuable individual in the music industry at the time. But although he was technically supposed to be worth, his net worth was supposed to be like $1.2 billion, he realized, well, I'm barely a millionaire. So he wanted to renegotiate his contracts and get what he felt like he earned. And once that happened, then it's like, okay, well, you probably don't remember this, but we recorded you having sex with that girl, and you might not know that she was 14 years old. But at the end of the day, we have this tape, so either you're going to comply or we're going to expose you and lock you up. And that's what they attempted to do at the time. He somehow beat the case back then, but even if you get a victory win certain battles against them, like it's a war with them, and you can win battles, but they looking at it like, okay, you think you got away with that, but we'll eventually get you again. And
yeah, you may have won the battle, but we'll win the war.
Absolutely. And basically,
so
that's exactly what happened. They started basically turning the public and his fans against him with all type of allegations, especially when the Surviving R. Kelly docuseries came out. They basically painted the picture that he was a monster and he abusing women and locking them in cages and basements and mistreating them. And
right, well, he probably did all that. You see what I'm saying? Here's how I'm looking at it, man. And let me know if y'all looking at it this way. He probably did all that, but once you start getting into them drugs, and these people are probably coaching, if you sold yourself out, and the people saying, I need you to do this. This is the fantasy because it's little steps at a time to groom people. We're talking about grooming people, right? In the beginning, there's a book that I read, man. When you first move around crime, you're afraid of it. When you first move around, whatever this is, crime, we talking about neighborhoods and different things. You're around these people that's doing these weird, stupid old sex acts. You're afraid of it. Then you stay around it long enough, you get used to it. Stay around a bad neighborhood, you kind of get used to it. You make it to your house every time you look. Then all of a sudden, you've been around it so long, you just you're used to it. You start embracing it. You start depending on it. Then all of a sudden, and these drugs are involved too now, and they coaching, and maybe this is okay. So then you start embracing it, and next thing you know, you one of them, and you start liking it, and that's what you call molding and developing somebody and stuff. And then when you realize that, oh shoot, I'm peeing on kids. You know what I'm saying? You locking one of the things that was in Surviving R. Kelly is when that little girl was telling the story about R. Kelly went and did sold out concerts with this little girl locked in the bathroom of the SUV, the camper, the motorhome. She said they had me locked in the little bathroom because you know a motorhome, because my parents had a motorhome and stuff. The bathroom ain't that big, you know. They, anyway. So, but they locked her in there, and some of R. Kelly people was helping him do this, but they want that money too. Oh my God, man! So, I can relate to some of the stuff that he's saying, and you can almost imagine. You gotta take yourself out and listen to the stories. You're like, when y'all listen, I think a lot of people when they listen, they like, oh, he lying. Oh, that's some bull. But listen to the story and imagine if it was true, how would it happen? You got to use your. I'm a producer, man. I produce the whole vision from what is given to me. You know, produce with the tools that's given to you.
So
Anyway.
he lost the support of the public from that. And so once they seen that, well, you don't have nobody to support you anymore. People looking at you like you're a creep, a monster. Now they can bring these charges upon, and everybody don't believe you guilty. The jury is likely gonna find you guilty because 9 times out of 10 they probably watched Surviving R. Kelly too. So in their minds, you already guilty.
So,
And the drugs and the partying.
did you end up writing this book? Like, did you end up writing the entire book? Like, what happened there? I mean, you're in the unit with him. How's that progressing? Like, are you guys meeting every day? You taking notes? Like, what happens with that?
Wow.
Well, yeah, I was only on the unit with him for 30 days. But within that time, I got a lot of information out of him. But he still didn't want to sign the agreement. I just found out that the Jaguar writing it. Not only was he writing music, but he was writing like movie scripts and stuff like that. And he told me basically, I want to write my own story, my own book. I want to put out a movie about this. And if I sign this agreement with you, then I basically just gave you the rights to do what I want to do for myself. So he didn't want to do it, and then it was rumors circulating around the jail that it actually started off as jokes, like people saying that Ronnie Bo trying to extort R. Kelly into a contract. And then the joke became rumors, and then the rumors got to the correction officers and the security staff, so they started looking at me like, we gotta watch you now. And they eventually separated me from Unit 19 where R. Kelly was at, and I went from there. I went to Unit 23 at MCC Chicago, and we kind of lost touch, but I was still able to send him kites through certain people. He was able to send me kites through certain people, so we were still in communication, but it was difficult to communicate with him after that point because of this.
They call it kites, just in case if the people that don't know about jail or streets and all that stuff. A kite is like mail or like email messages. We can send messages from cell to cell, even from one. It's I don't know because I ain't never been in jail. I'm allergic to jail. But through all the movies and through all the people that I know that been in jail, and that word kite means to send a message. It's a string that they kind of from cell to cell. It kind of travels through cell to cell, and the guards and everybody know about it. Y'all should know about it too. I'm just letting you know the 411
separation.
So were you able to write the book?
Well, I still wrote a book based on things that he told me, and I actually published that book a couple of months ago. And it's more in depth than just R. Kelly's book. It's entitled Challenging the Illuminati. And I put a lot of work in that book. It took me blood, sweat, tears of experience to be able to have the mindset to write the book. I literally spent thousands on information that I put in the book. It's actually available now on Amazon, and I set the price at $100 because the information in there is so valuable. Like it's worth anybody reading will see that it's worth it, and it's untold stories. People will learn exactly what my
Should I get the
relationship
book,
to R.
y'all?
Kelly was in the book. But speaking of that,
Should I get the book? We had the Kim Porter book is on its way. By the time y'all see this, it's 10 days. I'm counting down, man. I can't wait to get that book. But these books are expensive, y'all. So y'all watch the video. If you leave me a comment, let me know if y'all want me to get the book. Like he said, it's $100. You know, god dang, for a book. um, the not surviving R. Kelly. Listen to me. What's the girl name? Kim Porter. Surviving Puffy. That's what I was going to say. Her book was twice as much. It was more than twice as much to get that book. So I went on and bought the book for you all, you know, so we're going to be reading the book and all that type of stuff. So, wow, man, this is deep, man. So this guy has actually talked to R. Kelly in jail. So that's why this is this is almost, I don't know, anything could be clickbaited the way you look at stuff, right? Jay-Z is done. That's the title of this thing, man. I'm noticing that the way people title things is how they getting all these views and stuff, man. We are a small channel and we are trying our best to survive. So, side note, Jay-Z is done. R. Kelly finally speaks from prison. R. Kelly finally speaks from prison. Is R. Kelly speaking from prison? Or is this guy telling the way he want to tell it? R. Kelly speaking. You see what I'm saying? So is this clickbait? I don't know. To me, if I had to say yes or no if it's clickbait, yes, this is clickbait. But I'm glad I clicked on it because I'm getting some great information for you guys. So I'm in debate now with my team, man, and I'm letting y'all know, man, I don't like clickbait. I really don't like clickbait. I like to tell the story like it is, and I'm hoping you guys just support us because we're trying to bring y'all the information as raw as possible and let you decide. You follow what I'm saying? So
I've actually, although I made it for sale on Amazon, I actually been giving it out to fans for free. And
see, that's another thing also, I don't know. Apparently, I mean, he just got out of jail. I don't know what his financial situation is, but a lot of street people, man, real talk, we don't have marketing promotional skills, man. We don't know how to lie and sell different things. And there's a commercial within this video that I was gonna skip it, but I'm not gonna skip it because I want you to check out this commercial and understand the selling techniques, understand the marketing promotion techniques, understand this stuff, man. This is real. This is real. Y'all need to open your minds, not to say, well, this person is lying and this person is true. Open your minds and your heart so you can understand the system of this world so you can survive. Period. Watch this, man.
my
Watch this.
last few interviews explained to the audience that since I've been going viral about the things I know about the music industry and certain people in the industry, just so happened by coincidence or conspiracy, they keep restricting my pages. So it's been hard for people to follow me and keep up with me. So I actually gave out my number in my last few interviews, and I want to do that again, which is the number is 414-810-9090. And anybody who texts or calls for the book, I'm gonna send you the ebook for free. And again, it's available on Amazon for $100. But for your audience, the people who are subscribed to you, they comment, like, and send me a text saying, well, I'm subscribed to Matthew Cox Show, and I'm gonna send everybody the ebook for free. and it's definitely a lot of information in there. There's a lot going on that will intrigue people to actually read that book.
You just need to follow these steps. All right, so I mean, we can also put your phone number and your email in the description.
Okay.
The description box. Did R. Kelly tell you anything about like Jay-Z? Like, how does the Jay-Z situation tie into this? Because I mean, I read the police report and I watched one of the other interviews, so I'm wondering about that.
Well, at the time, Jay-Z started becoming the face of hip hop after the death of Tupac and Notorious Big, and the music executives in that industry realized the impact that music, especially rap music, the impact that it can have on the minds of the general public, society, especially the youth. So they put Jay-Z in position to influence and mislead the culture. And these are some of the things that was confirmed by Kelly. Even with R. Kelly, they wanted him to basically focus on producing songs that stimulate sexual desires. They didn't like when he was putting out songs like I Believe I Can Fly or inspirational songs like I Wish in Heaven I Need a Hug, because they wanted to influence the public to be over sexualized and have a bunch of babies by random women, which basically destabilize the household. When you got multiple kids and you're not in the household with either of these kids, the kids just they need a mother and a father in the household. So that will cause them to grow up misguided, misled, and that's a part of the agenda in the music industry. Now with Jay-Z, with him like glorifying the street lifestyle, selling drugs, being a major dope boy, and buying the most expensive brands, Cartiers and Cristal, the things that he was putting in his music, that type of stuff motivates the society to want to sell drugs, especially the urban culture, people who come from the inner cities, poverty, ghetto. I'm saying, like, we look up to the dope boys. We want to be like them, and then that leads us to either prison or death. And that's the agenda. That's what they want the music to do to society.
I just did a Charleston White, and that's one of the main things Charleston White speak on, man. I know that a lot of people can't stand Charleston White, but he be making some good points. That's what they say. So man, I don't like his delivery, and it. Sorry, y'all, excuse me. And Charleston White was on a podcast. I know this is completely off. He was on a podcast, and the guy said, "Well, what you're saying is true, Charleston. But I think your delivery is wrong." And he went off on, y'all worried about my delivery? You got these rappers, and y'all worried about my delivery? These rappers are talking and preaching this negative stuff to these people. Raping hoes. Aura. God dang it, I forgot this. You don't supposed to say the word, the R word. God dang it, I forgot. I'm learning, y'all. All this negativity is in our rap music, and our kids is embracing it. And this is what he's saying. And they want to promote it. And I also found out that a lot of the major record labels that's marketing and promoting hip hop, they are in bed and own the jails. They have part in the jails. So pump this music to them so they can believe in it, so they can go commit crimes, and they can go in jail so we can make money. Now, I never understood because I'm like this. Well, how does a jail make money by putting people in jail? The more people is in jail, the more money they make. And then people believe it. Okay, yeah, the more, yeah, man, that's it. But how? How is the money made? The more people you have in jail, how does that make money? I don't understand, because they go out and work for low for free. I never understood that. I'm the type of person that I want a full understanding of what it is you're saying. I want a full understanding of how the whole system works. Just like YouTube, I was like, how do you make money? Just because you got all these subscribers, then YouTube just start giving you money? That don't make sense because YouTube will get broke. How do they make money from this? Because everybody watch your video. How do you make money from it? And I had to understand the whole circle of the system first before I even, yeah. So now that I understand the whole circle, now I can get this thing pumping to, I know what to do now. You have to understand the whole circle in anything. Don't just take what he's saying, research and get deeper into it.
So they basically use Jay-Z. Well, they basically use R. Kelly to put Jay-Z in a bigger spotlight because R. Kelly was a global public figure. I mean, like, he wasn't just big in the United States, but he was big in Africa. He performed at the Olympics. Jay-Z had a limited fan base. So they felt like, okay, if we can put him in an R. Kelly spotlight, then we can make him even more influential.
And that's why Jay-Z went on tour. Even his partner was, man, you gonna go on tour with this dude? Jay-Z makes some major moves for his future can be bigger. People in the streets know who I am, Jay-Z, right? Then all of a sudden, the people in that's not in the streets that embrace the thug music, but I got my 9 to 5 and I ain't doing nothing wrong. I just like listening to the music. I know right from wrong. Yeah, they talk about guns and all that. Yeah, that's like a movie. I ain't gonna take what he's saying and try to go out in the streets and do it. Those type of people, that's like me. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a criminal justice, criminal record. I got a what you call the daggone thing when you I got a clearance. My job that I have has a clearance. You know, I'm the worst person to both be bringing information to y'all. I can barely get my thoughts together sometimes. But my point is, R. Kelly, Jay-Z went on tour with R. Kelly so he can get his name bigger all over the world. That's what he's saying. Because R. Kelly, I believe I can fly. That song and a lot of R. Kelly's songs resonate with people that say, I can't stand rap, I don't like rap. Jay-Z songs can't do that because all he's doing is rapping. So they can't hear the R. Kelly song, Jay-Z songs. They can't hear Jay-Z songs and everything.
If we can put him in an R. Kelly spotlight, then we can make him even more influential. And even his relationship with Beyonce, that was like a planned and staged relationship because Beyonce, she reached a way broader audience than Jay-Z could reach with rap music and talking about selling drugs. So it also make people idolize him more because it's like, wow, he's successful. He got the most beautiful woman in Hollywood, the most beautiful woman in the music industry or whatever. Like, so he's a role model now. Like, and that made more people feel like, well, if I'm gonna be the man, I gotta have more money than everybody else, and I gotta have the most beautiful woman. Like, people don't really, in my culture, they don't really base their relationships on morals and values and having a good, loyal woman. It's like, I just want a beautiful woman. A sexy woman, so everybody can look at me like I'm the man. And it's obvious the way that they could affect people's social lives.
And you found this out during the interview with R. Kelly?
These were some of the discussions I had with R. Kelly while being in federal prison with him. A lot of these things I was already writing about in my books, but
that's a good point, though.
You could say there was basically just pure conspiracy theory at first, but then after meeting R. Kelly, a lot of those things were confirmed. Things that I was already writing about, speculating, and theorizing about was confirmed
biosensor that reveals how food, exercise, and even sleep affect your glucose. Now, tracking your glucose is as easy as tracking the weather.
I can't believe you corporate types are still calling each other rock stars.
You're a rock star.
We're all rock stars.
Ooh, look at my data-driven insights. I'm a rock star.
Great job putting finance and HR on one platform with Workday.
Thank you.
Guys, can you keep me down?
I'm working.
You people are
Hand over the air guitar.
I've got another one.
What is, wait a minute, conspiracy theories is, that term is used too loosely to me. Because what he just said, that is not a conspiracy theory. It's not a conspiracy theory that men want the most beautiful, most sexiest woman. And it's funny because if you think about it, all our lives we've been trained to see the sex models. They use girls, models to sell cars, to sell motorcycles. What has this girl got to do with this motorcycle? Boom, boom. And then the lady walks up, in the commercial, she flings her hair around after she take off the motorcycle helmet. She gets on the back of the motorcycle with the guy and grab. So we've been trained to actually, the hourglass type girl, not the big mama or whatever. She don't get on the back of the motorcycle. You see what I'm saying? We've been trained to say this is the good life with the sexy woman, the pretty girl, or whatever the case may be. So, is it a conspiracy? Does that mean it's a conspiracy because our brain has been brainwashed to? There's a beautiful woman that works with me. I'm just gonna say work with me. Part-time job. She is. She's a thick, for lack of a better word, a thick lady and everything, but she's the most beautiful. I can't say sexy because I've been trained that sexy is the hourglass. You follow what I'm saying? The boom, pop, big, bam, ooh, god dang, you walk a certain way. But she has mad sex appeal. She's a beautiful person, and I have told 4 people, man, when I was in high school and everything, and she's too young for me, one thing, but this is a very beautiful person. And I love her for what she is, if I was in love with her. But my point is, I'm realizing as I get older that I was trained wrong. So, is that considered a conspiracy? I don't know. I gotta look up the definition of the word to see if a lot of people are actually using that word correctly. That's what I'm saying. Think, research and get your mind
All right,
working.
so you were there 30 days. You had these discussions.
Sorry, y'all.
Eventually, how long did you do in jail before you got out? Or was it? Oh, sorry. That was the detention center.
Yeah, MCC Chicago is called the Metropolitan Correctional Center of Chicago, and that's like the federal holding facility for federal inmates in that district.
Is it something? Do they only hold federal, or they hold federal and just that?
Yes, for federal inmates.
All right. Okay.
It's listed in the Bureau of Prison as a federal prison.
Oh, okay. So it's prison. All right. What are you saying? Because like some of these county jails will have a special unit just for federal inmates. So I was wondering if it was a holding facility or if it was actually a prison. So you're saying it was a Bureau of Prison.
Yeah, it's a prison basically for pretrial federal inmates.
Okay.
But once you get your time, then they send you to a FCI or a USP. But yeah, MCC is basically like holding detention center for federal inmates
These
until
codes.
they actually are convicted and sent off to somewhere else.
I don't understand the point of
So
this
once
question.
you were moved, how long? How much more time did you do until you got out?
Well, I was in MCC Chicago with R. Kelly for 21 months. I was only on the unit with him for 30 days, but within that 21 months, I was still there, able to communicate with him and by other means. But once I got sentenced, they sent me to Gilmer, West Virginia, where DMX was locked up at, and Big Meech brother Southwest T was also locked up there in Gilmer, West Virginia.
So, all right, but when do you get out?
I got out in August of 2021. So I've been out about 3 years now, and since I've been going viral about the talks I had with R. Kelly and things of that nature, I'm pretty sure you looked at some of the YouTube videos and insinuates that Jay-Z hired a hitman to kill me, and I did get shot around that time, and a lot of the bloggers were speculating that Jay-Z had something to do with it. And I also want to address an issue that a lot of these bloggers I found out to be working with the CIA and the FBI, and they try to get people like me to say certain things on these platforms that can incriminate us. And that
Oh my
investigations and
Well,
these interviews could be used in court, or music lyrics could be used in court now. And I've been dealing with that a lot. Like it's like recently Jaguar Wright did an interview on Piers Morgan show, and she was talking about some of the information that her and I both share on the Piers Morgan show. And then Jay-Z reached out to Piers Morgan through his lawyers and had Piers Morgan delete the video before it went viral. And they actually tried to sue Piers Morgan for these things. My situation.
No, they didn't. They did not try to sue. See, this is why once I get into something, baby, you better watch out, because I make sure I'm like a I'm like a lawyer over here. They didn't try to sue him. They did not try to sue him. They threatened to, if you don't remove this, it's almost like, look, the lawyers is gonna write something up to say, all the stuff you're doing, Mr. Morgan, we just asking you just to remove this little girl. You making all this money. You don't need this little girl. And we are telling you that these are allegedly and allegations and supposedly this is conspiracy theories. Take that down, man. And apologize. Yeah, you right, because which company? Hey, I don't want no beef. This is all just like what I'm doing. If somebody was to tell me to take a video down, which happens, sometimes that happens. Hey, we missed one. Let's just keep moving. Let's move to the next game. You know what I'm saying? So, let's back up. Let me make sure what he said.
Delete the video.
Delete the
before
video.
it went viral. And they actually tried to sue Piers Morgan for these things. My situation is very similar, but I haven't went mainstream yet, so I don't think
in that case, like Piers Morgan actually he made it like a public apology, didn't he?
Yeah, he made a public apology to Jay-Z. Like, for example, if this interview with you and I go viral, Jay-Z gonna reach out to you and ask you to take it down and threaten to sue you. Like, he reached out to a lot of other bloggers and had many of my interviews taken down, but it wasn't publicized. And recently, I've been getting calls from FBI agents, and they basically been, it's like they trying to get me to admit or insinuate that Jay-Z has something to do with me getting shot. And I don't know if that's because they trying to use me to put Jay-Z in a Diddy situation or what. But the thing is,
we talk a lot about crime on this show, but let's face
before this commercial play, and I want y'all to see the commercial. This is why, like, our channel, what we're doing, we are reacting. I am considered a reactor. I'm just reacting to what I'm seeing. I'm reacting to God, I forgot the guy's name. This gentleman right here. I'm terrible with names. And what up there, Bo? What up there? This guy that spent time with R. Kelly. I'm reacting. So let's say Jay-Z or somebody threatens this guy and say, take that video down. We still have a copy of it because other, people are copying it, so to speak. This is what's so powerful about social media. This is what's so powerful about getting your information out there because once it's out there, people can make copies just like that Puff Daddy video of him beating Cassidy. Once it's out there, people can make so many copies that you can't stop it. You can't delete it completely you can't erase it. You can't. So I just wanted to put that out there. Also,
keeping lips healthy is important because the lips are the window into your whole body. For keeping lips healthy, I recommend Bliss.
Our community is fueled by invention. For decades, we've been changing how humanity works, travels, lives. Why not change how much we waste? With the RePlus initiative, King County is transforming our throwaway economy, addressing everything from the processes that define it to the laws that shape it, to the businesses that can change it. Because if anyone can rethink waste, it's us.
So I want y'all to see this video, this commercial. He's doing his own commercial and he's selling. See, people from the hood and from the streets and my people, black people, we haven't been taught how to sell. So watch this. I'm not telling you to watch it so you can buy it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to sell you on it. I just want you to listen to the selling words and listen how things are marketed and promoted. That way you can take your product and your service and take their product out and put your product and service in to learn how to market and promote it. Check this out.
Some of the biggest crimes are committed by the government. You've heard the story before. Big Pharma swoops in to take control. Now, the FDA is trying to reclassify NMN, a natural compound in foods like broccoli and avocados, as a pharmaceutical drug. Why? Because NMN is so effective, they want to turn it into a pricey drug, keeping its health benefits out of the reach of most people. It's likely they're setting the stage for Big Pharma to profit, making it hard for us to access something that could dramatically support our life. The truth is, I worked over a decade in federal prison, so I want to stay as healthy as long as possible. I'm 55 years old, and I'm not ready to slow down. I stay active, eat right, and do all the things that we're supposed to do, but that only gets you so far. That's when I started looking for an NMN supplement, something backed by real science. After some research, I found Cell Being by Verso. It's loaded with NMN, resveratrol, and TMG. These ingredients work together and are proven to boost your NAD levels, which basically is the fuel that powers the trillions of cells in your body. I've been taking Cell Being for a while now, and I've noticed a huge change. I feel sharper, more energized, and just younger. While NMN was recognized as a safe supplement, the FDA made a decision that will make it harder for you and me to get this powerful compound unless we're willing to pay pharmaceutical prices. It makes you wonder who's really benefiting from this change. Don't wait until it's too late to support your body with something that could change the way you age. Click the link in the description box or head over to Verso, VER.SO, and use the promo code COX for 15% off your first order. Get it while you still can, and take control of your health before the FDA and Big Pharma take it out of your hands.
If I was to...
Now, I swear to you, if I pull everything out and the way he did that commercial, I'm ready to buy. I want to feel young. And they trying to hide this from me? You see what I'm saying? If you look at the commercial and say, yes or no, if I had the money, you know, well, y'all know I got the money, but what I'm saying is, if I had the money, wouldn't you want to feel better? Wouldn't you want to do whatever you can do to so there's a whole video. I could do a whole YouTube channel on how to market and promote and sell. Yeah, yeah. Because I have learned, like, why we can't sell stuff because we don't know how to market. We don't know the correct marketing words and stuff. But anyway, that's a whole different topic. Let's get back to the video. Let's check it out. Here we go.
Admit or confirm that
and take control of your health before
Back up
the
a little bit.
FDA and big
I
pharma
want to make
take
sure I
it
don't
out
miss
of your
nothing.
hands.
if I was to admit or confirm that I went to Brooklyn, New York to do a publicity stunt because allegedly, well, you have the document from a government website. I'm pretty sure you did your research, and the documents say the confidential informant told the FBI that I went to Marcy Projects in Brooklyn, New York, where Jay-Z grew up at, to do a publicity stunt and to shoot a video dissing Jay-Z. These are the allegations which I'm not gonna admit to because I actually have a revocation hearing coming up in February, and if those allegations are proven, the judge said that they gonna send me back to federal prison. So
Okay, well, wait a minute. Why would they send you back to federal prison for doing a publicity of any kind?
see, he said twice, man. I'm just letting y'all know, man. My main man, Bo. What up there, Bo? I think that's his name. Ronnie Bo. Yeah. He said publicity stunt. The word stunt is not what he's meaning, but as in people in the street, we understanding publicity. I'm doing some marketing to do a publicity stunt is something that's really not real, and we just doing it just to get people talking about us. So it's a stunt. So maybe that's what he do mean. But you notice how Cox didn't even say the word stunt, right? Let's back it
I
up.
actually have a revocation.
One more time.
Stunt and to shoot.
Wait a minute, one more time. Watch this.
Stunt because
Dang, oh shit. There we go.
if I was to admit or confirm that I went to Brooklyn, New York to do a publicity stunt because allegedly, well, you have the documents from a government website. I'm pretty sure you did your research, and the documents say the confidential informant told the FBI that I went to Marcy Projects in Brooklyn, New York, where Jay-Z grew up at, to do a publicity stunt and to shoot a video dissing Jay-Z. These are the allegations which I'm not gonna admit to because I actually have a revocation hearing coming up in February, and if those allegations are proven, the judge said that they gonna send me back to federal prison. So
because you didn't have permission to leave your state to go to New York. You can't travel around if you still, on papers or whatever, I'm assuming. But listen to how he answers.
Those allegations are proven, the judge said that they gonna send me back to federal prison. So
Okay, well,
wait a minute.
Why would they send you back to federal prison for doing a publicity of any kind?
Because for one, I didn't get permission to travel.
You left the jurisdiction.
Yes, I didn't get permission for that. And again, these are allegations. I can't confirm anything publicly because it'd be used against me. But
So you're currently on federal probation.
Yeah.
Right. The probation is they're trying to violate your probation and send you back to jail because they're saying you left the jurisdiction without permission for some publicity stunt. Okay.
Yes, and I was allegedly involved in a crime, even though I'm the victim.
Right, but see, here's the thing though, young man. You just gave them more power to really, really dig, and to prove that from this time and this date and time to this date and time, you left the state. That's all they need to prove. They don't give a daggone where you went. time to this time, you left the state. You violated your parole. All they need is a receipt. All they need is somebody to say they saw you. They can dig now. So you just incriminated yourself. This is what I'm trying to tell the younger generation, man. Y'all need to stop playing with these people. I'm allergic to jail. So if I'm out on bond, you best believe they said don't go nowhere. In fact, this studio right here is a whole lot more better than that jail cell I was in. So not only I'm gonna stay right here, I'm gonna stay put. I'm gonna stay put. I'm gonna stay in the studio. I'm gonna go upstairs, use my own bathroom. I'm gonna go upstairs and use my own shower. I can drink my own water and everything. And I'm coming back downstairs. I'm gonna stay put. The furthest I would go is to my mailbox.
I was involved in a crime. Like, I allegedly got shot in Marcy Projects, and allegedly the CS, the confidential informant, is trying to tie Jay-Z into it. He's saying that he found out that Tyrone Smith, who was known as Ty, was Jay-Z's close associate, is the one who paid the assassin or the shooter to shoot me. So they trying to tie this back to Jay-Z and saying that Jay-Z is trying to get me killed for exposing the things that I revealed, which I learned from R. Kelly. But again, these are allegations.
What are those things that Art Kelly told you that basically that he may be in prison for certain things, but Jay-Z should be there too? Something like that?
Absolutely. And the fact of the matter is that Jay-Z actually works with a former DEA informant by the name of Desiree Perez. That's his co-CEO. And she was a known DEA informant. And this is his partner who he worked closely with. So my thing is that I believe that Jay-Z is an informant based on that particular situation and also based on things that R. Kelly confirmed. Like, he is a high-ranking informant, and they will keep him confidential. And he basically a puppet. He's with carrying out certain agendas to influence minds to do foolish things, risk your freedom selling drugs and things of that nature. Just as they pushed Dirk wanted to make more inspirational music himself, but they basically was telling Lil Durk, look, rap beef is selling. We need you to keep talking about who you killed and sliding on your ops and all that, because they know that type of stuff is going to influence the minds of society to feel like it's honorable to be able to say I killed somebody and got away with it. And
so, what else did Jay-Z tell you? Like, what is Jay-Z's? I'm sorry. What is Art Kelly saying? What are the reasons that he's saying Jay-Z should be incarcerated? Specifically, like, is there anything specific he was saying, or was it just a random statement like, yeah, I'm locked up, this Jay-Z should be too? Well, okay, for what?
Well, look, Leah was allegedly 15 when she allegedly married R. Kelly and was allegedly having sex with R. Kelly. But it's like the public,
I don't like that word, allegedly.
or forgot that Jay-Z was also involved with Aaliyah while she was underage, and he was involved with Foxy Brown. One of his first biggest hits was with Foxy Brown, and she was 15 while Jay-Z was 27. And he was allegedly having sex with Foxy Brown while they were saying that R. Kelly was having sex with Leah. And that incident, it just shows that R. Kelly's situation is bigger than him being a creep, because we learning that now that Diddy was a creep, Jay-Z was a creep, but it's reasons why Jay-Z not locked up. He's in compliance with the agenda, and they gonna keep him in position until they find somebody else that can take his place and lead the culture better than he could. And I feel like they doing that with Young Thug right now. Young Thug actually just basically beat his Rico, and when he came out with Rich Homie Quan, Young Thug was wearing dresses, wearing lipstick, getting his fingernails painted, and walking around like a bisexual or a gay man.
Wow.
And that's not supposed to be accepted in our culture. However, at this point now, the culture is looking at Young Thug like one of the biggest gangsters ever. So that's another agenda. I don't have nothing against.
Wow, you hear that, man? That's crazy. I don't know, man. Everybody keeps saying that. It's a lot of undercover people in this hip hop game. A lot of people keep saying that. Wow.
Gay people, but
right. I don't have nothing against gay people and stuff. That's what he's saying. But did y'all hear? Puffy was saying, not Puffy. The guy that was supplying Puffy with the drugs was saying that. He said that he went over to supply Puffy with the drugs at one of these freakniks or whatever, and he said, I could not believe, I lost respect. These are the words that they said. I lost respect for a lot of known rappers. I seen them doing some gay stuff to each other, and I just lost respect for them. And think about it. I ain't gonna say nothing, because I'm doing something, I'm a drug dealer. You know what I'm saying? I'm a drug dealer. So they know that the secret is kept with me because I don't want them to say, well, how did you see this? Because I was selling drugs. Now I'm in trouble. You know what I'm saying? So everybody keeping all this stuff under hush-hush. Yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. It's like, man, but I ain't say nothing. Then you got people like Big Homie CC, Jaguar Wright, and my man right here is starting to spill the beans. See, I'm researching the bean spillers. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
LGBTQ community is established for a reason, and they're getting all type of rights, and it's really population control. Like, they don't want people having babies, so they feel like if they could make most of the population turn gay, then a man can't have a baby by another man.
Right. So these are the kinds of things that you're saying about Jay-Z. I mean, not the dresses and everything, but I'm saying, so you were talking, these are the things that you were saying about Jay-Z, and that's the reason that the informant is saying he put a hit out on you?
Yeah, for exposing Jay-Z. Like, Jay-Z knows, he was on tour with R. Kelly. They was working together closely, and Jay-Z knows that R. Kelly, a lot of things about him that if R. Kelly had the audacity or the courage to reveal, then Jay-Z could be also locked up, just like R. Kelly was locked up for similar allegations, and similar allegations to what Diddy's locked up for. So it just indicates that it's the reason why Jay-Z is put in power, like even with the Super Bowl. He in charge of the entertainment for the Super Bowl. He could choose whatever artist he wants to headline the halftime show at the Super Bowl. And he was getting a lot of backlash for choosing Kendrick Lamar over Lil Wayne because the Super Bowl is gonna be in New Orleans this year. And Lil Wayne is from New Orleans, and Lil Wayne is one of the biggest artists in hip hop history. So the culture and the public felt like Lil Wayne should have been able to headline the Super Bowl because either last year or the year before, they did the Super Bowl in California, and they let all California-based artists perform at the halftime show and headline the halftime show. So Jay-Z is very powerful, and he was put in position by certain people who have a certain agenda, and he's aware that I know certain things about him, and if it exposed, it could possibly ruin his reputation.
Well, he going back over. He missed. He's over top of the point that I was great make. Now Jay-Z, everybody keeps saying that he's in charge of who's going to perform on the Super Bowl. How if he has the final decision? Because somebody said, well, he don't make the final decision, and I think he doesn't either. He can suggest and everything, but imagine Jay-Z promoted to the people like this. Look, well, and they saying, well, Lil Wayne is from that area and he should perform because he's a big artist. Well, listen to Lil Wayne's music, and well, Kendrick Lamar don't have no real nice crossover country pop type music. But at the same time, imagine Jay-Z promoted as this will be controversial. Crazy news is will make more people say, okay, Lil Wayne is it's gonna make more commotion and everything. It's gonna make more people tune in and say, okay, let's see why they picked him. Let's see what he got. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. I don't know, man. So it's a chess move. Basically, it's a chess move. So
And this dude supposed to be worth 2.5 billion, and the people behind him are very super rich, worth a lot more than Jay-Z is worth, and have more power and politics.
What do you do with that type of money?
Than anybody. So the people behind him wouldn't want me publicizing certain things about Jay-Z as well. So some of the things that has been publicized in these YouTube videos and in the media about Jay-Z. And in the media about Jay-Z allegedly hiring people to kill me. It's probably some truth to that, and I just can't go off into too many details about it because again I have a revocation hearing coming up, and it was recently filed in federal court that the confidential informant alleged that I went to Marcy Projects to conduct a publicity stunt, and that Jay-Z and his associates knew about this, and to stop or prevent the publicity stunt, they tried to either kill me or send a warning shot. I got shot in the shoulder, but it could have easily hit my heart if I wasn't moving a certain way. So
that's not a warning shot, then, brother.
Wherever you were at, you were somewhere where where the informant says that Jay-Z knew you were going to be and hired someone to kill you. So how far away was this person? Did you see the person? Like, what was happening when you got shot? You just walking down the street, or you're standing in a parking lot?
Talk to me.
Took a bullet. How far away is this guy?
I didn't see where it came from. And again, like, I was allegedly in Brooklyn, New York. Like, I can't confirm anything on a public platform, but did you look up and read the court documents about this?
Yeah, but you're saying you're going with allegedly. So I'm saying, and I understand that. I'm not asking you to say like where you were standing. I'm saying were you in a parking lot somewhere? So you were somewhere and you're doing something and boom, you get shot. So what is the informant is?
Dude,
I don't. He's listed in the court documents as a confidential informant. It just says CS1, which means confidential source, and I definitely don't know who it is, and I really think, like, in my indictment, a DEA agent, again by the name of Timothy Gray, I won't mention the informant because I could be violating. They have some type of protective order on the informant, and I can't legally mention his name, but they had this dude make.
I'm sorry, y'all. This dude. If I was a police officer or doing an investigation on you and I saw this video, dude, you are in trouble. Oh my God. You don't put yourself in some hot water to make me go deeper. dude, I would go, oh my God, anyway, I'm just putting that out there, man.
About me that I was indicted on. And it was
This is another informant.
This how Lil Durk got himself in trouble.
To this situation though, like my indictment was based on statements from DEA confidential informant who was actually a friend of mine at the time. I just can't say his name, but he made false allegations about me to this DEA special agent Tim Gray, and I was indicted on those allegations, and those allegations were actually false. I actually beat all the serious allegations, and it was documented, like the Department of Justice themselves documented that Special Agent Tim Gray of the DEA falsified documents and fabricated evidence, not just against me, but other people. His own officers turned against him and said, yeah, that he was really doing this. And now the situation with Jay-Z, the court documents are insinuating that they somehow know that Jay-Z is tied to me getting shot. So it appears that they trying to get me to tell on Jay-Z and get him locked up. However, if I was to corroborate and admit to any of these things, then I would be in violation. So when I go back to court February 4th, I could be sent back to federal prison by admitting, yes, I went to Marcy Projects where Jay-Z grew up at to do a publicity stunt, and yes, I got shot there, and I didn't report any of this to my parole officer. So again, like, people could read between the lines, but I have to say,
right, they can read between the lines and start digging deeper.
So is the
FBI because of what you're saying
into the informant and his allegations?
People think these investigators and these police officers have been to college and they have been trained to learn the streets, and you got all these people saying these are the tactics you need to use. And, oh my God, they think these people are dumb, man.
They still investigating the matter as we speak. It's an ongoing investigation.
It's an investigation, so keep your mouth shut.
The agents who reach out to me, they making it seem like, well, you didn't do anything wrong. You the victim. You're not in trouble. We just want you to admit that you went to Marcy Projects to conduct a publicity stunt for your music video, and while there, you were shot, and they want me to admit that I was receiving death threats from people from Jay-Z camp. Like, this is information that a lot of bloggers have been publicizing lately. But again, maybe once I'm discharged from papers, conduct another interview with you, maybe I'll fly out to Tampa this time and do a hands-on interview with you. But at this point, I can only speak on these allegations as allegations. Like, I really can't afford to confirm anything now publicly because my freedom is on the line. But at the end of the day, Jay-Z knows that I know certain things, and Johnny Wright, she's one of the biggest conspiracy theorists on the internet right now. And she actually reached out to me a couple nights ago and directly behind the scenes warned me that I'm going to be watched by the CIA, the FBI, and that Jay-Z want me either dead or in jail to prevent me from speaking out. They trying to silence me just as they have been trying to silence her.
As a confidential source who's in possession of information from Jay-Z, which is stating that he knew you were going to be, did he know prior to you being shot, or after you were shot, he's saying he came into this information?
Yeah, he said he knew about the whole play. He telling the feds that he knew that I had intentions to go to Brooklyn, New York, and Jay-Z's, the neighborhood that Jay-Z grew up in, to do a public stunt. Basically troll and provoke and taunt Jay-Z. That's what the publicity stunt was allegedly for. And he's telling the FBI agents that he also had information and proof that the shooter was hired by a close friend of Jay-Z who is listed in these federal court documents as Tyron Smith.
So this confidential source, the informant, he has to be in Jay-Z's camp to know this information. He's got to be close to have gotten that information.
I didn't even think about
and
that.
had enough detail that he could contact the authorities. He obviously didn't contact the authorities prior to it happening, or they would have been able to go there and stop it.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering why, if they've given you any, when the FBI came to see you, did they give you any indication as to why he didn't come forward first? Like, if I have this information, I know a guy's about to be killed, and I'm working with the feds, I'm going to go to the feds immediately and say, yo, they're sending somebody to murder this dude. Like, why did that not happen? Or did they tell you?
Well, it sound like a soap opera, don't it?
Well, as documented in his the recent statement that was filed in the federal court, the incident that they referring to allegedly happened last year, May 30th, 2023, is when I allegedly went to Marcy Projects where Jay-Z was raised to do a publicity stunt. So I'm thinking the same way you thinking. I'm thinking that he was also a part of Jay-Z camp, and that they trying to use him not only to incriminate Jay-Z, but also to send me back to the feds because I went to court October 3rd for these allegations. And matter of fact, the hearing was for other allegations. The hearing was actually for allegations that pistol whipped somebody, and that my daughter's mom allegedly told them that I'm still selling drugs. So that's what I went to court for October 3rd. But after that, at the hearing, that is, the judge said, if you come back to court on February 4th, I'm gonna give you 120 days. If you come back with any more allegations, then I have to send you back to the feds. So after that, that's when this confidential source supposedly went to federal authorities saying, well, I have allegations that he traveled outside of his jurisdiction to do a publicity stunt, and he was actually shot there. And he basically saying he knows who did it, as if he was a part of that circle, some part of Jay-Z circle.
A part of it. Y'all hearing this? Y'all hearing this, right?
So after you were shot, I'm assuming you weren't allegedly shot, you were shot. You were shot. You said you were shot in the shoulder. Like, I mean, did you go to the hospital?
No, you couldn't have been. No, you didn't go.
Yes.
Why did the hospital typically, when someone's been shot, notify the police?
Well, see.
Damn it! You done, son. You God dang it! A reaction. You just snitched on yourself. You incriminated yourself. Damn it. Go to all the hospitals that around Jay-Z's ex-neighborhood. That ain't easy to find, right? That ain't easy to find. Where Jay-Z grew up at. Boy got shot. That's proof that he was there. He left the state. Lock him back up. Damn it. I was trying my best to say, okay, you smart and you wiggling through this thing, man. It ain't. We can see through the glass, but we can't get to you. You just opened the door. God dang it.
A New York-based hospital for certain reasons, and as I
wait a minute. Maybe I jumped the gun. I might have jumped the gun. He said he went to the hospital, but he could have went back home and went to the hospital, right? Maybe I jumped the gun. Let's see, y'all. Let's see.
Yes.
Why doesn't the hospital typically, when someone's been shot, notify the police?
Here we go.
Well, see,
it's juicy, ain't it?
I didn't go to a New York-based hospital for certain reasons, and as I stated in the court documents, I wasn't in Brooklyn. I have to stick to that story.
I
You know?
understand.
And
I
I
understand. You don't have to get into that.
Okay, okay.
I'm just saying, in general, you did go to a hospital and you were, and so they notified, the police were notified, but they couldn't, they didn't know about all this other stuff. So you just said, what? I was walking down the street and someone shot me.
Basically.
Okay. And so there's nobody to really look for. They write up a little report.
Right.
That's it. It doesn't go anywhere.
Okay. My bad. That's my bad. You know what? That's what makes this stuff. It's a good soap opera because I just assumed. See, you see how people do things? I just assumed that he got shot. Oh man, I'm gonna die. Take me to a hospital. But you don't supposed to be in. Damn that! I want to live. He probably got shot in the shoulder. They put up the plug. Oh man, drive. Oh, drive. He telling them to drive faster. Nah, dog, we don't want to get pulled over, so we got to do the speed limit. Oh man. I got to get back home because I was supposed to be out of the state. But I got to do the speed limit. You don't want to get pulled over, right? Right? This is a story. This is some soap opera stuff right here, baby.
Can't give them any information because you don't have a clue who shot you. Yeah. Okay, I'm just curious. I'm not trying to get you jammed up or anything.
Got me fooled.
Okay, so
Got me fooled that time.
I wonder where the FBI's investigation into this guy. Like, this guy wouldn't have come forward and talked to them about this whole thing. He has to tell them how he knows the information. He has to, if he's close to them, like you would think, they would, either he's already informing, either he was already an informant, or after, or during this whole process, he decides, I need to say something. And at some point you would think they would say, listen, like if you feel like if he's not working with them already, they would definitely convince him to work for him. Because if you go and you tell the police something like this, you've already made the decision, I'm all in. I'm going to go to the authorities, I'm going to tell them exactly what happened. You have to know the authorities aren't going to say, hey, thanks, good citizen, and let you walk away. They're going to say, well, how do you do this? Oh, really? You're friends with Jay-Z's whatever, and you were at the party, or you were hanging out at his house, and you were there during the conversation, or you're very good friends with him. Listen, we need to get him on a wire. We can give you a cell phone. We can give you this. Is there any way you can kind of hang out and get him on tape talking about this? Even if he's not Jay-Z, it's his friend that maybe he didn't hear it from Jay-Z. Maybe he heard it from his buddy who hired the hitman, the horrible hitman, because he couldn't finish his job. So he's obviously not a great hitman. So, but if you're a hitman that was hired by Jay-Z's buddy, then even if he doesn't, the confidential source doesn't know Jay-Z or wasn't there during that conversation, he was at least there for the conversation with the friend. You would think they would say, hey, take this cell phone, or let us wire you up, let us put something in your jacket, go back over there and try and lure him into a discussion about this. Like that's just the normal course of action, how the authorities work. You go back over there, you're wired up, you say, hey bro, what? You come up with an excuse on why you're bringing it up. Like, listen man, this guy Ronnie Bo, bro, I seen him on a podcast talking about this. Like, what's going on? Are you concerned? Like, I heard him say the FBI had come to him and talked to him. Like, bro, what are you gonna do, man? Like, and the guy, of course, is gonna be like, nah, I'm not worried about it, bro. I already talked to the guy I hired. He already went back to Florida. They ain't gonna catch him. Everything. That's what they're gonna try and do. Then they grab him, they pull him in, they tell him you're going to fucking prison for a long, long time, or you wear a wire on Jay-Z and get him to talk about it. That's just how it happens. So I'm wondering to myself, how long ago did the FBI talk to you?
Yeah, did you read his full statement?
Yeah, but I don't remember the whole thing.
Yeah, see, I'm actually thinking from your perspective, with regards to this informant,
the shit out of me.
has to be somebody who also has
No, I'm done.
Hey everyone, I've been getting a lot of requests lately as to who to debunk next, and several dozen of you have asked me to address the complete insanity that was Terrence Howard's recent appearance on Joe Rogan's podcast. While I normally avoid lunatics of this caliber, I felt this one was worth addressing for a few reasons, so let's take a closer look. If you don't know who Terrence Howard is, he's an actor. I'll be honest, I've never seen him act in anything. He was in a really popular TV show that I didn't watch, and I've never seen any of his movies. He might be a great actor, he might suck. I don't know, and I don't care. What's more important is his extracurricular activities as a delusional narcissist who thinks he's the smartest person in human history. I don't know exactly when he started showing the world his God complex, but it was way before the Rogan appearance, so let's go back just a bit. Here he is making a total fool of himself on the red carpet at the Emmys in 2019.
I've made some discoveries in my own personal life with the science that, Pythagoras was searching for. I was able to open up the flower of life properly and find the real wave conjugations that we've been looking for 10,000 years. Why would I continue, walking on water for tips when I've got an entire generation to teach a whole new world?
That's a big remark. Okay, let's break this down. The science that Pythagoras was searching for. Pythagoras was a philosopher and mathematician. The only things he did that could be considered part of the embryonic stages of science were ideas like the harmony of the spheres, where the planets moved according to the frequencies of musical notes, which of course was just baseless conjecture and whimsy, coincidentally Terry's two favorite things. He says he was able to open up the flower of life properly. That's this. The idea of opening this up doesn't mean anything. It's just 19 overlapping circles. If you pull them apart, you get 19 circles. Yes, it's nice and pretty looking. Shapes are neat. Real wave conjugations, meaningless. Conjugation is something you do to a verb in an inflected language according to tense, number, and person. Here's a conjugated Italian verb. In biology, the word is used to describe horizontal transfer of genetic material between bacteria. You can't conjugate a ham sandwich, and you can't conjugate a wave. 10,000 years is a random number that goes farther back than all of recorded history. He tosses out walking on water to foreshadow his blatant messiah complex, and he has absolutely nothing to teach even a small child, let alone an entire generation. That's a big remark, says the interviewer, clearly pretty desperate to get out of this ridiculous conversation without directly insulting him.
What do you intend to do? Well, let me put it this way. All energy in the universe is expressed in motion. All motion is expressed in waves. All waves are curved. So where does the straight lines come from to make the platonic solids? There are no straight lines. So when I took the flower of life and opened it properly, I found a whole new wave conjugations that expose the in-between spaces. It's the thing that holds us all together.
Okay, I didn't do too well in trigonometry. What is the
Platonic solids. How is energy expressed exactly? By motion? Whatever he could mean by that, he's wrong. For example, potential energy is the energy held by an object by virtue of its position in a field, like a gravitational or electromagnetic field. No motion, yet energy. Matter can be converted to energy. No motion required. No, not all motion is expressed in waves. The motion of a wave is a wave. Periodic motion can be expressed with a wave. Linear motion also exists, hence straight lines exist. What are platonic solids? That's these. Convex regular polyhedra in three-dimensional Euclidean space. Regular polyhedron means that all the sides are the exact same shape, that shape being a particular regular polygon, which means a two-dimensional shape with all the sides and angles being equal. There are 5 of them, and they were conceived of as hypothetical abstractions, just like everything else in geometry. And just for fun, if you take a simple cubic lattice structure for an ionic solid, you can get those straight lines he said don't exist. Again, he did not open any flower of life, he did not conjugate any waves, he doesn't specify what these spaces are and what they are between, or how they hold anything together. In short, it's pseudo-spiritual bullshit, and these anchors are justifiably laughing their asses off. Let's get one more tidbit.
I'm sharing that on Tuesday when I receive my star, I'm going to be able to prove that gravity is only an effect and not a force. I'm putting something on YouTube where I will build the planet Saturn without gravity and build the Milky Way galaxy without gravity.
Did you also say you're getting your star?
Yeah.
On the Walk of Fame?
On the Walk of Fame.
Interestingly enough, in the context of general relativity, you can argue that gravity is an effect and not a force. But it does not follow, then, that gravity isn't real. And it gets much worse from there. He's going to build Saturn and build the Milky Way galaxy. How exactly? Like in a simulation? That needs gravity. If he built a planet or a galaxy with his hands, I would worship him as the one true God. But something tells me that in reality, he's been watching some electric universe frauds on YouTube, and now he thinks he's smarter than Einstein.
And we've come to find that the universe, they are abandoning the standard model, the ideas of black holes and dark matter, for an electric model of the universe that is in response to the Birkeland currents and all these things. It's a better version, a better vision of how we should see the universe. That's how I see it, and I think it should be explored.
Bingo! Terry binged some Thunderbolts project videos and is repeating what he heard as though he thought of it. Then this woman tries to change the subject again, and he starts whining about not ever having been nominated for an Emmy. Anyway, this is the magnitude of nut job we are dealing with, but it gets much worse. Around that same time, Terrence started yapping about his new form of math, which he dubbed, I shit you not, Terryology, and which included the startling new revelation that 1 times 1 is 2. Which prestigious mathematics journal did he select to announce this groundbreaking development? The View. Let's take a look.
And when I was at Oxford, now this is the point where 4 bubbles meet equally and oppositely. Yes, and it's where 12 planes meet. This is an undiscovered geometry that I'm now making known to the world here on this show.
Isn't that fantastic?
Well, when I was at Oxford, they were so upset because how can a man that didn't graduate from one of their prestigious schools come and tell them that the square root of 2 was a rational number? And I said, I didn't come to tell you guys this, I just came to prove to you that it's a rational number, and they didn't like it.
You heard right. Terrence presented his bullshit at Oxford, and the smart people laughed at him. But why would they laugh at poor old Terry? Do you think the ladies of The View will be a more receptive audience?
Well, you have to remember, our entire world economy is based on 1 times 1 equaling 1.
Yeah, our entire economy is based on 1 times 1 equaling 1. Well, economics does involve numbers, so it should obey the basic logic surrounding numbers that even children can understand. So what's the problem?
So if you can prove that an action times an action equals a reaction, which science proves, then 1 times 1 must equal more than 1. And to have the physical proof of it, that kind of shakes things up a bit.
Well, you're a shaker-upper.
Wow, if you can prove that an action times an action equals a reaction. Okay, numbers are not actions, they're numbers. So that doesn't mean anything. An action times an action also doesn't mean anything because actions are not numbers. Also, no, 2 actions do not necessarily cause a reaction, no matter what he could possibly mean by reaction. If 2 forces are acting on an object that are equal in magnitude but opposite in direction, the object won't move. 2 actions, no reaction. Sorry, Terry. But more importantly than demonstrating how everything he just said is bananas idiotic, let's review what multiplication is. Multiplication is an elementary arithmetic operation which is essentially repeated addition. 1 times 4 literally means the number 1 4 times, and then you add them up. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 4. 1 times 3 Write 1 3 times. Add them up. You get 3. 1 times 2. 1 twice. 1 plus 1 is 2. 1 times 1 means you write 1 time. So it's 1. There's nothing to add. His revolutionary discovery is just him being dumber than a toddler. And toddlers do like to shake things, so this lady isn't wrong.
Well, you're a shaker-upper.
Let's be clear, there are only 2 possibilities.
Extra absorbent, even for your messiest meals. Vanity Fair napkins. Elevate every day.
Terrence Howard is doing a Joaquin Phoenix-style extended piece of performance art and is therefore profoundly brilliant. Or 2, he's a delusional narcissist incapable of living his life without pretending that he's the smartest person in human history. Or let's be honest, a god. I'm putting my money on the latter because I've seen this all before. Pick your favorite flat earther. This is their defense mechanism too. The smallest of minds can't face a world that doesn't recognize their self-proclaimed brilliance. So unleash a word salad, convince yourself it's science, and hope that nobody challenges you on it.
Everything inherently is dielectric because it has matter, and then it has a relationship within the medium, the universal background, the absolute frame of reference, the field of energy that is the ether. It receives energy from that.
These types of people enact the most impressive mental gymnastics imaginable to maintain their own ego, and the more I encounter it, the less I find it cute or entertaining. It's a disease that infects impressionable people and measurably worsens society. It's not something to simply laugh at, although we are going to laugh quite a bit more before I return to this thread in my conclusion. So as promised, let's dive into his very recent appearance on Joe Rogan's podcast. It's 3 hours long, so we aren't going to hit every moment. Rest assured, he was completely insane from top to bottom. But let's just go through some highlights.
My first memory was almost like when you're dreaming and you're falling, and you hit the bottom and you wake up. That was my first memory, but I didn't wake up here. I was inside my mother's womb. And I was about maybe 6 months inside the womb.
He comes out hot in the first 30 seconds, claiming that he remembers being in his mother's womb. I'll remove the suspense for you. No, he didn't. That's physically impossible. Got any proof, Terry?
I remember all of that.
You remember coming out?
I remember being compressed. I remember being born. I remember being circumcised. I remember the whole 9. And the proof of it was when my wife, Mira, that you just met, when she was 6 months pregnant with my son, Kieran, I wanted to prove to her what I was talking about. So I put a light on her stomach every day at 6 o'clock at night. And I would move that light back and forth, and I'd put a song on for a week straight. First thing he wanted to do is see light. He loved lights from that early stage. And I can ask him the square root of 2, the square root of 5, the square root of that, the square root of pi, and he will run it off.
So his proof of him remembering being born is a random anecdote about his wife's pregnancy, his kid liking light, and a lie about his son being able to do math that Terry himself can't do. But there's more.
And then when I was about 5 years old, I had another dream, and it was this mansion, and he would hand me these shapes, and each shape was different and amazing, and I had access to all the knowledge. The proof of it is the 97 patents that I have now. The proof of it is the industries that I've innovated.
Yes, the proof that he has access to all the universe's knowledge is that he has some patents, something that anybody can get for anything and proves absolutely nothing except that he likes to waste money. He's never innovated any industry, that's why he doesn't actually do anything except ramble like a lunatic on podcasts.
You know, I had the grand unified field equation. I had already put that together, and then at 7, 8, I was working with these things, and then I went through all of the hell that I had to go through.
Yes, he had a grand unified field equation at 7 years old, but he wrote it down once and the dog ate it, and then he forgot what it was. That's why he didn't get the Nobel Prize for physics. Also, his girlfriend goes to another school. That's wwhy you don't know her.
But my intention was to rebuild the periodic table, you know, build a new periodic table. Because the stuff I had learned in college, you know, I went to school for chemical engineering the first year over at Pratt. And they, at the time, I think it was like 108 elements. And I told the teacher, the professor, about the relationship between hydrogen on the spectrometer and carbon and silicon and cobalt. And I was like, it's the same exact color, same tone, just doubled in each octave. And he was like, no, each element is the same element and it will always be that element. And I was like, you don't see the relationship. So I left school.
Did you leave school or did you flunk out because you kept writing cobalt is an octave of carbon on your exams instead of answering the questions?
And I was going to spend 40 years rebuilding the periodic table, and I found out that Walter Russell had already did that. And he did it based upon the natural curvature of everything.
Walter Russell, who was not a chemist, made this in the 1920s, and it doesn't mean anything. The chemical elements display periodicity. You can illustrate that periodicity in rows, or you can make spirals and other shapes. It's arbitrary, and listing elements this way doesn't offer any novel insight into chemistry or any predictive power whatsoever. Terry just likes the shape as much as he likes pretending to understand chemistry better than chemists. Or 10th graders, for that matter.
And when you say rebuild the periodic table, what do you mean specifically?
Well, the way the periodic table is laid out, you'll see hydrogen sitting all the way over there by itself, but they don't show that hydrogen has the same tone as carbon.
What do you mean by tone?
Same tone, same key of E. Same key of E. 40.5 hertz. The next one would be like 81 hertz. You go to silicon, it will double up and would be 162 hertz. You'll go to cobalt and it'll be 324 hertz. It's, you know, in that base, if you were to take the angles of incidence or the tones that they create, you know, their color, like you can turn color back into sound.
Joe wants to know what the hell he's talking about, and Terry is off to the races rambling about tones. Elements are not tones, they're not notes, they're not keys, they're not anything related to music whatsoever. They're atoms with a particular number of protons in the nucleus. He's throwing out random terminology and random numbers. Angle of incidence has to do with light. Sounds are not colors, and there's nothing more to say about this unparalleled gibberish.
You'll see there's a relationship between hydrogen, carbon, silicon, cobalt, rhodium. They're all bonded. They're all sit as the middle point between two noble gases. So those things don't really exist. It's only one substance.
No, Terry, those elements exist. Hydrogen and carbon and silicon and cobalt and rhodium are different elements. They are not the same thing. Hydrogen gas is not the same as a hunk of coal, which is not the same as a sample of silicon, and so forth. They're just the halfway point of their respective periods, which is irrelevant.
Now the problem is, the first thing that we're able to perceive is hydrogen. That's the first visible element, because before it is too dense for us to perceive it. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
No, hydrogen is the first element because it's the element with one proton in its nucleus. Elements are defined by the number of protons in the nucleus, and hydrogen has one. That's the smallest positive integer. Of course, you're so insane that even something as trivial as 1 being the smallest positive integer can no longer be taken for granted in your illustrious presence.
But as you reach into the next octave, the carbon octave, and they call that the a bisexual tone because the carbon has two tones to it. It has a negative side and a positive side. The part where lithium behaves, lithium is contractive. Beryllium is contractive. Boron is contractive. But the moment you get to carbon, you balance it out. It gets to a perfect balance of plus and minus 4. So it's a double tone.
Carbon is bisexual, you guys. Atoms have sexuality. Elements being contractive is also meaningless. Everything he is saying is meaningless.
And what they've tried to keep from us, if you want to break water into its component parts of hydrogen and oxygen, all you have to do is introduce beryllium or the sound of beryllium. And oxygen will violently break away from any other thing, even hydrogen, to bond with that beryllium.
Ah, yes, the infamous they. What are they trying to keep from us now? You want to perform electrolysis on water? But how? Not electricity, heavens no. Use beryllium. But wait, not even beryllium itself, just the sound of beryllium. What's that sound again? Yep, that's what beryllium sounds like. Startling, no? I'm sorry that I made all the water in your body turn into hydrogen and oxygen gas and you're dead now. Elements don't have sounds, but even funnier than that, beryllium is the only alkaline earth metal that does not react with water. Every time he speaks, he's wrong in so many ways simultaneously that it's almost impressive.
The reason that arsenic kills us is because our DNA has nitrogen and it has phosphorus in it, because nitrogen unwinds into the next octave right after silicon and becomes phosphorus. Our DNA has both of those in there, but it's going by tone. So the moment arsenic, which sits as a -3 on the next octave, the moment arsenic is introduced, the body thinks that, oh, this is my thing that I need. And it tries to wrap itself around the arsenic, but it causes the DNA to unravel.
Wow, arsenic is harmful because it interferes with biochemical pathways. For example, it enacts allosteric inhibition of pyruvate dehydrogenase, which is an enzyme involved in aerobic respiration. That means it binds to the enzyme, in this case not specifically at the active site, and the interaction changes the shape of the enzyme just enough to render it incapable of carrying out its function. The cell can't make ATP, so it enacts apoptosis and dies. There are similar effects on other enzymes involved with signaling, DNA repair, and so forth. Virtually anything that's harmful to biological systems is harmful because of sophisticated interactions with the cellular machinery, which require knowledge of molecular biology to understand. No, DNA does not wrap around arsenic, nor does it unravel. Terry has no clue what DNA is, what it does, or literally anything about molecules in general.
But nature doesn't allow us to unravel that, but now, with the wave conjugations, we can. We couldn't do that before because we didn't know the angles of incidence that were necessary to open these things up. And you couldn't do that with the platonic solids because the platonic solids were averages and approximations.
It really is just breathtaking the way he throws together totally unrelated terminology with this much confidence. What does one even do with this? Wave conjugation, angle of incidence, platonic solids. These don't go together. It's like saying you need 6 hammer the ice cream to monkey of 11 dizzy. Your reaction to these two statements should be the same. And the platonic solids are specifically the opposites of averages and approximations. They are hypothetical idealized structures. Reality consists of approximations. Again, it's just breathtaking. It's legitimately challenging to come up with sentences that are as wrong as everything he says. It took me several minutes to write the monkey sentence because I kept wanting to write things like monkey of fire, which accidentally make more sense than I wanted. He has a gift for gibberish.
Because the universe is based off of equanimity, which Einstein left out in his theory of relativity, the balancing side of the gravity was caused by electric force. Electricity is always seeking a higher pressure condition. It spins northeast, is trying to get to the center of an area, the center of a cone. But the next electric wave is coming, so it gets pushed out, and as it's pushed out, it gets to the vortices.
Yeah, gravity is not electric. Matter matter specifically disperses from higher to lower pressure. You can't spin northeast, that's a cardinal direction. Center of an area can't mean center of a cone, since areas are two-dimensional and a cone is three-dimensional. And what is pushed out to what vortices? How does this guy do this? We are only 19 minutes in, and it's all like this.
That instead of following the natural curvature of these 64 circles overlapping, they averaged the space where they met. And they invented straight lines.
Why did they do that?
Because they believed that the world was flat.
The irony here is that figures like Pythagoras and Parmenides were the first people in recorded history to propose that the Earth is a sphere and substantiate it logically. But more importantly, the Platonic solids are just derived from playing with polygons and making polyhedra. And even more importantly than that, none of this geometry has any correlation with any of the bullshit he's spewing about chemistry and physics. They're utterly separate realms. Then we get to the fancy animations.
This is hydrogen. And as I was saying, electricity is always trying to get to the center of that triangle, but it gets pushed out.
That's not hydrogen. It's not even a triangle. And where's the electricity exactly?
8 bubbles. They gave me a patent for that. I called that the tetrahedron.
Don't worry, guys. He patented the shape. You can patent shapes now. I know the guy who has the patent on the rhombus. He's a billionaire.
Spheres that's going around this, but the greater attractor has grabbed the 2 weaker attractors. And this looks just like a photon, and guess what? It has 30 poles.
Yeah, it looks just like a photon. Massless, chargeless photons look like this dumb shape he made up, because he says so.
This is where 12 bubbles meet the upper ends. And then I put 5 of them together, and they make these natural starfish. But then when I put 10 of them together, they lay themselves out and they predict all distribution of matter within the electric field.
This is the future of how we are going to do computing. If you choose not to do it, you will not be competitive.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and thank you very much for letting us become just a little part of your holiday. And we sincerely hope
$25 for I-40 Drive 40 for $459 per month. Not the best sound to start.
Home and your outdated marijuana laws.
Great. It'd be like the sheepdog and a coyote when they say good morning at the time clock.
Ah, Looney Tunes fan. We'll get along just fine.
Guy with a job.
Lie to everyone. Risk your life on a daily basis. No glamour, no exploding watch. The CIA sends us out into the world to behave in entirely unhealthy, dangerous ways. Whatever it takes. Make it personal.
It's the agency. Everything is personal. The Agency. New series streaming November 29th on the Paramount Plus with Showtime plan.
That's my life. There's no place like Target to shop everything we can.
I'm Sawyer, and a little thing that I love about a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich is the crispy chicken fillet. You get the tenderness of the chicken and that zesty pickle. It's savory and tasty. What's not to love? The holidays are all about being together and eating together.
No customer paid for their testimonial.
What are you working on this holiday?
Getting ready for my family.
You've got the space. I get capacity space.
Get Black Friday savings and free delivery on select Samsung appliances, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction. Get Black Friday savings now at the Home Depot.
Can I have some, Grandma?
Can I have your youth?
Sure.
Commit to the Skittles. Keep eating. You live here now.
Best day ever. Come into the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
Good morning.
Might have been if I'd have gotten any sleep last night.
Insomnia?
No, you would have missed your zigzag hitting bongos and bongs all night.
Oh, you could hear that. Did I sound flat on Ico?
Victoria, how long is Tom going to stay here? This house is pretty full as it is.
As long as he wants. He's one of my best friends. I've known him since the 9th grade.
You have been buying weed from that guy since the 9th grade?
10th. The first year was free.
Your house guest is in the shower, bogarting all my hot water.
Tom likes to start his day with a full-body loofah salt scrub. Says it's like being reborn every morning.
Well, he better be crowning, otherwise I'm heading up there with forceps.
I've been cleansed in fire. Now I must be baptized in ice.
What the hell does that even mean?
He used up all the hot water, so now he's gonna roll around naked in the snow.
Oh, great. So we're gonna have a 7-foot nude hippie making snow angels in the backyard.
It's not like me and you. He has an old soul. Sees the world through a third eye.
I just hope our neighbors don't get a good look at his third eye.
That's gross.
I know it's gross. I'm tired.
Telling you, man, living alone to move out of my grandma's house.
I can't believe she stacked all your stuff in the driveway and pushed it into the street with her car.
She was helping me move. My grandma can't carry all those boxes with that bad back of hers.
That back didn't keep her from dancing in the street as you drove away.
Point is, I'm on my own. I can do whatever I want, whenever I want. You know what I did last night?
Is it something I'm going to want to hear while I'm eating?
I sat butt naked on my couch.
No, it is not.
Watching an X-rated lesbian movie and nobody said boo.
Allow me. Boo!
Hey, I sat on a pot holder. I'm not an animal.
Well, I'm glad you're making the most of your sweet freedom.
Well, you'll get a taste of it tonight when you come over to watch that fight on pay-per-view.
Oh, I can't. It's Mo's birthday tomorrow, and her wish list has become a ransom note.
What are you talking about? I already finished the fight. Plus, I've been crock potting chili for 2 days.
You can always freeze that.
But I made enough for you. Where am I going to get that kind of freezer space?
Oh, what can I tell you? It's my wife's birthday.
Do what you want to do. It doesn't matter to me because like being alone. In fact, I prefer it. You know what I'm gonna do right now? I'm gonna go sit in the squad car by myself and enjoy a little quality time.
What's the matter with him?
He has never lived by himself. And like the rest of us, he has discovered that a little bit of Carl goes a very long way.
I'm kidding. I thought he was having a ball.
Well, last night he called me 4 times just to talk, and now I know he was naked and sitting on a pothole. Thank God I didn't let him Skype like he wanted.
Oh, there it is. That's steady spot.
But you didn't like getting a rub down
You
from
sounded
another
mean
man.
already.
I usually don't, but this doped out long hair has got the hands of an angel.
Find your center.
You already found it, and I think your thumb's in it.
She said, if you want to lay back down, you can come up here and lay down. They do.
I wanted to see. Giving us all shiatsu massages.
He's adjusting my chakras. Did I say it right, Weird Jesus?
Right. Hey, don't wear out those thumbs. I got a couple of chakras nobody's been able to find yet.
Hey, I've tried. Why do you think my neck's all out of whack?
Hey, how are we gonna handle getting this guy out of here? What are you talking about? Makes dinner, gives everybody massages. Of the men living here, he's not the one to get rid of. Are you forgetting that Shaggy there also happens to be a pot dealer?
Yeah.
I haven't forgotten. But the man's given us all massages. We should wait before we hit him up for free weed.
I'm releasing. I'm releasing.
I'm moving. I'm moving!
How you doing on toppings? Because I can chop more onions and grate some cheese.
I'm good on fixings, Carl.
Well, anything you want, just holler. If I ain't got it, I'll go get it.
I worry that all this love is being wasted on the wrong person.
The fight's starting. Oh, it's gonna be a great bout. And these guys are perfectly matched. I'm guessing this is gonna go the distance.
I think the Mexican guy just got knocked out.
Like hell he did. Pay $40 for this fight. He gonna get it.
Carl, it's over. His mouthpiece is in the 3rd row and his teeth are still in it. Well, that was fun. What do you want to do now?
Well, I DVR'd that lesbian porno movie and I only watched like 4 minutes of it.
Let me get this straight. You're asking me to sit next to you on a couch while we watch an adult movie?
Is that a Yahtzee?
Roll the film. Hey, don't sit so close.
You see, I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. In the desert, you can't remember your name, 'cause there ain't no one for to give you no pain. La, 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 la.
Everybody! One more time.
The horse is dead!
You really have a beautiful singing voice. I told her she should quit her job and share her talent with the world.
Oh, you did you? You could become a traveling troubadour, like Bob Dylan or Jimmy Crackcorn. Wow. Masseuse, pot dealer, and a career counselor.
Hey, you gotta have faith. Just leap and the net will appear.
Oh, yeah, a net will appear, Tom, and it's going to be 2 guys in white jackets throwing it on you and then tossing you in the back of a panel van.
Hey, who wants homemade gelato?
I do. Mom, why don't you like Tom? I just think he's a bad influence, and I don't want you to end up living in some compound washing his feet with your hair.
It would appear that someone got a head start on the gelato. It's cool. They just need to know that they're going to be high for about 5 days.
What do you mean hi?
Hi.
Spoons, they're out. Panera's new
ciabatta dippers are in. Each melty sandwich paired with a perfect portion of soup is made to dip. Go for the French dipper or spicy chicken dipper. No spoon necessary when your sandwich is built to do the dipping. Only at Panera for a limited time. The place for pre-loved and vintage fashion. eBay, things people love. The reason you bought it? Early Christmas gift. To remind her she's still got it.
Mine too. Thank you.
Whopper, what's that Whopper? You created these showstoppers, crunchy, saucy, tangy toppers. I'm getting hungry. Introducing the Mexican street corn Whopper. Crunchy, spicy, the maple bourbon barbecue Whopper. Sweet, saucy, and the fried pickle ranch Whopper. Crispy, tangy. But the real question is, do they top the OG? Guess you'll have to come in to find out. BK, have it your way.
I love seeing my grandkids build KiwiCo crates. Because we're not just building rockets and robots. We're making new discoveries while exploring science and art. Get your first month free at trykiwico.com.
Daily life can feel like a tug of war, but Dutch Online Vet Care is here to make the lives of you and your pets a little easier. Talk to a licensed vet from the comfort of your home instead of piling your furry friends in the car for their appointments. With Dutch, there's no wrestling with pet carriers, just friendly, expert advice that gets to the root of the cause of your pet's condition. Sign up today. Same-day appointments are available.
Ready to be free from dinner time stress? Then you've got to try Towala. Just scan a code, sit back, and enjoy a dinner that cooks itself. Join Towala today and get your smart oven included for free, but only for a limited time.
We have any more gelato?
Not for you, we don't. Me and my husband, the police officer's now stoned out of his gourd. If you're worried they're gonna check his urine, tell him to get you clean pee.
Absolutely. I'm the first Josh free.
Take care of this.
I'm on it. I'll navigate his flight. Hey, Green Buddy. How about you and I go for a nice walk in the fresh air?
I'll be right here when you get back. Are you happy you turned my husband the cop into a dope fiend? Don't worry, Tom is a total expert at guiding people down from a total free cactus.
You got away.
What?
Do you realize he might could lose his job over this?
He was the one that ate all the ice cream without asking what's in.
That's what he does. He would drink a whole pan of hot dog water thinking it was soup.
Okay, then it's my fault. Just blame me. You blame me for everything.
Victoria, you are 32 years old. You can't keep living your life like a teenager.
What is wrong with having a good time? I am not hurting anybody.
My husband is stoned and running amok.
Well, you never make mistakes, do you, little Miss Perfect? Molly gets good grades. Molly only dates single men. Molly doesn't wake up under bridges.
Slow down. Is that him?
No. Big sack of tires.
Well, keep driving.
Or if you put a head on those knees, I could be his twin brother.
Help
She said, Auntie in school today. What you just said? Okay, cool.
Huh?
Cool.
Yeah. That. You come here. She said she'll be here tomorrow.
Oh.
Booyah, Park Place. Hey, I bet you uptown now.
On Wednesday, so she'll be here tomorrow.
Oh, good. Mike's here.
Okay.
Now we're playing Monopoly. You're the shoe, and I'm out of jail. Hey, man. You want some chili? Chili! Good, you brought your appetite. Relax, make yourself comfortable. First, let me grab you a beverage. I got beer, I got soda pop. I can make you a milkshake. Milkshake, good. Coming up, I DVR the fight so you can watch it 3 or 4 times while I make you multi. Melt in your mouth, not in your hand. Just don't
You
fill
give
up
Mama a
on
kiss?
I got a ton of chili with your name on it.
Oh, the light?
Yeah,
That's right.
What are we gonna do now? Can't call the police? He's not picking up his phone.
We could put flyers up with his picture on it that says he answers to Mike.
I told you. I said you better be glad that the door is unlocked. Because it ain't even signed service
Some
yet.
of this could be my fault.
No, it is now.
Yeah, but she definitely fined 20.
Just a big stupid pothead. With less sense than a squirrel.
I didn't say you were stupid. I certainly didn't say squirrel stupid. I wish you made better choices.
Probably should have just stayed at junior college. But when a Backstreet Boy lures you on the tour bus, you don't worry that it's finals week.
Maybe you do. Let's fall in water under the bridge. You might still go back.
You mean go back to school?
Why not? You'd be a good student. You'd find yourself. I'm sure you've saved up a little bit of money.
$36,000.
What?
Well, I don't pay rent. And I haven't had to buy a meal or a drink since my boobs came in.
Care about $8,000.
We should probably keep looking for Mike.
All right, that's the last of the chili. Don't worry, I'm whipping up some of my famous $silver pancakes.
Maple syrup.
Man, your phone's ringing again. Might be important. Mike's phone call speaking. Oh, hey, Molly. Yeah, he's right here. No, he's fine. Just hanging out, enjoying my new apartment. Stoned. I don't think so. No, it seems like the same old Mike. Pancakes. Yep, same old, same old.
It's big, it's back, and it's only $6. Get the big box y'all love today. And this holiday season, you can order a Cajun-style turkey at your local Popeyes.
Ooh, stuffed up again?
So congested.
You need Sinex saline from Vicks.
Just Sinex. Breathe. What is wrong? Sinex. Breathe. Have some, Grandma?
Can I have your youth?
Sure.
Commit to the Skittles. Keep eating.
You live here now.
Best day ever.
Commit to the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
Sure, a meal like this is an option. But this is Applebee's really big meal deal. Choose our new hand-breaded Big Clucket Chicken Sandwich or the stacked classic bacon cheeseburger, plus fries and a drink, all for just $9.99.
This time of year, there's one workshop on everyone's mind. The one that spends the whole year making toys and gifts. The Home Depot Kids Workshop, teaching those who will one day build their own homes and communities that doing is a gift you can share with everyone. Happy holidays from the Home Depot.
What? Somebody's already slept through page 1 of his birthday list.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Molly. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, you remembered.
Well, you left a great big note on the fridge.
That was actually more for my thank you.
By the way, I am going to the college this morning to sign up for some classes.
Really? That's great.
I appreciate you believing in me. I'll try not to let you down.
You could never let me down. You're my baby sister.
Well, I'm gonna do it. I mean, if not now, when? Besides, I'm going to take a history class, and if I wait much longer, there's gonna be a lot more to learn.
Very true. Very smart.
Love you.
Love you. Big sister in the whole wide world. Oh, $20. Look at the tight one's got 36 grand.
Croissants.
Oh, help yourself. But right when you get finished with that, we are going to the art museum.
Art museum. Cool.
Oh, you're still high.
Welcome to JJ's. What do you have?
I'll have an number one.
One NFL on CBS streams live on Paramount Plus. Good choice.
No, it's a cheeseburger.
Is it?
I'll just have fries.
Of course. And aside, the NFL on CBS streams live on Paramount Plus.
What's going on right now?
The NFL on CBS streams live on Paramount Plus. Oh, hang on. There's a toy. Ah, look at him go.
All right. I got all the supplies from the hardware store. You're gonna prep and measure the walls.
Well, I started to, but then I found your high school yearbook, and it's a real page turner. I can't wait to see how it ends.
Yeah, I graduate, I get my teaching degree, and then I marry Lazy Bones Jones.
This is a nice picture of you, though. Who would expect the captain of the debate club to have such a rockin' mullet?
It is not a mullet. It's going through a Prince phase.
Really? Charles or Albert?
You want to talk hairstyles? I've seen your prom picture, Buzz Lightyear.
It's the same exact haircut I have now.
Yes, it is.
Well, I'm certainly not going to cross verbal swords with the girl voted most likely to tell you you're wrong.
Seriously, we don't get back and we're never going to make it livable for us down here.
Don't worry, we'll get it done. You know my motto, do it right, do it once.
But your motto was, there's always room for Jell-O.
A guy can have more than one motto. Let's agree.
10 feet, 5 inches, and 1, 2, 3/16. You write that down?
I can remember it.
What's my phone number?
You got a pencil?
Like a saw.
We'll slap this paneling up quicker than you can say Little Red Corvette.
Don't push it, Buzz.
What was that measurement again?
I don't know this, but I want you to write it down.
Well, what's it say now?
Now, 12 feet, 6 inches.
I'm guessing I walked about 3 feet 7 inches, give or take.
Mike, can you please measure it again? You know, measure twice, cut once.
That's just for cake. Something like this you can eyeball.
What are we doing? We're never going to finish this. We should hire a professional.
Why? You're married to a first-class handyman. Who fixed that hole in the roof?
You did. Same hole 3 times.
No, same hole twice. The other hole was where my foot went through it. That patchwork is holding up very nicely.
Perhaps it's the all-weather boot that you left stuck in it.
Fixed it. Well, let's get this show on the road. What'd you do with that pencil?
The saw. We're going to have to pin the pencil.
Let game day begin!
Grab a Pepsi to make your game day epic. What are you working on this holiday?
We're washing the laundry.
Make that drying.
Get Black Friday savings now on the GE Profile Combo Washer Dryer with Smart Dispense technology.
And we got it delivered free.
Get Black Friday savings now at the Home Depot.
At Burger King, we flame grill our burgers. Why? Because that's how it should be done. Hot, juicy, smoky, flame grilled, and made your way. Come experience the flame grill difference with 2 Whopper Checkers for just $5.
Zale's Black Friday specials are here and only in limited quantities, with up to 50% off. Find something for everyone on your holiday list, including the most important person, you. Only at Zale's.
Did you know serums are concentrated with powerful ingredients to visibly improve your skin? Try Olay Super Serum for 5 powerful ingredients in one. It hydrates, improves texture and evenness, while also firming and smoothing. Try Olay Super Serum.
Hey, come on in. What happened to your hand?
Oh, it's nothing. I'm doing some home improvements at the house, and I sliced my thumb cutting an apple.
You got no business working with tools or knives. The only thing you can build is a hamburger at Fuddruckers.
At least I can do my own laundry. I don't have to come over to my grandma's to get her to do it.
Hey, I came over here to check in on that helpless poor old woman. Excuse me for being an exemplary grandson.
Listen, SpongeBob Brown Pants. What's the point of getting you out of my house if I still gotta handle your dirty drawers?
Grandma, how many times do I gotta tell you? I like my underpants tri-folded, like little flags, not just rolled up.
Those crusty things roll up all on their own. Like the dead witch's feet in the Wizard of Oz.
Oh, we should probably get out of here. You're not wearing your bulletproof vest.
Michael, do you still go to your mama's house expecting her to fix you dinner, do your laundry, and shave the back of your neck?
No, but part of that's me not wanting my mom standing behind me with a razor in her hand.
He's not nearly as nervous as he should be.
I'll be over later tonight to check on you, make sure you're okay and that you've taken your medicine.
The only pills I take are for the headache you give me. And you're not coming here to check on me. You just want to steal my food.
You steal her food?
The grocery was closing. I'm not paying liquor store prices.
Came home the other night and found nothing in the Frigidaire but my milk of magnesia and a half-eaten radish.
Yeah, I always forget I hate radishes until I bite into one.
Get him out of here right now before you witness to a black-on-black footed-ass crime.
Remember to check my shirt sleeves for dryer sheets. I've been pulling those things out of my cuffs like a damn magician.
Boy, you better disappear before I saw you in half.
I know it's out of my way to come by here, but it's always worth it when I see that big smile on her face.
And quit leaving your pornography in my DVD player. I sat down to watch The View and got one I'll never forget.
You sure spent a lot of time at your grandma's.
Hey, she's an old woman and she misses me. Trying to wean her awfully slowly like methadone.
Right. Look, if you're lonely, maybe you should get a dog or a plant. You know, something that has to love you back.
First of all, I'm not lonely, and secondly, a dog doesn't guarantee you love. I've had 3 run off of me, one of them left me for a hobo.
You're kidding?
No, I saw him on the street a week later, acted like he didn't even know me.
Write down what you want to eat and make it legible. No pointing and grunting at the menu. I'm too tired.
Oh, Carl, I was wrong. Service in here actually could be crappier.
I'm going on no sleep. But roommate Aziz moved his crazy wife and screaming baby into an apartment, so there are now 7 people living in a 1-bedroom. 3 of them are telemarketers who work from home.
Hey, why don't you ask Samuel to move in with you? You got that extra room at your place.
I'm gonna turn that into my meditation dojo. Yeah, a place where I can reflect and hear myself think.
I hear you thinking all day long. Believe me, you don't want to be trapped in a room with that.
Hey, I like Samuel, but I don't want to live with a guy. I mean, you find a chick's pubes in your soap, that's sexy. But another dude, you gotta throw away the whole bar.
Those are the kind of little things you can work out between two.
I don't know, I like living on my own. I don't need another person cramp on my style.
Yeah, and by style you mean doing Tai Chi and your towel wrap and masturbating in front of your TV?
And where else would you have me masturbate? In front of a window?
that hobo.
Don't you mention Tippy to me. I took him off death row and gave him a home. He caught that frisbee and kept running. Oh, he was sending a message. I loved him, but Tippy was a vindictive little son of a bitch.
You did a nice job on that framing majig.
Those are called furring strips. Gives you a nice level surface to attach the paneling to.
Well, I'm very impressed. Can I play with the glue gun?
No, you may not. This is a tool, not a toy.
Really? Because you just wrote Mike is cool with the glue.
First of all, it's called epoxy. And second of all, Mike is cool.
Well, I'm cool too.
I know, I read in your yearbook like 5 times. Molly is cool.
Thanks. So what do we do now? Slap this baby up there?
No, we're not going to slap anything. We're going to carefully apply the epoxied surface to the frame.
Okay. Oh. How long does it take this glue to dry?
We have to hold it in place for about 10 minutes. Grab that block of wood so we can tap it into place.
You said it takes 10 minutes.
That's for wood, not gloves. Yank it off of there, otherwise we're going to have to hang a picture over it.
Good glue, bad wood.
Grab the gun, I'll hold this in place.
Damn it. The 10-minute thing is a load of crap. It's in my eye. I'm gonna use safety goggles. Here, let me get it.
Hurry, it's hard to have to kill it.
I'm gonna go make you a sandwich. Wait. Hurry. Go. Hurry.
I got it, Ruby. Hey, man, come on in. What's different about you? Did you finally get a new haircut?
I'm missing an eyebrow, Sherlock.
That's what it is.
The words are wise. You got a glove glued to your face? Don't tell your wife to just yank it off.
Should have let her yank off the other one. You look weird this way.
Believe me, we debated about that for a long time, but this is where we landed.
All right. I folded your undies like little flags. Tonight I'll wash the colors and delicates when I get home from work.
See now, if you had gotten up earlier like I told you to, you could have finished all of it.
Well, I was up pretty late ironing your work shirts and shaving the back of your neck.
You get the line even the first time, then you won't have to do it over again. Grandma used to draw it in first with a little eyebrow pencil.
I'll remember that for next time.
No problem. I mean, you just moved in. We're still discovering each other's little peccadillos.
Indeed we are.
By the way, I was thinking tonight you could cook pork chops. Kind of in a pig mood.
More than usual.
Man, you were right. Having you moving in was a great idea. It really feels good to help out a friend.
Still, I'd be careful biting into those pork chops.
Subway launched new $6.99 meal deal with any 6-inch sub.
Wait, Subway did what?
Dad?
Yep. For a limited time, get any 6-inch sub, chip, and a drink all for just $6.99.
Looking for a moisturizer that does more than just moisturize? Try Olay Regenerist for 10 benefits in every jar. Olay visibly firms, lifts, and smooths wrinkles by penetrating the skin to boost regeneration at the surface cellular level. Try Olay.
The reason you bought it? For a Christmas gift. To remind her she's still got it.
Mine too.
Thank you.
Oh, shut up, Bob. Dixie. These weak store brand plates are risky business.
Next time, get Dixie Ultra Plates. 3 times stronger than the leading store brand. Dixie, make it right.
Time is precious, and so are our pets. So time with our pets is extra precious. That's why we started Dutch. Dutch provides 24/7 access to licensed vets with unlimited virtual visits and follow-ups for up to 5 pets. You can message a vet at any time and schedule a video visit the same day. Our vets can even prescribe medication for many ailments, and shipping is always free. With Dutch, you'll get more time with your pets and year-round peace of mind when it comes to their vet care.
You should hire a guy for this. It'd be done by now and you wouldn't look like an unfinished Mr. Potato Head.
You might gotta make sure it's level.
Looks level to me, but of course my view might be obscured by my 2 lush eyebrows.
Ah, crap, why didn't you tell me there was a 2-inch gap between them?
You didn't ask me if there was a 2-inch gap. You asked me if it was level, which it is. You're welcome.
Why would I want a giant gap between the panels?
Why would you glue a cloth to your face? This project has raised a lot of questions.
Thank you for your helpful insight. I'll take it from here.
You're the one who lassoed me into this barn raise, and I only came down here to take a dump in private.
Yeah, which reminds me, when Mama and I are living down here, that toilet is off limits. You need to go to a hospital, not the bathroom.
One could argue you're projecting your anger at me because you're not so much handy as handicapped.
I'm holding a hammer, and it might be glued to my hand.
Oh, God, you're off the crapper. I thought you strained too hard and blew a valve.
I barely got my pants up before getting drafted by this old big as a house.
Yeah, and you were a tremendous help, too.
There's not supposed to be a big gap between them, is there?
Don't point out his mistakes. He's horrible with criticism.
Boy, 2 of them are never going to move down here, are they?
I'm working on it.
Working on it. If he nails everything the way he nails paneling, we're never going to see any grandkids.
One project at a time.
See, you can't tell him anything. Aim it line up, you son of a bitch. Ow!
Everything okay?
Fine. Looking great. Damn it, it looks great.
Worst case scenario, we brick up the basement and live in the garage.
He may not be any good, but he's not a quitter. Kind of like you in the baton, Charlie.
What are you talking about? I was a baton master. They asked me to be in the 4th of July parade.
I remember. You being that poor old Shriner riding Fez. All those little cars crashing into each other.
Hey, I slipped on horse manure, okay? Pileup was on the Buckaroo Club. Either diaper those things or don't feed them the night before. Hey, Samuel, how's everything going with Carl?
It's kind of like Whoopi Goldberg and Danny Glover in The Color Purple.
That movie always makes me cry.
Yeah, I cried on the bus ride over here. Is Mike home?
Yeah, downstairs. Just follow the old craps and dammits.
Ah, crap. Damn it.
Thank you. If you're covering cracks, you missed the big one.
What are you doing here?
Supposed to be getting Carl a peanut butter parfait and some bath beads. He likes to snack in the tub.
You don't have to tell me everything. I like there being a little mystery between me and Carl.
He won't buy toilet paper and insists I steal it from restaurants and gas stations. He says he risks his life every day. The city owes him a clean ass.
See, right there. Happy without that information. Grab that in, will you?
Of course. How do you deal with being around him all the time?
You just gotta treat him like a toddler or a dog. Say no and down and run him a lot so he sleeps at night. Back that up, will you?
All right.
The important thing is you stand up for yourself. It's your place, too. You're his roommate, not his mail-order bride.
Well, I am certainly getting sick of doing washy-washy for Mr. Carl.
Yeah, he's a handful. Give him an inch and he'll take him out. Go ahead and tack up that other side since you got the hammer.
Sure.
Remember, keep the hammer centered and straight. And keep going. Momentum's the key to finishing a project. Oh, another motto.
Where are you going?
I'm gonna grab a beer. You can have one when you're done.
HBO, Tom, the minute I move out, that old woman buys the premium package.
Better not be burning through my inheritance.
You got the devil inside of you.
Well, there's room enough for both of you. Oh, hell no.
Where'd you start buying Australian beer?
There's a lovely peach cobbler in the kitchen. Why don't you help yourself? Carlton, what do I gotta do to get rid of you? You're like a toe fungus.
Grandma, you're an old woman and somebody's gotta take care of you.
If you wasn't here right now, I'd be upstairs with Brother Haywood and he'd be taking care of me good.
Come on, Grandma, I got a belly full of copper.
Boy, you got your own apartment now and a roommate. What are you doing here?
I don't know.
Cause you ain't got nobody waiting on your hand and foot. Cooking your meals, doing your laundry.
Actually, I do. And Sammy can fold a pair of underpants better than you. My dresser drawer looks like a military funeral.
Well, if you got Bushman Benson at home, what you doing sitting on my couch, sucking down my imported beer?
Being away from you made me realize how much you done for me. Now, I'm not just talking about cooking and cleaning and changing the oil in my car.
Well, you about due, by the way. I put a little stick on your windshield.
I saw it. You take good care of me, Grandma.
I took good care of you. Now it's time for you to take care of yourself.
I understand. I'm sorry to bother you.
How about this Sunday? You come over, bring your laundry, and I'll make you a nice dinner.
Okay. I like that.
But don't show your face before then. Otherwise, the next time you drink my beer, it'll be through a straw.
Son, the secret to getting somebody to miss you is getting gone in the first place.
I'm going.
Don't be rough on him. That's my precious grandson.
Sorry, Rosetta. Might be that little blue pill talking.
Hey, man. Something smells good.
Braised chicken and baby carrots drizzled with balsamic vinegar and a dash of tarragon.
Sounds delicious. But listen, Samuel, I want you to know, you don't have to cook for me like this.
Carl, this isn't for you.
Huh. Good. Because I did have my heart set on those pork chops we were talking about, which I assume are still in the oven.
Is dinner almost ready? Yes, sis?
My roommate Carl, he was just leaving.
I was?
You were. Funny thing. It turns out chicks dig a man whose bread does not include 2 cab-driving cousins and an uncle with a prostate issue.
You're not gonna make me a sandwich or anything? Damn. That's what you get for helping a brother out. It's Tippy all over again.
You'll probably need it tonight.
Moved in 2 days ago, already brought home some woman. See, I was supposed to be the one to christen that place.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Make sure you pound that straight.
Make me feel like a second-class citizen in my own house, man.
It's no way to treat someone, and maybe tack up that corner piece, make sure you're flush.
I'm telling you, man, my blood is boiling.
You know what's good for that? Hammering.
Refresh your senses with a wave of tropical lime flavor. Mountain Dew Baja Blast. In stores now. Get your holidays delivered at the speed you need. Only from the Home Depot. Whopper, Whopper, what's that Whopper? You created these showstoppers, crunchy, saucy, tangy toppers. I'm getting hungry.
Introducing the Mexican Street Corn Whopper. Crunchy, spicy. The Maple Bourbon Barbecue Whopper. Sweet, saucy. And the Fried Pickle Ranch Whopper. Crispy, tangy. But the real question is, do they top the OG? Guess you'll have to come in to find out.
BK, have it your way. You're wrong.
Oh my God, this is beautiful.
I told you I could do it.
And construction worker, you're like 2 of the village people in one body.
Not the first time I've heard that, but never as a compliment.
I'm so proud of you.
What do you say we head upstairs?
Well, let me grab my safety goggles.
You're gonna need those.
Hello, young lovers. Hey, if you're looking for another project, a ceiling fan and a crapper should be on the top of your to-do list. The air doesn't circulate. It just hangs there like a grim evil.
We're gonna put a lock on the door, right?
Yes, I'm seeing that girl again this Friday, so I'll get called right on that.
That's my handy dandy. How long do you think it's gonna take that eyebrow to grow back in?
I don't know.
Maybe I should just yank that one off.
I'm so sorry.
The Nick at Night family is about to glow up.
I'm really gonna need you to sparkle, sweetie. Well, I'm gonna sparkle like it's the 4th of July. Talking to Lily.
And your late nights
Who knows how many nights like this I got left?
are about to hit different.
It goes on and on and on and on and on.
It's Modern Family. Every night at 2 a.m.
Going to the kitchen for an espresso. Anybody need anything?
on Nick at Night.
Previously on Young Shelton.
All right, let me start by saying that I owe you an apology. I want you to know that I'm trying to change.
What do you want from me?
One more chance.
Thanks again for giving me another shot.
Well, I'm trying to get better at forgiving people.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, because I'm the one who made your store last night.
Well, forgiving people sucks. Should we say grace?
Heck yeah. Oh, cool. Let's say grace. Well, it's very colorful. Check out the best part. Wanna try it out?
As long as I can remember, unlocking the mechanisms that govern the physical universe was my greatest passion.
What you working on?
Dungeons and Dragons.
Hey, even Hawking took a roll through the park once in a while.
I'm working on a new campaign to play with Tam and Billy.
You know how I feel about that game.
I'm aware, which is why the most wicked thing in it is my sense of humor.
I still don't like it. But you are playing with other kids, so I'll take it as a win.
Not just playing with other kids, controlling every aspect of their destiny as their dungeon master overlord. I didn't believe in God, but I sure loved acting like one.
Hey, Mary.
Wayne, come on in.
Thank you.
George just ran to pick up some beers.
It's funny when he runs, ain't it? Oh, hey, Darlene wanted to know if you were going to pack anything nice to wear.
For what?
The coaches conference.
I wasn't going to that. Darlene's going?
A free weekend in San Antonio? Hotel on the river? Of course she's going.
Oh.
Did George not invite you?
No, he didn't.
Honestly, what is wrong with that man?
Big time.
What?
Mom's just mad I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, good.
I didn't know he was bringing his wife.
And of course it didn't even occur to you to ask me.
Well, no. But isn't that better than thinking about it and they're not doing it?
They both make you a jerk.
Since when are you interested in a coaches conference?
I'm interested in a weekend at a nice hotel by a river.
Hotel here's pretty nice.
What's up?
Watching the game with your dad?
Where is he?
Getting yelled at by your mom?
Cool.
Any chance you might want to watch the kids this weekend?
Sure, no problem.
Good. I thought you and Dale might have plans.
We might hang out, but it's fine.
Something going on?
Mm-mm.
Sounds like something.
Well, he's trying to be a better person, and it's weird.
Weird how?
Just doesn't seem natural.
I don't follow.
Like when you see a dancing bear at the circus, and you know it just wants to rip some clown's head off.
It's graphic.
Where y'all going?
George has a coaches conference in San Antonio.
Oh, you weaseled your way in? Good for you.
I didn't weasel.
So it was his idea? Not exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a weasel. Congratulations.
Getting ready for your trip?
Yeah,
Dale told me you're taking his camper.
yeah, we'll head down the way in his life.
Cool. Just out of curiosity, when exactly are you and Mom leaving, and when exactly are y'all coming back?
You're not bringing your girlfriend here.
Excuse me for taking interest in your life.
Besides, your grandma will be here the whole time.
Never mind. Wait. So her house will be empty?
Look, I used to be your age. But can you try thinking what you're bringing for once?
If you used to be my age, I think you know the answer to that.
All right, baby. We're leaving here in a few minutes, but we'll be back on Sunday, and your Mima will be here. Shelly,
What?
we're leaving
Where are you going?
to San Antonio
When are you leaving?
in a few minutes.
When will you get back?
Sunday.
But who's going to watch us?
Mima,
Okay, bye.
can you at least give me a hug?
I can.
Hey, just finishing up. See you again soon. How you doing?
All right, I guess. Dale here?
He went to go hang out with my Meemaw, who, by the way, is at my house all weekend, so that's a no-go.
Okay.
What do you want to do later? Movies? Putt-putt?
I was thinking maybe we could go get a test.
What kind of test?
The pregnancy kind.
We're closed.
But the sign said...
We're closed.
Backpacks aren't just for climbing mountains. They're worn by all types of explorers. Today, girls around the world use them for their own challenging journeys, just to get to school. We believe every girl deserves a backpack and the right to an education so they can become leaders, trailblazers, and keep on climbing. Scan the QR code now to find out how you can help, because sending girls to school can change our world.
We wish you a whole turkey, we wish you a whole ham, we wish you all the sides and fixins, and it's all to go.
I guess you won't get to burn the turkey this year.
Funny.
And it's all to go.
I'm supposed to get with us?
Mom's gonna love this.
All right, kids, come on. It's time for bed.
Good morning, Mr. Snuggle. Make breakfast special with the cocoa and hazelnutty goodness of Nutella. Honey baked, how it glistens. Mac and cheese, so delicious. Sweet potato souffle, ham turkey, feasting on some honey baked. Every bite is a celebration with the Honey Baked Ham Company. It should cost $1 billion to look this good. I'm too busy.
Million Gold, the new fragrance by Rabanne.
At Macy's, the fragrance destination.
5% cash back on whatever category I choose every single month, and even more when I shop online. Yes, Cindy, I got extra lettuce, and yes, Jasper, you're gonna have to carry it.
Things have been real weird ever since you two hooked up. Don't just pay.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Lily. With Cricket, my bill hasn't changed in years. I know exactly what to expect, and they deliver. Welcome to life without hidden fees. Welcome to Cricket Nation. Smile, you're on Cricket.
This holiday season, send a reminder of how much we mean to each other. Shutterfly, make something that means something.
Enjoy 40% off your order with code CARD40. Order now for holiday delivery. Did we just become best friends? Did we just become best friends?
This can't be happening. How sure are you?
I'm not sure. That's why I want to get the test.
Well, you don't look pregnant.
That's not how it works, Georgie.
I know. I'm just freaking out right now.
Let's just go to the drugstore.
Right.
I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
Please don't say that.
So you've stayed at this hotel before?
Oh, yeah, it's nice. They got an indoor pool, killer breakfast buffet. There's even a real nice gym I walk right past on the way to the breakfast buffet.
Why didn't you tell me there was a pool? I would have brought my bathing suit.
They always have pools, didn't think I needed to mention it.
Well, it would have been nice if you did.
They also have beds in the rooms. Did you remember your pajamas?
Okay, you don't have to act like that.
Well, you don't need to blame me because you forgot your bathing suit.
Well, I guess we're not going in the pool.
Maybe you're not. I packed my suit.
Are you gonna behave like this all weekend?
More responsible and fun-loving? Probably.
You are such a monkey butt.
Come on. You gotta be a more insulting name you can call me.
I am sure there is, but they are about to get in. They do not need to hear us arguing.
Ooh, hey! Hey, Mary! Darling, good to see you.
George, how's it going? Good, good. We were definitely not arguing 10 seconds ago. I figured we'd order pizza.
Okay.
What do you want on it?
Everything except onions, green peppers, mushrooms, spinach.
No vegetables, got it.
How about a little salad, too?
If you like wasting money.
Spoken like a true Texan.
So what's Sheldon like?
A pain in the ass.
No, he means what is Sheldon like on his pizza?
Huh. Sheldon! What do you want on your pizza?
Still glad you came?
Actually, I am.
I don't want any pizza. See? Pain in the ass.
Well, we can get something out of it.
I don't want anything. I'm not hungry.
Oh, what's the matter?
My friends were supposed to play Dungeons and Dragons with me, but they canceled.
Aw, sorry.
We can play with you.
Really?
Well, that's nice, but I don't think you'll like it.
Afraid I might beat you?
Actually, there's no one winner. It's a cooperative game where you use your imagination to explore a fantasy world with the help of the Dungeon Master's pre-planned scenarios and the rolling of polyhedral dice.
Still sound fun?
Yeah. Sure.
I got it.
Anybody see you?
No, and I didn't recognize the guy behind the counter, but I used an Italian accent just in case.
Please tell me you're joking.
Oh, I'm no joking.
Oh, God.
Here, do it.
I can't do it here. I have to pee on it.
Okay, fine. Although we done crazier stuff in this truck.
Oh, by the way, I made reservations tonight at that steakhouse on the Riverwalk. Ooh, fancy me. Oh, shoot. I didn't pack my dress shoes.
See, George, it might be helpful if you mention some of these things ahead of time.
Here we go.
Wayne's always doing stuff like it's not just us. That's why I packed his shoes last night.
You did? Baby, you're the best.
Well, how can I be the best when you are?
It is just us.
So how does this work?
You start by creating your character. I want to be a Ninja Turtle Princess of Power.
Put me down for that, too.
You have to choose from one of the character classes. There's Thief, Druid, Paladin, Wizard. Ooh, Wizard. I want that. Alright. Then I'll use my magic to turn me into a Ninja Turtle Princess of Power. No.
Well, what's a paladin?
A paladin is a holy knight who crusades in the name of good.
Oh, I like that. I want to be that.
Really?
Yeah, I've been meaning to do more crusading in the name of good.
Okay. You say you got thief on that list? I'll be a thief. That sounds like fun.
Okay, I think I got it. It takes 10 minutes for the results.
You want me to go in with you?
To watch me pee on a stick?
I'm being supportive right now. You could try the same.
I'm pregnant. You sure I'm not too heavy?
I got it. I guess it's time to do what people do on their wedding night.
Georgie, we're gonna be parents. We don't do that anymore.
Oh, right.
Besides,
My water just broke all over your bed.
Dadgum.
Stop having fun and help me take care of these babies.
But I just got home from my day job. And I only have 10 minutes to my night job.
That's 10 minutes you could be helping. Now go change whichever this one is.
Georgie, there's a band called Guns N' Roses on the phone.
Really?
Yeah, the guitarist hurt his hand and they want you to fill in.
Tell him I can't. I'm a dad now.
Okay.
This is a long 10 minutes.
You must be SpongeBob SquarePants.
That's me.
The only guy I know that can have fun with a jellyfish. 12 hours.
I think I'd like to try it a second time.
What do you normally do when I'm gone?
Wait for you to get back.
25 years later.
I've been through so much in the past. And if I've learned anything after all this time, it's to be true to yourself.
Who's the big yellow cube with holes?
I am.
Who's ready?
I'm ready.
Who's ready?
I'm ready. Follow me.
It's not about winning. It's about fun. With imagination, I can be anything I want.
We could be tighter than bark on a tree.
Patrick, I thought of something funnier than 24.
Let me hear it.
25.
Celebrate 25 years of SpongeBob. With over 300 episodes, your favorite movies, and billions of Krabby Patties. There's so much SpongeBob on Nickelodeon and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Repeat the sounding joy. Kinder Joy. Open a world of surprise.
Ted the turkey with gravy and fixins. Fa la 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 la.
And we are at a restaurant.
Tis the season for ham and pork roast. Fa la 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 la.
I didn't know turkeys could sing.
We wish you a life.
Store closes in 5. We just need to grab a few more gifts.
Check 5. That's the one.
Okay, let's go.
JJ1. Hey, I made my family disappear. You're not TJ. You say I'm a throne of lies. Sorry guys, I'm just in there having the best night of my life. Oh, what's this?
Beaut, Jake. It's a beaut.
Get in the car, boys.
Cricket has reliable nationwide 5G, so you can catch every second of the game, even down here. All right, high five. I mean low five. Woo! Welcome to nationwide 5G. Welcome to Cricket Nation.
Versace Eros for men.
At Macy's, the fragrance destination.
Did we just become best friends? Did we just become best friends? The reason you bought it? Early Christmas gift. To remind her she's still got it.
Thank you.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back. Start to break away from UC with Tremfya. With rapid relief at 4 weeks. Tremfya blocks a key source of inflammation. At 1 year, many people experienced remission, and some saw 100% visible healing of their intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
Ooh, this camper is so cool. We borrowed it from my mom's boyfriend.
Yeah, you might not want to poke around too much. You find my mother-in-law's prom driving into a brick wall.
Maybe we get one of these. Spend our summers driving around just the two of us.
That sounds amazing. Where do we go first?
Doesn't even matter.
We don't even have to take it out the driveway.
You got that right.
Can you guys not do that?
Do what?
Be so happy. You're married, act like it.
How do you put up with him?
It's a good question. What's your secret?
Communication.
Well,
I'm not.
really?
We're good.
What a relief. We better start plugging her. You're gonna need no stick to be on.
You enter a dark and musty crypt. Torches along the walls fill the room with a flickering light. In the center of the room is a mysterious glowing chest. What do you do? I open the chest.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's a chest in the middle of a crypt. It's a little suspicious, don't you think?
I don't know. I'm not even sure what a crypt is. Ah,
It could be booby-trapped.
thieves have the
I'm
ability
not
to check for
interested,
traps.
thank you.
Good for me. I can do that.
Hold it. This chest does not belong to us.
So?
I'm a paladin. It's not a very paladin-y thing to do.
You didn't want to steal the key. You didn't want to fight the goblins. You wouldn't even kill the spider. You put it in a cup and took it outside.
Well, that wasn't in the game.
I know. It was in real life, which is worse.
Could me and your Mima have a little privacy, please?
We can leave, but we're still gonna listen. Also, you find no traps.
What is your problem?
You act like Mr. Goody Two-Shoes, and you expect me to believe that's real?
Yeah.
Well, I don't.
Sheldon said there were no traps.
Now, I know it's hokey, but at least once a day, Darlene and I say one thing that we appreciate about each other.
Isn't that sweet? It was Wayne's idea.
I appreciate you saying that.
And I'm on fire. It's fine. We know we appreciate each other.
Mary, is it fine?
I guess it wouldn't hurt to hear it once in a while.
George. What? Now?
You got something better to do?
Come on, George.
It's ridiculous.
Just do it, you baby.
Fine. Mary, I appreciate you.
That's the best you can do? Baby, you have any single friends for this poor woman?
Mary, I appreciate how much you take care of the house and all of us. I know it's not easy.
Thank you. That means a lot.
I love it. Mary, you're up.
Well, George, I appreciate how hard you work. I know you make a lot of sacrifices for us, and you don't get enough credit for that.
Thank you.
Now let's hear how much you appreciate me for fixing your marriage.
Shut up, Wayne.
I wonder who came up with blue raspberry. Raspberries ain't blue.
It should be blueberry.
You think? But blueberries ain't blue either. They're purple. The whole blue food situation in this country needs some work. So what do you want to do?
Probably something with our clothes on.
No kidding. That was scary.
Terrifying.
I was afraid I was going to marry you.
Afraid?
Shaking in my boots.
And what exactly would be so terrible about marrying me?
I didn't say terrible. You can be afraid of things that are great.
Like what?
Oh, roller coasters.
You're an idiot.
Roller coasters are a good answer. I didn't say sharks, which is what I thought of first.
You're making it worse.
How is it worse? I didn't say it. Roller coasters is a good answer.
What happened to you? You used to be fun.
Come on, I'm playing this stupid game with your grandkids.
That's rude. Cut the crap. We both know this isn't you.
No, I can't win with you.
What does that mean?
Forget it.
No, I'm not going to forget it. Talk to me.
I don't want to.
Missy, help me out here.
Communication is important. I learned that in the Fresh Prince show.
I asked you to marry me and you turned me down flat.
Are you still mad about that?
Hell yeah, I'm still mad about that.
He proposed.
He just said he did. Pay attention.
And you didn't even take it seriously.
I didn't take it seriously because you were drunk.
That's when I'm the most honest. You can ask anybody at the bar.
Okay, fine. That still doesn't change the fact that I'm not interested in getting married again.
Why not?
I don't have to explain myself to you.
I'd like to know. And I'd like to play D&D.
We've been through this. I like my life just the way it is, and if you can't work with that, then, well...
Well, what?
Knuckles.
Oh.
Huh. That's good, then. I don't have to pretend to be Mr. Water Drinking Nice Guy anymore.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Yeah. There. Will you all excuse me?
Where you going?
I'm gonna get myself a beer.
So you're standing in a crypt looking at a locked chest. What do?
Pull a beer out of it.
Oil and gas industry makes $3 billion a day in pure profit. Men die. Oil companies don't.
Landman. New series now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
The magic never leaves you when you stay with the Disney Resorts Collection. Following you along everywhere you go. Making every moment special. Even more surprising than your last. And bringing you extra time at any of the 4 theme parks every day. Now you can save up to 25% on rooms at select Disney Resort hotels. Why would you stay anywhere else?
Do we just become best friends? Do we just become best friends?
That's 90.
Hey, Chris. Why are you bicep curling a tree?
They're called tricep curls, Molly. I gotta get in shape because Target's Black Friday sale is on now with everything from trees to beets to Barbies. I gotta get these presents delivered all the way around the store. Quick, take a picture.
Hey, Meta, take a picture. Whoa.
Wanna hit the spruce?
I do.
Whoa.
Get up to 50% off tech.
Buy 5G, so you can catch every second of the game, even down here. All right, high five. I mean low five.
Woo! Welcome to Nationwide 5G. Welcome to Cricket Nation.
This is the moment the magic happens. Celebrate with Ferrero Rocher. Smooth chocolate and crunchy hazelnut wrapped in gold. Celebrate the moment with Ferrero Rocher.
Want a great idea for a holiday gift? Give hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on. There's no bending down and no touching your shoes. Plus, hands-free Skechers slip-ins are perfect for everybody, from kids to grandparents. Give your loved ones hands-free Skechers slip-ins.
Lactate is 100% real milk, just without the lactose. Delicious, too. Just ask my old friend Kevin.
Nothing like enjoying a cold one while watching the game. Who's winning?
No idea.
Real milk, real delicious.
And don't forget to try some delicious, creamy lactate ice cream. What's that, Mabel?
Wow. Smart out.
Hurry in for more of Macy's best Black Friday deals now.
Up to 25% off boots and sneakers. Up to 65% off coats for the crew. And comfy bedding from Hotel Collection. Plus, free shipping starts at $25 at Macy's.
Get out of my way. I'm a thief and I'm opening this chest.
Have at it. I'm a paladin with a buzz on.
Success. The chest opens, revealing a scroll with ancient writing in a strange language you don't recognize. What do you do?
I say this is boring and turn myself into a Ninja Turtle Princess of Power.
This game just got good. High five.
Yeah. See how the fight for the Yellowstone began on Paramount Network.
You'd be Mrs. Dutton.
I would.
Seems we're neighbors. I've acquired the Stafford Ranch.
Well, this is the Yellowstone, and you have no rights here.
Watch the entire first season.
Jacob, you can't start a range war.
Range war's already started.
1923 Season 1 Network premiere starts Sunday, December 8th after Yellowstone on Paramount Network.
It's not your imagination. You're watching the one and only SpongeBob on Nick at Night. Keep it here.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Oh, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Absorbent and yellow and porous is he. If nautical nonsense be something you wish, then drop on the deck and flop like a fish. Ready? SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants, SpongeBob SquarePants.
Hello and welcome one and all to a super special episode of House Fancy. I'm your host, Nicholas Withers. Our first very special guest on today's show will be none other than...
This isn't Squilliam Fancy, son. My lifelong rival who I met in high school band class, is it?
The same. You wouldn't happen to be watching House Fancy, would you?
I was until you called.
Well, Squiddy, I enjoy our chats, but my catered lunch awaits. And you know how hard being fabulous is on an empty stomach.
Wait, why did you ask me if I was watching House Fancy?
Sorry, Squilliam, but we've got to get back to the show.
Who's that talking in the background?
Oh, I'm dreadfully sorry, Nicky dear. Well, toodaloo, Squidward. Enjoy the program.
Okay, folks, we'll be right back after these important messages. Welcome back to House Fancy. I'm Nicholas Withers. Here next to me is Squilliam Fancyson.
Hello, peasants.
Let me start by saying what a lovely facade you have, Mr. Fancyson.
Why, thank you, Nick.
And your house doesn't look too bad either.
Oh, Nicky.
Camera crew, can we get a shot of Mr. Fancyson's fabulous house, please?
Hey, that's no better than my house.
I bid you welcome to my foyer.
It's simply glorious.
It truly is, Nicky.
It's like I've died and gone to fancy heaven. Is that what I think it is?
It sure is. It's a gilded doorknob.
Absolutely magical.
Absolutely. simply imported.
May I?
But of course.
Lovely.
In it.
Well, I have to say, Squilliam, and I think I'm speaking for all of our viewers out there when I'm saying this, you are truly a fancy man.
Well, all this gushing is perfectly deserved. And now, I would like to present to you my favorite room in the house. It's all custom. Look at this. It's my jewel-encrusted toilet paper holder.
Such class.
Come, let me show you
The roof. An elevator.
Watch your step. This may take a while. Just sit back and relax.
What the? A whirlpool bath elevator?
I brought some soap. On the shore. Welcome to my rooftop garden. Romantic grotto, sparkling berry mineral soda waterfall, and my personal favorite, a 130-foot-long sculpture of my unibrow.
It's huge and lifelike.
If you look closely, you'll notice it's made entirely out of gilded doorknobs.
You have the fanciest.
What?
You have the fanciest.
I have the fanciest ring.
No, your phone is ringing.
Oh. Hello. Oh yeah, hang on. It's for you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. My name is Squidward Tentacles, and my house is far fancier than that slob Squilliams.
Really?
Really?
Okay. We'll be at your house in 2 hours with a camera crew.
2 hours? But I haven't even had time to wash my hair. There's a stain on the rock. I'll use this chair to hide it. There we go. Now I'll do. There's a hideous hole in that wall. I'll just use this painting to cover it up. Perfect. No. I'll never get this place in shape in time. SpongeBob, how long have you been spying on me?
What day is it today?
It's the day you go away and never come back.
But Squidward, if I do that, then how am I going to help you get your house ready for the big TV show?
How did you know about that?
I was spying on you.
You want me to get the cops down here again? Because... All right, fine. One slip up and you are out of here. All right. First, I'm going to give you something so simple. A person without a brain could even get it done right.
Oh, that's good, because I lent my brain to Patrick for the weekend.
Really?
No, not really. He traded me these 2 chocolate bars for it.
I don't care. Just use this paint to cover up that faded part on the wall right there. Don't touch anything else.
Okay.
SpongeBob, what was that noise? Skin me alive and drench me in boiling oil. What have you done to my living room? I told you just to paint the faded spot.
Well, it all looked kind of faded.
Never mind. If you won't show up on camera, here, help me move this sofa.
You got it, Squiddy. Where are we moving her to?
Hang on, I'm trying to get a grip on the thing. Now don't move it till I say. Ow! Okay, it's all my fault.
Okay.
SpongeBob, I told you not to move it till I said. Why do you keep moving it?
Because you keep saying, ow!
I don't need you. I can move it myself.
Wow, Squidward, you're so strong. And you split your sofa in half. It'll be really easy to move now.
Oh no, they're already here. Go get a vacuum to clean up all the sofa bits. I gotta run upstairs and dress my wound.
Roger. Okay, Squidward, found the vacuum. Squidward? Well, I'll just vacuum for him. Squidward's house is really messy. I'm gonna need some extra power.
Okay, SpongeBob. I finished. What the?
Don't worry, Squidward. I'll turn it off.
Come out of there. Hang on, please. Please, just one more minute.
Who's Nick? Sorry, Squidward, I couldn't wait any longer. I gotta use your toilet. No questions. Thanks. I wouldn't go in there for a couple days. Or weeks.
Please, please, somebody put me out of my misery. Have mercy on my soul.
Hey, Squidward, did you see SpongeBob? Can you give him his brain back? I was borrowing it for the weekend. I'll just set it, here. See ya!
Thank you, Batman.
Hello, and welcome back to House Fancy. We're arriving at the home of a Mr. Squidward Tentacles, who claims his house is far fancier than that of William Fancy Center.
Mickey.
Let's take a look.
Mickey. Mickey.
Well, I'm not quite sure how to say this.
You
Go ahead.
need to
Say it. Squidward Tentacles, you seem to have
have
ushered
an
in an
iPad on your
entire
phone.
new era in house fanciness.
And you have to come in here
What
because
you
you
have done here harkens back to the illustrious puzzle primitive popularized by famous designer Saul
okay, well,
Say,
if he's gonna be in here, he
Why,
can't be
yes,
talking
I studied him for years.
while you're recording,
I
right?
would like to announce that
I mean, he
Squidward's
can,
house
but
will be featured in an
you know,
hour-long commercial-free House Fancy
unless you
special.
want to talk to him.
Squidward,
You've been on my
House
live
Fancy
before.
Prince of the Year, an honor which was originally to be bestowed upon William, but now is
I might be able to get Squidward to help you redecorate. He is a personal friend of mine. You know,
It's actually longer than 6 hours.
6 hours and 66 minutes.
Is that what you said?
Night Family is
Or
about
you
to
just
glow
see the
up.
minutes. Those are minutes.
No,
That's
600.
600. Here, let me
Six-
check.
668.
668 minutes.
Yeah.
Divide that by 60. That'll tell you how many hours.
I'm coming back tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not spending the night tonight because we have to do my hair.
Oh, okay. Here, let me.
But then my mom is dropping me off in the morning.
Okay. Let me find your phone, honey.
Narina? Narina? I said Narina?
No, he didn't come. He had to go to school.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
know how to find it.
You're gonna do the find the phone.
Yeah. I'm not gonna eat a lot.
You're not?
No, because
You don't feel good?
no, because my tooth.
Your tooth.
Mama, your iPad. Oh, never mind.
You just did that phone. Let's see what's in here. I'm pretty sure I turned it off too. Dang it.
This is right here.
That phone is in this room.
Look.
That's this phone. It is probably turned off. Oh, shit.
What you say, Mama?
I said shit. Can't find it.
Mama.
Oh, I ain't thinking about them people. They ain't heard me say shit. I wish he would understand that this is not gonna help him find his phone, honey. You're calling my phone. His phone, yeah. Yeah, we're trying to find his phone. All right, sweetie. Love you. Okay, let me think here. Devices. This phone.
he put it in, because I don't...
No, he didn't put it. I put it. I'm sure I put it somewhere.
Oh, you put it somewhere?
It's in this room.
Okay, I'll find it. Put on my inspector gadget.
I've looked through there. Xavion, come get your slippers. I've looked in there.
You sure? Because
yeah,
sometimes...
I've looked through these drawers just now.
He's sitting up under something.
Just take my phone for now. Play with it. I'll find it later.
Let me look downstairs.
Y'all are... My back is hurting again now. Damn it. Let me just turn off this live. I got 9 people in the chat.
Remember, could you check in there?
No.
That phone is here.
It ain't in here, cause ain't nobody been in here. I wouldn't even put it in here. It's too easy to lose. Nope. It ain't in here. Maybe we'll take all the drawers out of there and it'll turn up.
Oh, you said drawers?
Is that it?
Turn it on.
Just believe it's in here somewhere. So you check all of it. It's black, right, baby? So it's black. Black.
It's just like this phone.
Just like that. You go get back down, baby. I'll keep looking for it. It's here.
Unfortunately, it's not charged. It's run out, I'm sure. I tried to play a sound on it. Oh, she and your baby?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sweet. Oh.
Give her the stanky face.
Oh my goodness. Speak of cute. Look.
Elijah.
Mm-hmm.
Do it.
You can't play that around live because you'll hit me for a copyright. You won't play that, you go in the office or across the hall.
Is your mom supposed to pick you up today, or?
Yeah, I'm spending the night tomorrow because she has to do my hair and get my stuff ready.
Okay, baby. You lay back down.
This is messing with me.
Yeah, don't let it mess with you. I mean,
Zay, can you take this?
yeah.
And the other one?
Yeah. You do this. Turn the other one a bit. Come on,
Oh,
Lord.
there's a fourth one.
Let
I
go.
think I checked this last one.
Yeah. You lay down. You get your rest. I got this. Go ahead. It's here somewhere. It's gotta be here. 'Cause I don't use it. But don't let it stop you from sleeping. You know what?
thought, for some reason, I thought it was over here in these drawers, but I'll check those again. I'll check them. Hello. Okay, Pigs is here, John is here, Jamal is here. How y'all doing? Y'all done probably skipped out by now. Nephew's here. Hey. Top of the Monday to you. We trying to find my grandson's cell phone. And of course, it's not around. My husband, the inspector, is looking for it because he is the finder of all things. But even he has not been victorious yet. I've found some Reese cups, though. Uh-oh. Did one... Oop, one fell out. Oh, my goodness. Glasses. Lighters. That phone has got to be up in here somewhere. Okay, that's drawer number 1. Found this. Nothing in this drawer. Ain't nothing but a bunch of makeup in here. No, I'm just talking. $6.92. More glasses. I've looked in here already.
I feel like we're overlooking something.
You about to go to sleep, John. Throw them Cheetos away. I just looked through that. Hell, I don't know shit. You can just do without it. You can play on my phone.
Put these in here. No. Okay, you put them back down. Mine would just keep you up. Because I'm up and I can keep looking. But you should. What's wrong?
What's wrong? I looked through there.
Did you look under?
No. I would have to pull all that out just to put his phone in there. I would never do all that. Just to put his phone in here.
I know, but you could have put it in there and it fell on the side or something. Just open.
Wait. This is supposed to be in there.
Just trying to keep open eye. Because it is black. And then I will look in my office to make sure that I didn't put it in there. You never
Good morning, y'all. I hope y'all had a good night's sleep.
I recently learned I got name.
Closing arguments. Yay. It's almost over. If you have an attitude, clap your hands. If you have an attitude, clap your hands. If you're looking for some shit in the beginning of the day, if you have an attitude, clap your hands. Stomp your feet. Roll your eyes.
Where's that at? Claremont. Sliding handle. Stay very low. Slap for sure, been out the way. They didn't say murder. They didn't say stab. They didn't say shoot. But in 6 text messages, it's readily clear that they're talking about enacting violence on live image. That's agreement in one, barely a screen of a second.
This is hilarious.
That principle shows you, and think about this example throughout. What do they say with one another? What do they do with one another? That's how you can know agree. It's just like you all have family and friends, you may text one word, and they know what to say. I'm heading home. Don't say the address, right? Agreement can be inferred with very little words, especially if people know each other very well. And YSL has its own lingo. We don't have to say that. Sliding handle, you know, and we'll handle it. Other examples.
Anybody home? Knock, knock, anybody home? Yes. Huh? Oh, I know. Good morning. Good morning. I had a headache, but I'm okay. I hope that you slept well. Oh, good question. Yes and no. Just as I was really getting into my sleep, I got woke up for something. I can't remember. But hey, I'm good. How y'all doing this morning? My grandson is here and we can't find his cell phone. And it's off. So I can't do the find a phone thing. Ain't no telling. Oh, you making breakfast, sweetie?
When I took him home, he left it in the car.
It's in the car?
It might be in the car.
Oh, well, I hope it's in the car. It'd be nice if we're in the car. Breakfast sounds wonderful, Ansel. And what are you having for breakfast this morning?
We're going to explain what Rico A&D is. They've actually committed crime. So it's like you're asking you, did this group of individuals agree to conspire?
Pancakes and cheese eggs. Yes. That is good. I love cheese eggs. The more cheese, the better. Ooh, not good for the colon for me, but oh well. Still good. Do your kids go to school this week? Or are they out all week for Thanksgiving?
Fast forward, they've done 20 robberies, 50 robberies over a decade, and you're asked, did that group of bank robbers tend to be part of the bank robbing crew? You obviously say yes. It's common sense because of what they actually did. That concept is important.
Oh, okay. Today and tomorrow. Some schools up here, the elementary schools, they're out. Well, some are. It depends on what school district you're in. Seattle's school district is out all week. And then there's another school district, Highline, which is, they're out all week as well, now that I think about it. Yeah. And then, but we're just talking elementary school. The middle schools and high schools are not out all week. Yeah, out all week. That makes a busy day for me.
So, if they're going to shoot a rival, you find that they would shoot that rival, and they did it by that enterprise.
But hey, I'm not complaining. I get paid for this, so I can't complain. I won't complain. Got too much stuff around here. Golly.
Now, I've talked about this way about A, in a nutshell, is to acquire money and profit. I'm not going to bury you. That's the first thing about it. Conspire to acquire or keep money or other person's profit. B, they both have conspire. They actually have 7 elements each, and I believe 5 of the 7 are the same. So I'm going to explain a lot of these elements when we cut 2 or more conspirators. So, conspire to participate in the enterprise with a pattern of racketeering activity.
But I meant to say my mom used to make this for me and my sisters when we were kids. Cheese eggs, man. Yeah. That's the good old days, isn't it? Yes, sir. I had some sausage in the middle of the night. It's like 2:30 this morning. I had 2 of them. Two spicy sausage links. Shame on me. I'm cooking my lunch in the oven right now. Barbecue rub chicken. Ooh, gone, girl. With red onions. That's what I'm talking about. See, these youngins don't know nothing about that. I need to steam my broccoli to go with it. See, you see what I'm talking about. Take the time. Take the time to cook. This fast food every day gives me the creeps. Ugh. It's terrible.
I'm going to explain pattern of racketeering activity. It's 2 or more crimes that are explained, listed, and you will be instructed by the court on what they are, that within 4 years.
My husband is still looking for that phone. It might be in the car. Because it's my old phone. It's still on my account, but I don't have to pay for it. It's just my regular cell phone. And I let him have it while he's here. Because his mom doesn't let him have a cell phone, even though I bought him a cell phone. Yeah, we can't find it. And it's not his fault. It's either mine or he left it in the car. I need to take my Tylenol for the morning. My pain is starting to creep in already. Ooh.
That is 98 Confederate Court, which comes up that address and area multiple times. And she said, she told the officer at the time, for Caltech, the money, the purse was stolen. Acquiring money. Now, Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, and she said someone that she didn't know, Jeffrey Williams' brother. That's multiple people doing it. That's one crime, one act. And when they work together,
I done let my tea get cold.
To get property not. And no one expects them to come here and testify. Certainly not back then, and certainly not now. But that is an example of acquiring or obtaining money. It's robbery. Their job. Also, this is 5
They still ain't gave that man back his watches that somebody stole.
Adrian being set here for what felt like eternity and didn't remember entire years, but he flew over while driving a car over a 6-foot thing. Why did he not remember that? Just think about that. I think the only thing he said is that memorable moment where he's like, keep it a buck, took his mask off. But he clearly would remember flying over a wall. Why are we not coming here and talking about it? Now this, again, Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, that's the location where Leonard Pass's car, which is that gray Dodge, right there, is parked, Summerdale Apartment.
Oh, that was my birthday. Cool.
Area is often these crimes are committed in the same location, which will become important later. These are the firearms that they recovered from the car that they, and then this is Mr. Derek Dotson. You heard from Leonard Pass. He was with it. That's the car that was crashed asleep. And then this is a picture, Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, the time he's throwing up rock crew. If you remember, the background behind this is this line, kind of green and black font. So, again.
Oh, okay. All right, Ansel. You go ahead, girl. Using that plant-based. Getting healthy.
She's just at her apartment complex, and this car, if you remember, she only can recognize or ever identify.
You just keep them dimples. That's all I ask.
2 cars and multiple males with him. We don't know who these people are, but I think from what we've heard,
Did he find it?
Reasonable to suspect he's working with other people to do the crime.
Hi, guys.
Because again, it's hard to rob someone by yourself. So working.
She laughed.
That's her apartment complex.
I don't think she heard you, though.
That Christian Eppinger.
Or she might have. It's a delay. Oh, you found my earrings.
It was in the car.
In the car.
That was in the car.
But you didn't see the phone. It's around here. I just don't know where. And it's right up under our nose. It's gotta be. Have you looked in the drawer in the kitchen?
Yep.
Okay. Yes, hopefully my dimples don't disappear. They better not. She's got the deepest dimples.
She said, I can't remember Miss Hill
Wanna say hi?
didn't work last night, but her eyes were working just fine. And he had nothing to think about it. If you walk into the way this you leave him in his room.
Huh?
Yeah, he's just chilling.
I didn't hear you. Oh. She said, hey. He said, what, you, an account?
Yeah.
But Walter Murphy has a YSL on his forehead, right? So think about that public display of
Just scroll down.
the criminal street gang when you can enterprise when you commit the crime. Because that's important. Now, stolen firearm. I'm not going to show you or bring out every firearm you're going to use, but there's a lot of stolen guns. Think about, we don't know where all this gun came from. Sometimes you heard from the person.
Oh my goodness, Fade is jacked up.
No, you can edit him.
So were these already created? What the heck? A cat on a motorcycle.
No, that's not a motorcycle, that's a bot.
A what?
A robot.
Oh, okay. Marked Marauder. Okay, she looks rather normal.
Now once you go to this. There's a black star. Awesome.
Oh my goodness. Dang. He's tatted up and everything.
Yep. And you wanna know who he's made out of?
Who?
details where all these stolen guns come.
Is he talking to you?
Like when Darius Zachary is arrested with.
He's made out of him.
Oh.
And then this is the original. So that makes Tim and him together.
Oh, they combined the two. Wow, that's crazy.
And then he has Rick and Morty. He has Rick Sanchez.
That's acquiring, maintaining property and the evidence of it. I just included a couple photos because we have a lot of stuff.
And then I got the battle pass.
That is stolen property.
And is that on Roblox?
No, Fortnite.
Fortnite.
And then,
Oh yeah. That's a brother, all right. Big old afro. He's
93
like,
dog.
peace. That's his name, 93 dog.
Yep.
So that means he was born in 93.
Heck no. He was making music in 93.
Oh.
Oh no, this is Snoop Dogg.
Is that Snoop Dogg?
Yes.
It don't look like no Snoop Dogg. Okay, it says Snoop Dogg. I guess I'm wrong.
And then they have another style, but you had to buy the music pass to get that certain.
Oh. Wow. They done gave Snoop a fro.
And then this is his.
That's Snoop.
Yeah. They have his.
That's like Snoop, first Snoop. Snoop, teenager Snoop. Who is that?
Ice Spice.
Ice Spice.
Yes.
Yes. Well, alrighty then.
You guys want to see me play? I'm filthy.
Okay. How can we do that?
I don't know.
I'll get these earrings off here without breaking them.
That was easy.
Hello, blissfully. How are you, blissfully, Renee? How's it going this morning?